There we go. Keep that right there. All right. Well, welcome everyone, ladies and gentlemen, to the consider the following moment between yours truly and everyone else. My name is Nate, and tornado outbreak time. Multi-day tornado outbreak today, tomorrow, maybe on Wednesday, maybe. We'll have to see how stuff progresses. Probably not Wednesday, but it'll be, I mean, there will be some form of severe weather on Wednesday and stuff like that. But let's start with the immediate threat. All right, let's be honest here. Y'all are here for a reason. And obviously, I haven't uploaded a video recently. I'll get into why that is here in a bit. But I'm going to be changing the dynamic of how I live stream here, and you'll be able to see with this live stream what I mean. I'm not expecting instant results, obviously, but I have basically figured out a small way for me to be able to get back to my old self and add a little bit more. So for those of you who like the old style of me live streaming, you're going to be hopefully seeing that a lot more often. So that'll be pretty cool. Today, here on Monday, April 1st, 2024, we do have quite the risk for severe weather. Down here, you can see the levels of severe weather. It goes from 1 to 5. 4 is the highest one we have. It is here in this red, which is in portions of Oklahoma and along the border of Texas and Oklahoma as well. This is a pretty significant threat for severe weather here, especially in the Central Plains. But you can also see severe weather also extends into the Ohio River Valley. And this is going to be something to watch out for as well, especially as this will be a precursor for what could potentially happen tomorrow. But for right now, here what we got today is a pretty large threat of severe weather. We're talking about thunderstorms that can range from southern portions of Texas all the way up into Oklahoma, into Kansas, and then into Missouri. And then we also will have some thunderstorms that'll form out in front into portions of Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky. Now, these storms will eventually move off towards the east. So folks that will be, say, in Arkansas will be getting this event a lot later on this evening, into tonight, and even into tomorrow. So folks that may be into portions of Arkansas, you guys might have, say, a longer night than, say, people that are over into portions of Kansas City. Kansas City will be getting their stuff, and then they'll eventually not get it as it moves further out into the night, because storms will start to form there, and then they'll move away. So Arkansas, southeastern portions of Missouri, and southern portions of Illinois, you guys may be getting stuff overnight tonight, but the further west you are along this axis right here, the earlier you can anticipate your showers and thunderstorms. The threat for severe weather here today also includes significant tornadoes that are possible. We have our risk for significant tornadoes that starts from St. Louis, Missouri, all the way down into portions of southern Oklahoma. Realistically speaking, I have 3 main areas that we should watch out for the potential of tornadic activity. The first area is going to be northern portions of Missouri into southwestern Illinois. Right along this northern portion of the risk here, of this yellow and hatched area. So you can see the yellow contour, and then you can see this black circle with like black lines in the middle. This right here is your significant risk for tornadoes right within this black circle. And right where I'm highlighting is where we could potentially see where an area of significant tornadoes could potentially start and move off towards. So folks that are over in like Columbia, Missouri, all the way over into St. Louis, this might be something that you guys would want to watch out for. The next area that I would watch out for would be this area here along the Red River on the border of Oklahoma and Texas, specifically from the Red River and north of the Red River. Right in there is where I would also watch out, because there's going to be some storms that are likely to form somewhere here near Wichita Falls. So if you're near Wichita Falls here today, it is anticipated that you're going to see some severe weather. So Wichita Falls, I know I got a lot of people who watch. make sure that you pay attention, all right? And by the way, for folks that are in chat as well, if I'm saying your town area and stuff like that, you know, or just the general vicinity of your state, then pay attention accordingly, please. I'm not going to be able to, you know, say, hey, this specific city, this far out of thunderstorms happening is completely out of the risk. Or, you know, let's say someone asked about Bentonville, Arkansas, and they asked, all right, are they going to get hit directly by a tornado? Well, obviously I won't be able to know because models aren't like that. Models and computers, they aren't able to accurately predict as to where a tornado will go directly through, all right? So all I will be able to say for Bentonville, Arkansas, is you have the highest chance of seeing a tornado out of all the risk here today, all right? That's what I can say, all right? But if you were to give me an idea and say, all right, what's happening in northeastern Oklahoma? Well, northeastern Oklahoma can more than likely see the chance for a tornado. That's so much easier for me to be able to tell you guys instead of me looking through and finding a little town, a little city, and then saying, oh, there it is. All right. Because I'm trying to, you know, that takes a lot of time, and I want to try and get out to as many people as I possibly can. So if you guys can tell me the portion of the state that you might be concerned about, I'll be able to let you know. It'll be pretty easy. But once again, folks that are over here along the Red River, this is area number 2 that we're going to be watching. Along the Red River and north of the Red River here over into portions of southern Oklahoma, this is another area that I'm going to want to watch. All right, so once again, we have area number 1, which is north central Missouri into western Illinois. We have area number 2, which is going to be the Red River. All right, area number 3 is going to be northeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Kansas, southwestern Missouri, right there. Those are the main areas that I'm going to be watching out for here. There's going to be storms that are going to form over near Enid, and they're going to kind of meander on through. For a while, they are going to be pretty multicellular to multi-supercellular. And usually when you have a bunch of thunderstorms that are together, it kind of fights for dominance over the environment. You need one storm to really be able to kind of take over and be able to be significant in order for it to really drop something, to put down a tornado, if you will. But once you start to get into that portion there, right along the border of southeastern Kansas, northeastern Oklahoma, southwestern Missouri, maybe even northwestern Arkansas, that is where we could potentially see some convergence and some discrete cellular modes as storms start to try and get away from each other a little bit, try and take advantage of all the space that is around. So that's something that I really think should be something to watch. Folks that are over near Oklahoma City, you might be asking, well, what about us? You didn't mention our area. Why should we not be in the main area of tornadoes? And all I got to say for you is, listen, you are in the risk for tornadoes, but you got something even worse than that. This right here is our risk for severe hail. And I'll tell you what, guys, this probably will be the main threat for severe weather for the majority of the day. We have such a significant risk for hail across the board that there is a good chance that a lot of people could be seeing golf ball sized hail or larger. And this is just to say, even in general here, if you're in a severe warning where I say a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning, you must get indoors and you must stay away from windows, because I have seen golf ball sized hail fall from the sky, break windows, break windshields, and hurt people. And I don't want people, at least on my stream, to be hurt. So it is important that folks take the warnings from the National Weather Service very seriously and actually get to some form of safety. So one thing that I must mention for everyone here is in this giant black circle with dotted lines in the middle, this is your significant risk of seeing large hail. Everywhere in this area, there is a 10% chance or greater probability of seeing hail larger than golf balls. And that in itself is pretty significant. It just so happens, however, that the area where there is the highest likelihood of seeing severe hail, which is quarter-sized hail or larger, is over here in the portions of Oklahoma and the Red River. this is where you could probably see a lot of supercells, maybe even some supercells that can merge, and thunderstorms that could probably become very large in size. And this is the reason why the Storm Prediction Center has issued that 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale for this portion of the United States. It is because there is a significant amount of storms that are likely to form in this area. Now, sure, as I mentioned, there is the threat for significant tornadoes within this area, but because of the fact that there is going to be so many thunderstorms surrounded in the area, it is very similar to the reason why I said that the storms up here in northeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Kansas, southwestern Missouri is going to be the area to watch and not areas that are further west. It is because the storms that form originally into portions of central and northern Oklahoma will likely be multicellular to multi-supercellular, which means there will be a lot of storms that are right next to each other in close vicinity. And when you have that, it's very hard for storms to kind of battle for dominance and to be able to be more significant than the other. So if you think of it this way, all right, if I were to be with friends and I go to, say, a McDonald's and I order one 20-piece chicken nugget meal, all right, this is just an example, all right, and I have, say, 4 other friends, I have to give, likely if I wanted to share, 4 nuggets to each person. I might steal 1 nugget from someone. But if I get that 20-piece nugget by myself, I can eat all those 20-piece, all those nuggets, all for myself. It's the same premise with thunderstorms, believe it or not. Thunderstorms look at the moisture in the environment and they say, there's not enough to go around, buddy. You either move it or lose it. It's simple as that. So when I talked about how Oklahoma here, the reason why I thought that was going to be not as big of a tornado risk, it is based off of that premise alone. All right. So just something that I wanted to let you guys know, kind of as an eye opener as to what I really mean. And then we also have the significant wind risk. And before I get to that, I also want to shout out some people who are supporting the channel. Tabletop Geek with the 5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Says, what's your thoughts on Wednesday for Eastern North Carolina? I think there could be some spotty severe weather. I definitely think it's possible. But it's a little too far out for me to say specifically as to what could happen. If you reapproach this with me later on tonight, when the new model runs come out and there isn't any significant weather ongoing, I'll be able to tell you again. But for right now, I don't really see too much contrast to today and tomorrow. Felicity with the 32 months, thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. Says, are you surprised about the moderate outlooks for either today or tomorrow? Not entirely. I thought if there was a couple more model runs, maybe they would put the moderate. So if that was the thing that I would be surprised about, it would be the fact that they pulled it so early. But I kind of understand. And then lastly, I also want to mention here, and you know what? We could even go on to this to kind of show you the significant wind risk here for everyone. Portions of Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Fayetteville, Joplin, Springfield, Columbia, St. Louis, all the way down to Cincinnati, and then portions of Evansville, Springfield, and Indianapolis is in this giant red risk. This is where the threat for severe wind could exist. A lot of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts localized within some of these storms. But they have recently issued a hatched risk of their own. You can see this giant silver area here on your screen. This is where you could potentially see hurricane-force wind gusts or stronger. And it is likely to be that when storms start to move from the evening into the overnight hours, that is when the significant wind risk is really going to take place in this environment. So for folks that may be watching this and they are from portions of Missouri, from portions of Arkansas, from portions of Oklahoma, and even into portions of Illinois, this is what I'm talking about here for you all. All right, we've got the whole shebang of severe weather. Once again, a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here today for portions of Oklahoma and a very slim portion of northern Texas. We have a massive 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in this orange, as you guys can see, extending from Dallas-Fort Worth all the way up into Kansas City to St. Louis and as far east as Cincinnati. So if you guys are in those areas, you're going to want to watch out for the threat of severe weather here today. Little Rock, I will say, though the threat for severe weather is likely going to occur for you guys overnight today, you don't have to watch out quite yet. It'll be a lot later on tonight when stuff will actually start to be in your area. I also want to mention here real quickly as we move over back to my side screen here, we do have some initiation of our showers and thunderstorms that are starting to form. You can see the billowing of some thunderstorms that are over here just to the west of the Oklahoma City metro area. So something to watch out here. These little blips of these orange and red indicate some very heavy precipitation. And of course, once those start to become larger and larger, we could be talking about stronger and stronger thunderstorms. Now, I also want to mention tomorrow. And the reason why I want to mention tomorrow is because today is not just the only day for severe weather. It is also going to be tomorrow. This is a multi-day tornado outbreak that is likely to happen. And you can see that for tomorrow, Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024, we have another one. Another 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale that is localized into portions of Ohio and the surrounding areas. And for folks that may be living over here, I recommend you watch out for this very, very carefully. Actually, as a matter of fact, I believe personally that this area over here, a lot of this stuff could expand, and a lot of this stuff could be maybe, possibly, even upgraded. We'll have to see how model runs continue to trend based off of how significant model runs have been uptrending over the past few days. Certain parameters, I would not be surprised, could be upgraded. I was very surprised that they issued a 4 out of 5 this early, but based off of the confidence that the model runs have been giving, this is not exactly all too surprising at this time. I want to go back over here. I'm going to go over to our outlooks. I'll show you guys specifically the categorical outlook for tomorrow here on this map. You can see here that portions of Columbus, Mansfield, Lima, Cincinnati, Parkersburg, West Virginia, all of those areas are in that 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. You can also, and this is just me here, you can also potentially expect this to move a little bit further up towards the north. We could probably see that red get up into areas south of Toledo, maybe over in towards the Findlay area, the Van Wert and the Tiffin areas. We'll have to see. That's a bit of a nitpick on my end more than anything. But folks that are over there are going to need to watch. And then we also have the massive area of orange. This is our 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale as well. This goes as far north as Cleveland to Pittsburgh, down through Charleston, West Virginia, Knoxville, Tennessee, down into Huntsville, and then even down into Birmingham and Nashville. So folks that are over there are going to need to watch out. Indianapolis, Louisville, all those areas are going to potentially see some strong severe weather here tomorrow. And once again, this is a multi-day tornado outbreak that is likely. And you can see here, based off of this graphic as well, we also have an increase in probabilities in regards to the tornado threat. I've mentioned the yellow, that is a 10% chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. Tomorrow, there is a higher probability within this red, which is a 15% chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. In addition, of course, you also see this black line with the dots in the middle as well. This is also our significant tornado risk that is likely to be embedded within this massive wave of severe weather. And so this ranges as far as it possibly can get. I'm actually going to measure here and show you guys this entire area. This is not the measuring tool. Haha. This is the measuring tool. This entire area ranges about 560 miles diagonally. This is a 560 mile length diagonally, which is just for reference, That is a very, very large area. And actually, I could probably pull it up here. The significant severe risk, the area square mileage of this tornado risk, as you can see right here, is over 100,000 miles. Over 17 million people are in the risk for significant tornadoes tomorrow. And it just goes to show you that there is some pretty intense severe weather anticipated tomorrow. So when I talk about how there is breaking news, this is likely going to be a tornado outbreak, it's not just today that I'm talking about, it's also tomorrow. And so we're going to be here covering it for as long as we possibly can be. Of course, if you guys would like to continue to see this unfold in front and hopefully get some information as to what is all happening, please be sure to stay tuned to the channel. Of course, hitting that subscribe button and turning on notifications would definitely help. It would also help if you guys would share the information with as many people as possible, because I showed you guys how widespread the threat for severe weather is going to be. And I'll even bring up the risk for severe weather here today, and I'll just kind of compare it. All right, you can see how large and how widespread severe weather is likely going to be over today. All right, you can see Oklahoma and Texas all the way up into the Midwest right in here. And then we can go to tomorrow, and I'll change this back up so that way we get to the regular outlook. And you can see this moves off into portions of a good chunk of the United States. Look at this. Goes from the Midwest all the way down to the deep south, southeast, mid-Atlantic. So we got a lot of people that are going to be impacted. So it'd be greatly appreciated if you guys were to share this information with as many people as possible. And also hit that thumbs up button down below. It may not seem like, it may not seem like it does a lot, but it actually helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm. If you hit the thumbs up button, it helps us get out to more and more people here on YouTube, which is exactly what we want. We want to try and continue to spread this information with as many people as possible. So hopefully people are not too surprised that even though it's April and it's tornado season, when storms meander through potentially into some people who may be watching the stream live, they may be ready. And that is what we want them to be. We want them to be ready. Let's go back over here. And once again, we have storms initiating right now. This is currently for today's event, west of the Oklahoma City metro area. You can see a lot of these little red blobs that are starting to pop up on the screen here. It looks like a bucket of spilled paint, but I assure you it is not. These are thunderstorms. These are thunderstorms that are currently forming across some of these areas here. And this is going to be something that we're going to want to watch, because as these storms continue to develop, we could potentially see them form more thunderstorms around them, or we could see them become relatively discrete. And the reason why we want to watch for how these things continue to materialize is if storms stay discrete, if they stay out by themselves, they are likely to take advantage of the environment a lot more than, say, if thunderstorms were to try and share it with each other. So if thunderstorms, or if more thunderstorms end up forming, we are likely to see more of a mixed mode to where thunderstorms are fighting for dominance. They can't really get all that strong. I mean, they can get strong. There's going to be a lot of hail. All right, let's put it this way. Baseline is there's going to be so much hail that's going to be occurring across the majority of the area. But when it comes to tornadoes, storms need to try and be a lot stronger, a lot more well organized than just these red blobs, as you can see on your screen. So it'll be something to kind of really watch and develop over the next couple of hours. Let's see. Someone asked where what I'm covering. I'm covering everywhere. All right. So see this entire area of severe weather here for today. All this area, the yellow, the orange, and the red, all of it is my jurisdiction. I cover all these areas. I try to get as many thunderstorms on screen for everyone as possible, so that way everyone knows what's going on. One thing I will say, however, all right, one thing I will say is that the storms that do end up being the most damaging get more of a priority than some of the other storms. Because I think it's fair to say that if there was a significant tornado that was ongoing and it was heading towards a town or even a big city, we are going to want to try and warn them ahead of time more than, say, a storm that is barely raining at all. So that's what I want to try and get across as well to everyone who may be in chat right now, that yes, there's a lot of areas that are going to see severe weather here today. And I promise you, I'm going to try and cover it to the best of my ability. I have 4.5 years of experience of doing this here on YouTube, and it'll be 5 coming at the end of June. I've done a lot of these. I will do the best that I can to try and make sure that everyone has the answers that they need, especially when it comes to the weather that's happening today. When it comes to the weather that's happening tomorrow, I'm going to try and mention it as frequently as I possibly can. Of course, because it's tomorrow, we still have a lot of time before then and now. So it's more just going to be about me telling people that there is another threat tomorrow and that folks should pay attention. But when it comes to specific areas, that's mainly going to be more of a nowcasting thing, a thing to where I'm going to be talking about the weather that's currently happening right now. So hopefully everyone understands. Hopefully, we all have little bit of an interesting time together. And hopefully I'm able to make sure that everyone can stay safe as long as they watch the stream. Let's go back to some of these storms here, because it looks like this storm that's over here in Kingfisher County, Oklahoma, is starting to develop a little bit of a hail core. Guys, see this here? These little pinks that are starting to develop? These are little pixels that are picked up by the radar, a little bit of noise that is picked up to where we could potentially be seeing hail. A lot of hail in this area. It's not that large, at least not right now. We're probably talking about almost an inch. So maybe we could be seeing a severe thunderstorm warning that could occur for portions of Kingfisher, Logan, Garfield, maybe Noble County, but I'm thinking Garfield and Kingfisher are going to be the main ones. Hennessy, as well as Dover, Bison, and Douglas. If you're in those areas over here in Oklahoma, you guys are definitely going to want to watch out. But once again, a bit of hail that's starting to form within this storm. We'll have to see how this thing continues to intensify, because it is going to intensify. I'm telling you right now, a lot of these storms that are starting to form over here into the central portions of Oklahoma, these are going to be the ones that are going to be producing some very large hail at some point today. And so watching how quickly they obviously intensify is going to be a thing to watch, but also how they intensify. And I'll get a little bit more into that once, of course, these storms end up becoming a little bit more significant. Thank you guys so much, by the way, for helping sharing the stream with as many people as possible. If you could, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps spread the information with as many people as possible. And of course, if you know anyone that's interested in stuff like this, or if there's more severe weather, or people that could be in the severe weather that need questions answered and stuff like that, please feel free to copy the link to the live stream and share it with them all. People are also asking in chat if I'm going to be live tomorrow. The answer is yes. I'm likely going to be live. I was considering storm chasing tomorrow, but as I've thought about it more and more, this event is going to likely become a lot more significant, especially as we get closer and closer into tomorrow. So I want to continue to be on here live for you all. So hopefully you guys kind of have a good opinion as to what all is happening. I also have a fly that's in my room, so I have a fly swatter next to me. Hopefully I can dispose of that fly and do something with it. Otherwise, it's going to annoy the crap out of me for the rest of the stream. I also want to shout out some people here. People who have supported the stream here recently. Will Hutton with the 5, thank you so much, says, Cincinnatians should also keep an eye out for flood/flash flood warnings. A lot of rain that is going to be coming through here over the next 72 hours. And that is a very good point. It is a very good point. It is likely to be at least over an inch because there are going to be multiple showers and thunderstorms that are going to be running over just that general area along the Ohio River and the Ohio Valley in general. So folks that are over there are really going to want to watch out for the threat of flash flooding. Once again, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways because they can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. Joe Burnell with the 5, thank you so much, says, am I in a slight risk here in Oxford, Kansas? I believe so. If Oxford is where I think it is, I believe you are. I'm going to look it up here on the side. Oxford, Kansas is, I'm pretty sure it's south of Wichita. I think you guys are, yes, you are. And speaking of that portion of the state, see this giant yellow box, ladies and gentlemen? Giant yellow box. This right here is a severe thunderstorm watch that just got issued by the Storm Prediction Center. We are talking about large hail and isolated very large hail events to 2.5 inches in diameter likely, scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour possible, and a tornado or 2 is possible. So within this yellow box right here, this yellow box here in southeastern portions of Kansas, a severe thunderstorm watch has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. Lace with Lacey with the membership. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And then Kim Ritt with the 10. Thank you so much. Guys, I really do appreciate the support that you guys have been giving to the channel. All the money goes back into the YouTube channel, and I really do appreciate all who has supported me here, especially up to this point. So thank you guys so much for the constant support. Once again, guys, I'm going to go over where the severe weather is here before we get back into the coverage, because there's more storms that are forming, and you can even see that right above me. I'm going to have that up there so that way you guys can see the thunderstorms developing as I talk about this. Just briefly, however, we do have the massive risk for severe weather here today. If you are in this yellow, orange, or red, you should pay attention here today. Otherwise, if you are not, then you guys are good. All right. So I saw someone that asked about New Jersey. New Jersey's fine. All right. Trust me. New Jersey's fine for today. But if you were to ask me about, say, Oklahoma City, trust me, Oklahoma City's going to get a lot of activity today. All right. So you are going to want to watch very, very closely. But we have the massive threat for significant severe weather here today with a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale that has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. That is for portions of Oklahoma and northern Texas. We also have a massive 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale that has been issued for portions of the southern plains up into the Ohio Valley. This includes Dallas-Fort Worth. This includes Kansas City. This includes St. Louis and all the way over into Cincinnati. So folks that are over in those areas are definitely going to want to watch out for the threat of severe weather here today. We also have the threat for severe weather tomorrow. This is a multi-day tornado outbreak that is likely. This is going to be moving off into portions of the Ohio Valley, as well as into portions of the northern deep south, over into the Appalachians. So folks that are over there are really going to want to watch out as well. You can see here that we have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale for portions of Ohio as well. So if you're over there into portions of Cincinnati, Columbus, Parkersburg, West Virginia, areas just to the west of Wheeling, you guys are really going to want to watch. All right. The threat for tornadoes are likely in these areas. It is likely that there is going to be a tornado outbreak within this general vicinity here in this red. And then, of course, areas that are outside of that here in the orange are definitely going to want to watch out for the threat of significant tornadoes as well. So please be sure to watch out for this too. Video work with the 2. Thank you so much. Says, how is the Dallas-Fort Worth area looking for today? That is a good question. So real quickly, I'm going to pull this up here because I believe this is very helpful. Plus, someone was generous enough to support the channel. So usually when you super chat, and this is not to advise anyone to super chat, because I try to look through chat as best as I possibly can. I try to answer as many questions as I can, but there's so many people to go through that it's kind of difficult to be able to go through every single person's say question. But I do want to try and look through. I want to try and see what could be happening here for the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. So I'll pull that up, and you can see we have our time up here. It might be a little small, so of course I'll be able to audibly tell you as well. But storms are likely to move on through the area or near the area sometime around 9 or 10. So 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock is going to be something to watch, but it's going to be hit or miss. A lot of these storms that are down here in the portions of Texas have this hit or miss activity because there's a limiting factor in the environment. And I'll explain that more as I pull up the radar, because I feel like that is also going to help being able to kind of illustrate as to what's happening. But for the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, don't pay attention to exactly where this storm is, all right? Where this storm forms, it could be further north, it could be further south, it could be somewhere. But the fact of the matter is, the model says that some storm could potentially form near the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. It'll be moving near there at about 8 to 9, maybe 10 p.m. tonight, Central. Let's go back to the severe storms here real quickly, because as I said, I want to try and make sure that everyone gets an idea as to what all is happening. And, you know, just one thing to make a notice before I also go into stuff that's a little bit more than that. I want to talk about what this storm here in Hennessy is really doing. Now, here's a cool thing that I'm pretty sure no one else really on YouTube will have. And this is one thing that I'm going to be doing a lot more often. So I said in the beginning of the stream, I'm going to be bringing old me back. Old me back is being brought back. All right. If that made sense. We're going to take a 3D. We're going to take a 3D of this storm, and we're going to kind of show you as to what these storms actually look like. And you might be wondering, well, wait a second. Usually with radar, you can just see from a 2D aspect. It's almost like playing a video game. How can you be able to show me, who is watching the stream, what these thunderstorms look like? The answer is that with this radar program that I have right now, you can filter the type of data that the radar is looking at. So you see these thunderstorms right here? All right. You want to know why I think that that thunderstorm that is north of Kingfisher in Kingfisher County is going to be severe? You see this? You see this little bump at the top of the storm? All right. That's not there, you know, by accident. There's a little bump right there. All right. And actually, I might be able to zoom in just a little bit better. There you go. See that? See this little bump right here? A little bump. These are overshooting tops. This is where the storm and its updraft takes all the moisture that is down here that storms have to try and get in order for it to sustain, and it pulls it up into the storm. And if the updraft is strong enough, it'll actually make these little bumps at the top of the cloud where it's called an overshooting top. And these overshooting tops indicate strong and robust convection. And that is exactly what we see here on our 3D radar imagery, which is pretty crazy to see. So we have that. And then I also want to be able to, and this is when we start to get our supercells that become a lot more significant. So when we start to see supercells, you guys, of course, can tell me in chat, hey, you know, let's see the 3D of a supercell in chat. We'll be able to tell where the mouth of a thunderstorm can be. And you guys might be wondering, Nate, what do you mean mouth of a thunderstorm? It's not living, it's not real. And you're absolutely right. They're not real. I mean, it's thunderstorms, like what I mean by real is they're not living. may seem like they're living, may think like it, they may think, you may think they have a mind of their own. In a way, they do. But thunderstorms, just like us, just like people, need a way for them to be able to sustain. For us, it's food. You can think of any bit of food that you've ate today or yesterday or whenever, the last time you decided to eat. You can think of water. You can think of liquids and stuff like that you've drank. That allows us to live, right? For thunderstorms, that is moisture and instability of the air mass. Instability basically is the thunderstorm food. That's the best way I can explain it. But thunderstorms need to be able to consume this food somehow. And by looking at this here, this thunderstorm that is popping up right now is trying to develop a larger mouth. It is not doing a very good job right now. But when this thing starts to become more significant, you are going to be in for a heck of a surprise. And you can already see it is trying to start to do so right now. And because of that, the National Weather Service has just issued its first severe thunderstorm warning of the day. Severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Kingfisher, Garfield, and Noble counties here in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect for another 46 minutes. So that will expire at 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So folks that are in Hennessy, Bison, Douglas, Covington, Fairmont, Garber, and Billings, if you are over there, it is recommended that you guys get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. The threats associated with this storm do include 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So that is another thing that you guys would likely have to pay attention to as well. I mean, I'm going to be honest here, and this might just be a me thing, but I think I might also be able to speak for everyone else here in the chat. Being pelted by hail is not wonderful. All right? If you've ever been outside and you've had sleet or hail hit you, it's not a very nice feeling. It's not. So just don't go outside. Just don't go outside until the storms pass you. Once they do, you'll be okay. But yeah, once again, severe thunderstorm warning with this storm here in Hennessy that is starting to move on through. Give it about 5 or 10 minutes for the folks that are in Hennessy here in Oklahoma, and that storm should finally be able to move on through. If you're just tuning in here right now, this is day 1 of 2 for the threat of a tornado outbreak across portions of the United States. If you are in these areas that I am about to show you, which, by the way, that's a new mesoscale discussion that I'll have to show you guys here in a second. I'm hiccuping all over the place. If you are in any of these areas in the yellow, the orange, or the red, and I'm going to take this off so that way you guys can see. The yellow, the orange, or the red, the threat for widespread severe weather is likely in these areas. Now, it is more likely as you get closer towards the red area. So this is how I basically describe it to folks that are new. The area here in the dark green, this is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Severe weather is pretty sparse. It's pretty scarce, I should say. It's not that frequent. Areas that are in the 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, this is really interesting, all right? Because the 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, I personally believe is kind of like a hybrid. You can either get stuff or you don't. And in a lot of these instances here today, the 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale is going to be exactly that. You either get some severe stuff or you don't. However, once you start to get into the 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, that's when certainty starts to become a lot higher. It's starting to be a lot more likely for severe weather to occur. So for areas that are near Dallas-Fort Worth, Kansas City, St. Louis, Cincinnati, Springfield, Missouri, you guys are definitely going to see the threat for severe weather within your areas. This includes Evansville, Fayetteville, Joplin. You guys know the deal. And then, of course, we have our 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. This is a moderate risk of severe weather. Why they decided to say moderate is a 4 out of 5 and enhanced is the 3 out of 5? I mean, the wording doesn't sound exactly, as if it took a step up, but I guess it did. But that's a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. That is for portions along the Red River, the border of Oklahoma and Texas, all the way up towards the border of Kansas and Oklahoma. This includes Oklahoma City, Ardmore, Lawton, Ada, Muskogee, Tulsa, Bartlesville. So the folks that are in some of these areas are going to want to watch out. Obviously, the 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, that sounds pretty bad, all right? But I don't want to take away from the fact that the other people that are in the 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, this includes Kansas City, Columbia, St. Louis, all the way over into Cincinnati and Evansville. You guys will also see the threat for severe weather here today. And if severe weather does exist in your areas, I am not going to just focus on Oklahoma. That is not what I'm going to do. I am going to talk about as much activity as I possibly can, so that way everyone who may be watching live on stream may be able to understand which storms are significant and which storms are not. So hopefully for those that are here on stream, hopefully those that may be at home wondering as to what all is going on, hopefully you guys are able to understand. I'm going to try and do my best here to interpret as much as I possibly can, and just make sure that the folks that are in these areas here today, if you know anybody who lives in these areas, just send them a text message. Let them know, hey, stuff could be going on. It would also be greatly appreciated, before we continue with our coverage here, that if you are enjoying this content, please be sure to hit that subscribe button down below. And if you would like to be constantly updated, because we do have another thing happening tomorrow, and I'm going to get to this here in a second, please be sure to turn on channel notifications. Because as we go into this here, I'm going to show you guys what's happening tomorrow. We have another 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, and this is for portions of Ohio. I'm going to outline, all right, actually, I wonder if I can. Data, I wonder if I can. And I might have to experiment with this on the side screen, and that's okay if I do. I'm going to just outline the entire state of Ohio right here. It is a weird drawing, so I apologize. But there is the state of Ohio right there. Portions of Ohio is under this 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Within this area, we are expecting a tornado outbreak that can be from Cincinnati all the way up to Lima, maybe even north of Lima, moving through Columbus and Mansfield over towards the Akron area, as well as Canton, Parkersburg, and Portsmouth. And not just in this area here within this red, we could also be potentially seeing the threat for tornadoes that can move all the way down through areas of Louisville, Lexington, near Indianapolis or east of Indianapolis, all the way down into Knoxville, Nashville, and potentially even Huntsville and Birmingham. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas or around those areas that I just called out for, I highly advise that you let them know that tomorrow is going to be day 2 of this tornado outbreak that's going to occur. So hopefully everyone stays safe throughout this event, because there is going to be a lot of activity. A lot of activity. Let's see. Farmer Matt with the 20. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. This is meant to say sup. Thank you so much for the 20 super chat. I really do appreciate that. Griff with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, what's the timing for severe weather in Jonesboro? I'll be able to show you here in a second. I'm going to move this over to Arkansas. Move this back over. Time up here once again. So if you want to follow through, you can. But Jonesboro is likely going to see the threat for thunderstorms to move on through sometime around 2 to 3, maybe even 4 o'clock in the morning. But it's not really expected to be too crazy. So there's Jonesboro right there. You can see storms move near the area, but it's not exactly super significant that move on through. So that's kind of the good news with that. Thank you so much, by the way, for the $2 super chat. Then Highlander with a 5 says, I'll be chasing tomorrow, stationing out of Cambridge, Ohio. You'll try to live stream. Please be safe. All right, these storms are going to be moving stupid fast. Highway speeds here. All right. If the police could pull over some of the storms tomorrow, they'd be filing them for 10 over the limit. So please be safe out there. Try to be able to try not to get hurt. But thank you so much for the 5, and I'll be watching out for you. I'll be trying to see if what all could happen out there. Okay. I want to talk about the storm that's currently severe right now here in Hennessy. I know a lot of people are like, all right, what's happening with my specific area here, like Kansas City or St. Louis or here in Missouri? One thing that I will say is for folks that are not near major cities, if you could try and substitute the town that you live in to the portion of state that you're in. Like, obviously I know where Springfield, Missouri is, so I'll be able to go straight to Springfield, Missouri. But if I didn't know where Springfield, Missouri is, and if it was a town of like 1,000 people or 5,000 or 10,000 people, if you could substitute Springfield, Missouri by saying southwestern Missouri, that I'd be able to pick up on that way quicker than, say, looking up here on Google Maps for every single individual person and trying to figure out where storms could form or what storms can do within your area. So that would be greatly appreciated if you guys could say stuff about that. But I want to talk about this storm here real quickly, and then I'm going to talk about what people could specifically see here in a bit. All right, so give me a second. I'll be able to figure it out for you. This storm here that's near Hennessy is starting to pulse. All right, we have a bunch of these thunderstorms that have formed recently, and you'll be able to see here, they popped up and then they kind of just formed all over the place in 2 spots. You have this one that is over here just to the north of Hinton, Oklahoma. And then you have this one that's over here near Hennessy that we've been talking about that has the current severe thunderstorm warning. What's interesting about this storm is that this storm was looking pretty strong, and I'll actually stop it and go back a couple of frames. You can see that over here when it was near Hennessy, we actually had this storm that had a lot of red, a few pinks, even a lot of pinks here as well. And then over the couple scans that it existed, it kind of just lost a lot of its intensity. And the main reason for that is because there is a lot of stable air. So I talked about instability, I should say, when the storm was trying to ingest a lot of food, thunderstorm food. When I talked about moisture and instability being thunderstorm food, what's currently in the atmosphere above these thunderstorms is some stability, some stable air. And that is the reason why some of these thunderstorms form and then they kind of just die out for a bit. Nothing can become really too sustained for right now. So expect a lot of this for at least the first hour or two before we may see a thunderstorm try to become consistent. And when we start to see those thunderstorms be consistent and be out by themselves, those storms are likely to become more tornadic. So we have this one here that just formed near Hennessy. You can see earlier it was over near Loyal, Oklahoma, and it was just kind of this general blob, this blob of orange, maybe a little bit of red. And up until recently, it's now started to become a little bit more significant with some of these magenta colors. And this hail can probably be in upwards of quarter sized. We might even be talking about $half sized hail if this thing continues at this rate. So we'll just have to see. But folks that are near Bison, Douglas, Covington, Fairmont, as well as Garber and Billings here in Oklahoma, it is likely that you guys are going to want to continue to stay indoors because you're going to get hail. You're going to want to. All right, just trust me. You don't want to be pelted by hail. It's not fun. It's not fun. BR Utah with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support to the channel. Says thanks from a fellow weather nerd. Great job. Well, thank you so much for supporting me here on this channel. I really do appreciate it. All the funds that we get are from contributions like you, and it immediately goes back into this YouTube channel. So thank you so much. But yeah, this is the main area of activity that we're watching right now. We do have a couple other thunderstorms that are forming near Covington and Lucian, as well as Perry in Oklahoma. That could eventually cross over I-35 here. This is north of Oklahoma City. So folks that are in Oklahoma City right now, you guys are currently sitting pretty right now. You guys are good. But we do have some thunderstorms that are likely going to be moving off towards that Ponca City area, and you guys will have to watch. In addition, we also have another thunderstorm that is trying to move on about over here near Deer Creek and Brahman. If you know anyone that lives over here near Arkansas City, as well as Hackney here on the Kansas side, so you can see here, this is the border of Oklahoma and Kansas. If anyone that is watching right now lives on that side of the border here in Cowley County, Kansas, say that 3 times as fast. I'll tell you what, Cowley County, Kansas, that is a tongue twister. You guys are going to have to watch out. You guys might see some more severe weather that could move off into your area. I would not be surprised by that at all. All right, we're going to start getting into what people can see. All right, because as I said, a lot of thunderstorms are forming over here in the portions of Oklahoma and maybe even starting to move off into Kansas. But there's a lot of severe weather across the board. A lot of severe weather across the board that people are expected to see. And we're going to want to continue to kind of give everyone a general idea of what's going on. Farmer Matt with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Says, I'll be in and off again, but hopefully by 23Z you'll be on. That'll be around the time in which stuff starts to move about. So it'll be pretty crazy at that point. So I brought up this map here again because for right now, I think this is going to be the best way for me to kind of illustrate what's going on. And I'm going to pull this up through, if I can find models. I don't think I can find models. That actually sucks a little bit. I'm going to have to go into GR model. There's a new tornado watch that just got issued, by the way. We'll talk about that here in a second. But I want to show you guys here. Wow, actually, this is a very small. I'm going to have to pull that over to the side. Let's talk about the tornado watch first. Let's talk about the tornado watch, and then we'll get on to the other stuff. That actually surprised me how small the font was. So I'll have to fix the font for everyone. But there's our new tornado watch. See this giant red box here, ladies and gentlemen? See this giant red box? This red box here is our tornado watch. So if you're in this red box, this is for areas north of Dallas-Fort Worth, up into Wichita Falls, Ardmore, Lawton, McAllister, OKC, up into Enid and Bartlesville, as well as Tulsa. You guys are in this tornado watch. Now this tornado watch here, the primary threats include a few tornadoes likely, with a couple intense tornadoes possible, widespread large hail and scattered very large hail events to 4 inches in diameter likely, scattered damaging winds likely with isolated significant gusts to 80 miles per hour possible. That is a lot. And I actually want to see if I can find NWS tornado. Look at that. Cool. National Weather Service tornado. There they are. And I'll show you, that's actually the, that's in Spanish. There we go. Do that for both. This is the graphic for a tornado watch here today. So folks that may be living in these areas, you are going to want to watch out. And once again, softball size hail. Can you imagine softballs falling from the sky? Man. No thank you. I definitely do not want to be outside during a storm that is going to have softballs falling from the sky. Just no. Almost done setting this up here, guys. And once I do, we will be set. I wish I could also have it automatically be updated, but I can't have everything in the world. All right, bottom stuff. There we go. Cool. And then that will be changed as well. So there we go. Bottom stuff. That's all done. So yeah, here's your tornado watch. Couple interesting things that I want to make a note of. 4.7, almost 4.8 million people live within this tornado watch. And notice how wind can also get up to 80 miles per hour likely. All right, this, we're talking here hurricane force winds. Hurricane force winds. That's pretty intense. So obviously hail is the main reason why this event is supposed to be as significant as it is. But I also want to highlight the other risks that could potentially be impactful to life and property, especially if we're talking about as widespread of a threat as we are looking at. So just something to kind of make a note of for folks that could be looking at this and be like, interesting. I appreciate everyone helping spread information to as many people as possible. If you guys continue to hit that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. And of course, that would be 100% amazing. Because we definitely need to get this out to more and more people if we're going to be expecting more severe weather to be impactful to as many people as we already think we're going to see. Yeah, that's cool. So I want to bring up that model thing up here again. We're going to bring the city label. We're going to change the font to 18. I'm going to say okay, and boom, we're golden. We're back. So, show you guys right here. This is, and I'm actually going to zoom in just a little bit more. This is the future. The future. Future. Okay? So, as storms are supposed to develop, okay? You can see we have an abundance of thunderstorms here. This is going to be at some time around 40 minutes from now. These thunderstorms are going to continue to move off towards the northeast. They're going to impact areas here of Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, and northeastern Oklahoma. Meanwhile, at about the top of the hour to another hour from now, there's going to be some thunderstorms that are going to try and form over here near Abilene and Snyder, Texas. This is going to move on through and get close to Seymour and Wichita Falls over the next couple of hours. And you can see they become pretty robust as well. Pretty robust, pretty widespread, and you have an abundance of thunderstorms that start to form across the board. At the same time that that is happening, all right, so we have our stuff that's over here near Seymour and Wichita Falls. We also are going to be having a few supercells that are going to develop over here in the portions of central Oklahoma. This is going to be around the 4 to 5 o'clock hours. 4 to 5 o'clock hours central daylight time. All right. And once storms form, they end up becoming very robust. Notice how in the span of 2 frames, that's 2 hours, look at how widespread that is. You have supercells that are over here in the portions of Ponca City and Bartlesville. You have supercells that get into Oklahoma City. You have stuff that gets all the way down to Ardmore. You even have another storm that forms over here near Bowie. You have all sorts of thunderstorms that form up and down the I-35 corridor, and that is expected to continue and move on through even into the overnight hours. This is, we're talking about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock now, to where we start to see storms move off into eastern Oklahoma. More storms move off into portions of Kansas and southwestern Missouri. And remember how when someone asked about Dallas-Fort Worth just a bit ago, if storms could form near their area? Look at that. More storms than just that one that we were talking about starts to form sometime around that 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock general time frame. And we could be talking about severe weather for the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. Now, I also want to talk about the threat that's up here towards portions of Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky. And this is pretty important too. So at about 4 to 5 central, we're going to start to see a lot of storms start to form here into portions of Missouri and eastern Kansas. These storms are going to be the ones that are going to move a lot further towards the east. And once we get towards the late evening into the overnight hours, you can start to see we have some storms that are out by themselves. You can see here near Springfield. You have some that aren't as much. And depending upon if we can get storms that can get by themselves, those ones will likely be the tornado producers. All right. So folks that could be watching the stream throughout the day today and be like, okay, what storms do I need to watch out for? The storms that are by themselves. The storms that are by themselves are the ones that are going to be the ones to watch. However, just because you see a bunch of storms that are kind of together, almost as if they're forming a conga line, if you will, doesn't mean that they can't be significant. And that's also the reason why, besides the tornado threat, besides the tornado outbreak that's going to occur both today and tomorrow, we're also talking about the threat, as I said, for large hail. And I mentioned the 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts in that tornado watch. The hurricane force winds from these thunderstorms are likely going to be an additional factor to watch out for. So one thing that I want to say here as we continue to watch these storms on the model develop, you can see they become quite a large, robust line that moves through portions of Illinois into the late evening and into the overnight hours as well. I want to mention that if you're in a mobile home, it is not recommended for you to be there while a thunderstorm is moving over your area. You should try to be in some form of sturdy building, as sturdy buildings are likely to be the safest option. If you have a building that is anchored to the ground, it is unlikely for storms to push over that house, unless if you're talking about, say, a strong tornado. However, I've seen mobile homes with the weakest foundations be blown over by 40-mile-an-hour winds. That's not very safe. So if you are over into portions of this orange or in this red, you can see here, you should be in a sturdy building tonight, because if thunderstorms move on through your area, they will likely be significant. So Tulsa will be okay, or is there going to be nothing you can do? Sorry, brains. That's fine. Don't worry about it. So I'll go over it one more time, and I'll just kind of go over the general gist of it here in this case. everyone look at the screen you can see in front of you. All right, I'm going to take off all the radar. I'm going to take off all the warnings. All you guys see are these colored contours. These colored contours. If you live in the yellow, the orange, or the red, you are supposed to be watching for severe weather here today. However, if you are in the orange or in the red, it is likely that you are going to see severe weather. Pretty likely. Especially if you are in the red. Okay? So, if you know anyone that lives in these areas, or if you live within these areas, either let them know or let yourself know, I guess, that there's going to be some severe weather here. The red is going to include areas like OKC, Tulsa, Ada, and Ardmore. The orange is going to include Dallas, Fort Worth, Wichita Falls, Joplin, Springfield, Fayetteville, Arkansas, Kansas City, St. Louis, Columbia, Evansville, Indiana, as well as Cincinnati, Ohio. So if you know anyone that lives within those areas, you definitely should watch out for the threat of severe weather across the board over there. And as I said, I'm going to be covering all of these areas. All right, we have a bunch of areas where there is going to be the potential for severe weather here today. I'm not just going to focus here on Oklahoma. There's also going to be severe storms across the board. Once again, in Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, and of course, there also is some more severe weather that is going to occur tomorrow, which we will talk about here in a second. Just a brief kind of gist we'll mention for tomorrow. But we want to talk about what's happening right now. And we have some severe weather that is ongoing here at this time. I'm actually going to pull up this, and we'll just have the live camera for Norman, Oklahoma on the side. But we have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. We mentioned the one that was over near Hennessy is now starting to kind of congeal into like a bunch of pulse storms. So storms that be significant for a few minutes, and then they give way to other storms that start to be significant. And the cycle kind of repeats itself over and over again. But within a lot of these areas here, you can see a lot of these dark reds and these pinks, which indicate little bits of areas where some hail could exist. And if we actually go and backtrack over time, you can see there's this little storm that went over Hennessy. This was about, I would say, 40 minutes ago. It produced this little rectangle. You see this orange rectangle right here? I'll turn off the radar so you guys can kind of see it. See this little orange rectangle? This is a hail report that was brought in by law enforcement. 1 inch sized hail, so quarter sized hail, was reported over Hennessy. And that was from that one little storm right here. You can see same one that had dark reds and pinks into the magentas and stuff like that. And these storms are just going to continue to pulse. That storm died, a new storm formed, and it's just going to continue to be super repetitive. I'll tell you what, all these storms are going to be significant, and then they're going to not, because as of right now, there is a limiting factor in the atmosphere that is preventing a singular thunderstorm, all right? So any thunderstorm that you find here on this map from sustaining and becoming significant, all right? So you're going to have a storm that tries to be strong, produces large hail, then it's going to kind of weaken, die out a little bit, new storm's going to take its place, the cycle repeats over and over and over again. However, we have 2 more areas that are doing that, and one is over near the Red Rock area and the Marland area. We talked about this earlier as it was over near Perry and Lucian. And that will likely move off towards the Ponca City, the Caw City, and the Burbank areas. So if you guys live over there, once again, you have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Noble County, as well as Kay County and portions of Osage County, western Osage County. Severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts within those areas. And then we also have another storm that's over here near Kingfisher. All right. Kingfisher County, Oklahoma. Threat for quarter-sized hail over here. If you're in Kingfisher, there's a good chance that you guys could probably see some pretty large hail. We got a pretty large storm here. And let's see if I can actually get another radar here, because I'll be able to get another radar into the Oklahoma City area and show you guys another perspective, if you will. Another perspective. Perspectives in weather always help. Always help in the grand scheme of things. So, if we can get a new perspective here, we'll be able to show you. Farmer Matt with the 50, thank you so much. My goodness, I really do appreciate that. Wow. Thank you. I mean, that's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for the support, Farmer Matt. And once again, all these donations, all the funds that we get from streaming and making videos, most of them are from contributions like you people, and you guys keep us alive. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. Wow. Thank you so much for the 50. Here's the perspective that I wanted to give you guys. There's your storm that's heading into Kingfisher. And according to the radar, we're actually talking about hail that could be in upwards of 2 inches in diameter. Look at that. I'm really interested to see if they actually upgrade this severe thunderstorm warning from just a regular severe thunderstorm warning to the next level, a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Really interested. And you can see at the top part of the radar, you can see up there, the different colors and the different outlines of the boxes. They actually indicate what type of warning they are. So, yeah, really interesting if we see a severe thunderstorm warning that ends up becoming pretty significant. But yeah, if you're in Kingfisher here, near Dover, and then maybe eventually over into Lavelle and Marshall here in northwestern portions of Logan County, you guys might see some pretty strong severe weather. All right, I want to go over here. I want to show you all. I'm going to keep this radar up above me so that way you guys can see what's going on. Multi-day tornado outbreak is likely to occur. Today is day 1. Today is day 1. Day 2 is what you are currently seeing on your screen. The threat for significant tornadoes is likely in this red area here. And I'm going to outline the state of Ohio because these borders that I've created are not very good. And I'll have to fix that here in a second. There's the state of Ohio. And this red area is a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. We are expecting a tornado outbreak to be within that red area. And within the surrounding areas over here in this orange, we are expecting the threat for significant tornadoes, though not as high as the red area, of course. It is still a quite high chance for some tornadic activity. I'll show you guys this here. You can see the red is where the highest chance for significant tornadoes is likely to occur. And within the yellow area, that is where, though it's a smaller chance, it's still not that small of a chance, a difference, if you will. The red is a 15% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius. The yellow is a 10% chance. And within those areas, you can also see this black circle with dotted lines, almost looks like a kind of meshing, if you will. So within that mesh, right there is where the threat for significant tornadoes is likely. Well, if a tornado does form. This goes as far south as Huntsville, Alabama, so northern Alabama, all the way up into Murfreesboro, Nashville, Tennessee, Bowling Green, Lexington, Louisville, areas over into portions of Huntington, West Virginia, Parkersburg, West Virginia, and then all the way up towards Muncie, Cincinnati, Columbus, Mansfield, Lima, Canton, and Akron. So a lot of these areas here could potentially see the threat for significant tornadoes if a tornado does end up forming. So this is the reason why, not only we live stream today, we're going to live stream tomorrow. All right. So if you want to come back again tomorrow, because there's going to be more where today is going to come from. Seems how today hasn't even fully got to its peak yet. Please be sure to subscribe and turn on channel notifications. I promise you there's going to be a lot of severe weather over the next 48 hours. So we're going to be mainly talking a lot about today. We're going to be mainly talking about today a lot. So folks that might be interested in what's happening tomorrow, you have to understand there's a comparable risk for severe weather that's going to be ongoing today. And I'm going to want to try and make sure that the people who are being impacted right now at this moment are able to understand and be fully aware of what all is going on. St. Louis is in the risk for severe weather here today. You should definitely watch out for the threat of severe weather. You're in a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, but nothing as of right now is currently impacting your area. So you have another couple of hours before stuff really should be worth monitoring. What is the website to see soundings? If you wanted to see soundings off of models, Pivotal Weather is the one I recommend. I appreciate everyone helping me spread information with as many people as possible. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below. This actually helps us get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. What's going to happen in Maryland in the next few days? On Friday is probably, not Friday, jeez, on Wednesday. Thursday and Friday, it'll actually be pretty tame. Wednesday might see some localized severe weather. Might see. But it probably won't be super strong, which will be the good news. Be any severe hail in Dallas, Fort Worth? Yes. As a matter of fact, you guys are in the risk for strong severe weather. Although there isn't a watch for you guys at this time. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. That is over into portions of Indiana. So I'll have to pull that up here in a second. I'm going to have a lot of radars here today. I'm actually going to pull up several tabs and organize everything. Yeah, so we're going to have that. We're going to have this. Honestly, we also might as well put a radar over in Abilene for right now, and then we'll have a radar in Kansas City, and then we'll have a radar in Indianapolis. And that should be all right for now. We should be okay. Tulsa, Wichita, Abilene, Kansas City. All right. Let's take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning that is over here in Indiana. We're going to go back to the live camera that's over here in Norman, which, by the way, Norman looks very, very gray outside. it is, you know, I'll show you guys real quickly. That's Norman, Oklahoma, which is south of OKC by about 15, 20 minutes. Very gray. Very, very gray. That's a storm that is in Indiana that is trying to be supercellular. It is a very weird storm indeed. But this is a severe thunderstorm warning here. This is for portions of Monroe, Morgan, and Owen counties here until 4:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If you live near Ellettsville, as well as areas near Trevlack, that will eventually be in Brown County here in Indiana, you guys are going to want to watch out for some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Don't be surprised, by the way, if this storm over here near Harrodsburg, the southern portions of Monroe County in Indiana, that could potentially go severe warned as well if it continues to uptick in activity. Georgia's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. What radar do I use? I use a combination of Gibson Ridge 2 Analyst version 3. I love GR2 Analyst version 3. GR2 is honestly my favorite radar, and that's the one that I'm using right now. Super customizable, but costs a pretty penny. I also use Radar Scope and Radar Omega. Those are probably the cheaper options, and if folks want to be able to track it with me, especially on their phone, their mobile devices, I recommend one of the two. You can't really go wrong with either one. Got off school to see two moderates. Do I think either moderate will be upgraded to a high? It's kind of unlikely in my opinion, but if there was one, it'd be tomorrow. It wouldn't be today. Fun fact, for those of you who don't know, you cannot get a high risk through hail probabilities. You cannot. Well, there's your polygon that I was talking about. So they have upgraded it to a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball sized hail. Golf ball sized hail. And we'll go back to the Advanced Air Force Base radar. Kind of show you, look at this here, guys. It's gone from the reds and the pinks to pinks and purples. You see there's a purple pixel right in there. And that indicates a lot of hail. A lot of hail in that area. The other thing that I also want to mention here is our radar. If you look up here near KVNX, up there, okay? KVNX is our radar. It is northwest of that storm. See this little spike right here, guys? See this little jump in reflectivity? This right here is called a three-body scatter spike. What does that mean? Sounds like a bunch of hubba bubba. That right there is basically when the storm has so much hail to the point to where the radar actually thinks that there is more precipitation actually behind it, when really it's just the hail messing with it. And usually that is something that we look for when it comes to significant severe storms, ones that can produce very large hail. So there is a very good reason why this is now a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Now, not all the times does a three-body scatter spike indicate hail. Sometimes if you get a strong tornado, you can be see three-body scatter spikes, but in this case for hail, you can indicate that this is a pretty strong severe storm. And hopefully we don't have to see a three-body scatter spike for a tornado today, but I've seen it before. Even here live on stream. But not today. I haven't seen that today. Is southwestern Missouri under the gun for tornadoes? It is, I would say, you guys, if you get a discrete thunderstorm within your area, I would say so. But I think there's a couple other areas that have a higher chance of seeing some strong severe weather, tornadic weather than you guys. But there is a strong chance for tornadoes, some of which could be strong. How about Northeast Mississippi for today and tomorrow? Tomorrow, Jeremiah, you guys will have to watch. Today, you guys are good. So once again, bunch of severe weather that's ongoing here today. If you even look north on I-35, there's a couple severe thunderstorm warnings over here approaching the Ponca City areas. Notice there's also a lot more red and pink. And a lot of these reds and pinks, especially the pinks, that indicates a lot of heavy rain to large hail. Large hail, stuff like that. But when I was talking earlier about the threat for severe weather and why I said these storms initially will not be tornadic, I mentioned because a lot of these storms are going to have other storms within them, or other storms that are going to make it a multi-thunderstorm mode, a multi-supercellular mode. And in this instance, you can see that there are a bunch of little thunderstorms next to each other, especially this one over here near Covington. There's one right here. One favors hail. However, if you can get these little storms just like this to be by itself, which as of right now is looking like it's by itself, and that recent scan just made it really powerful from the hail department. This is the type of stuff that you can watch for potentially being tornadic. Now, for other reasons that I won't mention right now, because it's kind of a little complicated, it's not really that tornadic at this moment, especially with having a 3-body scatter spike going through it. But man, oh man, that's a lot of hail. It's a lot of hail. How high are we looking up? 4,100. How high are we looking up with this? 3,800. So this might be a better way. Yeah, look at how much hail has fallen from this storm right here. That's crazy to see. There is no upper level rotation. Upper level rotation. In the lower levels, there's nothing. There's not going to be anything that's happening at the surface. So, you remember when I said that we can 3D thunderstorms? Remember when I said that we can figure out what's happening with these thunderstorms and try to dissect it in a way? Well, that's what we're going to try and do with this thunderstorm right now. And right now, it looks like this thunderstorm. Oh my goodness. Look at that. I have filtered it so that I have only found hail. And I'm going to zoom out here real quickly. You see this on the left side? I'm going to change my pen to white. This is the scaling for how high up in the sky this goes up to. Our hail almost goes up to 30,000 feet. It comes up here from 30,000 feet and it drops straight down. Usually some storms go up to about 20,000 feet. So the fact that this storm is going as high as it is, man, oh man. I mean, we got a lot of hail within this one. And I also want to talk about the mouth of the thunderstorm that I mentioned earlier. So, right now, this storm does not really have a mouth, if you will. It's not really doing that great from a supercell department. Very powerful storm from a hail department. But when we're talking about something that is tornadic, it's lacking. I do not see a well-pronounced mouth on this thunderstorm. And we'll talk about that mouth here for a thunderstorm once we get a better example. But for right now, it is not tornadic. Very powerful, severe. Look at that. Look at how deep that purple is. Oh my goodness. That almost is in the toothpaste blue. That's what I'm now calling that color from now on. If we see anything in this, we're going to be seeing, hopefully, if it's not impacting anyone, light blue. It's like this light blue that's almost toothpaste. But this is deep purple. This is now, we're talking significant hail. Oh, the fly. I found the fly. Oh! I zapped it. I have no idea where it went, though. Hopefully it decided to consider. That fly's been annoying me for the past hour and a half. You don't even understand, chat. That fly just was, ugh. All right, well, now since we did that, hopefully the fly is gone. Hopefully. I don't think it is, but hopefully it is. Let's go back to the severe storm that's over here in Indianapolis's jurisdiction. Bloomington. Storm still looks like it's moving just to the north of Bloomington. Has a little bit of rotation, but not really too much. I still don't think that this storm would really be that tornadic as of this time. But we do have a pretty hefty thunderstorm. You can see a lot of the red, even a little bit of a pink. So this definitely has some severe characteristics associated with it. One thing that I also want to mention here as well. One thing I want to mention is you can see we have a little bit of a hooking on this. You see how this kind of arcs just like that? So that is usually a good way that we are able to kind of tell as to if we have a pretty strong thunderstorm. Supercells end up taking the shape of a hook. And it's, if I can try and find an image for you all, I might be able to show you guys what I mean. But a lot of supercells end up taking that hook appearance. And yes, all right, I found one. This right here is a good example. Good example of a hook. This was 2 years ago. This was a tornado that I covered in Iowa. And you can see the storm curled around just like this, like a little hook, just like that. Little hook, little appendage, like a little comma. And that's what we want to watch for. So you can see this storm here, although it's been rotated a little, a little bit, is trying a hook. It's trying. But it's not there yet. It's not there yet. So do I think Nashville, Tennessee area has a chance of getting a tornado? Yes, they do. 100%. They do. How's Brentwood, Tennessee gonna fare? Tomorrow you guys are gonna want to watch out. Today you guys are good. What's up, Matt? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I use Streamlabs? Yes, that is correct. Let's go back to the storm that is with the damage threat considerable near Lavelle. Once again, if you're near Marshall and Lavelle, as well as eventually areas near Orlando and Lucian here in Oklahoma, you guys are going to want to watch out. Storm with 2-inch sized hail. 2-inch hail. They are... That storm's coming over there. It'll be a while, though. Southern Indiana near Evansville. You guys today and tomorrow are going to want to watch out. Specifically tomorrow. Tomorrow there's going to be a lot of very strong severe weather near your area and even east. Let's go back. We haven't checked Abilene, Texas, so not even go back. Let's go over near the Abilene area because that is a good point. Someone brought up in chat. What about Abilene? Good question. There's a lot of storms in this complex right here. See this kind of blah. So it's kind of similar to what I was talking about in northern Oklahoma. A lot of these storms are not able to get by themselves. And if you can get a storm or two that can get by themselves, those would be the ones that would try to be a little bit more tornadic. But because they're all kind of congealed with each other, this is a lot of wind, this is a lot of hail. So if you're near Abilene, if you're north of Abilene, near Anson, Hamlin, Stamford, areas along I-20 from Sweetwater to Abilene, and then north along 277 and 83, guys are going to want to watch out. Wouldn't be surprised if a high-risk area gets labeled tonight or tomorrow morning. It would have to be tomorrow morning if they did it. It would have to be tomorrow morning. I need to see more consistency with some of the models. Yeah, no problem, Steve. I'm trying to get you guys as much information, especially since, the event's going to be happening here soon. We're going to start seeing more and more severe weather that's just going to pop off. And, of course, the tornadic activity is going to start becoming a pretty widespread here in a couple of hours. Discord DMs. Cool. All right, I'm going to be honest with you. I thought a 10 sig enhanced was good enough for right now, and then tonight, the new day one, they would have pulled the moderate. But they pulled the moderate pretty early. I was like, huh, okay. Interesting. Let's show you guys once again. Speaking of, we're talking about moderates and stuff like that. I want to try and make sure everyone is up to date with what I am talking about and with what all is going on. So I want to mention this is the outlook for severe weather here today. Okay. If you are in the yellow, that is a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. All right. We're starting with the 2 because these greens, they don't really matter all too much. If you're really wondering that badly, the dark green is a 1 out of 5 and this light green is a general thunderstorm. All right. We're not even talking about severe. On a severe scale, 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, orange is a 3, and then red is a 4. All right. If you guys live in the 2 out of 5, the 3 out of 5, or the 4 out of 5, you need to pay attention today, especially if you're in the 3 or in the 4. Because once again, day 1, the potential tornado outbreak is today. And then day 2 is tomorrow, in which we'll talk about day 2 here in a second. But this includes areas near the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, up into the Oklahoma City metro area, Tulsa, Fayetteville, Springfield, Joplin, areas to the east of Wichita, but not including Wichita, so Wichita is in the clear, Kansas City, Columbia, Missouri, St. Louis, Missouri, Springfield, down into the Effingham areas and the Mount Vernon areas, Evansville, Indiana, areas near and south of Indianapolis, and over into portions of Cincinnati. If you are near those areas that I just called out for, you need to pay attention to severe weather today. Okay? Hopefully everyone heard all those areas that I talked about. And if all those areas that I talked about sound familiar to you because you have friends or family or acquaintances that may live there, let them know. There's nothing wrong with telling them, hey, there's some significant weather going to be happening there today. Please be careful. All right? There is nothing wrong with someone doing that. And if you would like, for them to have some form of coverage. Let's say they're like, well, how do I know that there's going to be significant severe weather moving into my area? Send them the live stream. I kid you not. I'm going to be covering this all day here today. I'm going to be telling people what's going on and what's going to be strong, what's not. If you send them this live stream, I promise you, they're not going to miss really anything. There's going to be so many thunderstorms, and I'm going to be informing every single little area, every single little state that could be seeing some significant severe weather today. So feel free to let people know what's going on. And then day 2, tomorrow. Once again, day 2, significant tornado outbreak. This is for portions of Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Indiana. And this could extend all the way down into portions of Tennessee, Alabama, and small portions of Georgia and Mississippi. But the main area where we are expecting a tornado outbreak is around the Cincinnati area tomorrow, Columbus, Dayton, Lima, up into the Mansfield areas, and then down through Athens into Parkersburg, West Virginia, and then areas just to the west of Wheeling. So please be sure to watch out for that. People are asking about Chicago. Chicago, believe it or not, is going to be just a little bit too far north. A little bit too far north from this main activity of significant severe weather today and tomorrow. Once again, this is the outlook for tomorrow. So if you're in the orange or in the red, you definitely have to pay attention. If you're in the yellow, this goes all the way from the Gulf of Mexico all the way up towards Lake Erie. So we got a whole chunk of the United States that's going to be impacted here tomorrow as well. But yeah, this is tomorrow. This is today. It's a lot of severe weather. That is a new mesoscale discussion that just got issued for portions of Missouri. 95% watch probability. Storms capable of all severe hazards will move into far eastern Kansas and western Missouri later this afternoon. Tornado watch is likely within the hour. Storms have initiated in far northeastern Kansas. Really? Oh, wow. Yeah, they have. So they're going to be issuing a watch for portions of Missouri because of those storms that are forming. So now, since they have formed, I'm actually going to go over. I'm going to take a look and see what some of those storms could be looking like. So I'm going to go over to Kansas City's radar. And look at that. That's exactly the case. Look at how many of these storms have now started to pop off. So we have some areas of red over here. We have an area of red right here that has popped up. We have a couple areas that are over here just to the north of Kansas City as well. Now, a lot of these don't seem to be tornadic at this time. And I'm scanning through all sorts of my products, my little tools that I can use to assess what a thunderstorm does. I'm not seeing too much right now. They are sub-severe. They are below severe capabilities at this time. But yeah, they're definitely interesting to say the least. I appreciate everyone helping me out here. Thank you guys so much. We're going to continue to be live throughout the majority of the night, more than likely up into midnight at least. But if you guys would like to continue to once again kind of be with us here as we cover all the severe weather, feel free to do so. I want to make a note, show you guys a live view out of Norman, Oklahoma. It's pretty gray. pretty gray. Not really a whole lot of sunshine out. And usually that would be a kind of a precursor to if temperatures were going to rise. And that in itself can actually help severe weather be a lot more significant, but that's not the case here. It's pretty cloudy, which means the sun can't really heat up the ground, which means obviously temperatures can't really get that much higher. So we're kind of just dealing with a decent view. Could be better, could be worse. All right, our storm that is over here that is moving into Orlando, Oklahoma, is now starting to try to be supercellular. So this is where we start to get really mindful of what this storm can do. This is not just a giant blob. This is a storm that is going to try to hook. It is going to try. And I can tell oh, that's wonderful. I can tell that's the case because of some advanced little research that came out over the past couple of years. When you look at radar, you can look at it from a reflectivity perspective, which is what we're looking at right now. Tells us how much stuff the radar is looking at. And you can see we have reds, we have pinks and stuff like that. A lot of heavy rain, large hail. But you can also use velocities. Radar can be able to see winds that move away or towards. It cannot see winds that are moving perpendicular. So we have our radar once again up here, northwest of the radar, up there. And here's our storm. This is something called a left flank velocity enhancement. I call it an ELF, and that's what I'm going to call it from now on for the rest of the stream. A left flank velocity enhancement is basically when you have winds that move into the storm and into the mesocyclone, and it tries to spin the storm. A mesocyclone is, if you basically think, okay, cyclone, hurricane, right? Hurricane spin. In thunderstorms, you can have areas of spin, which could potentially be where tornadoes can try to form, and that is if the spin is strong enough. So you have a current of wind that is moving into an area where there could be some spin. And if I look up with height, our area of spin is not very strong at all. I'd be able to show you guys as to where the spin was if I had a good enough example. But all we have right now is a current of wind that is currently pushing its way into the southern side of the storm, which is where we could be maybe seeing a hook later on. But we'll see. Let's see. Photograph for it can't be. I'd have to look up in a second. What about Rich Hill, Missouri? So first off, I'm gonna do this once. In this instance, I'm gonna search it up on Google Maps because I can. But for people that don't live near major metropolitan areas, so let's say they didn't live near Wichita or they didn't live near Tulsa. If I wanted to find out, obviously I know where Joplin, Missouri is, but if I didn't know where Joplin, Missouri was, if you could try and substitute your town by saying, do you know what's happening in southwestern Missouri? That would be very helpful, because that way then I would know exactly what's happening. Instead of me having to look it up on the side and being like, all right, what's actually happening here? Oh, there it is, finally. So Rich Hill, they're going to potentially be seeing some tornadic activity here today, so you guys should definitely watch. At minimum, it's going to be severe weather. At minimum, there's going to be quite a lot of severe weather. So I definitely would monitor what all's going on. Okay, got that there. That's cool. But yeah, Rich Hill, Missouri. They're gonna be getting some severe weather today. They definitely are. Yeah, my keyboard is pretty loud. I think I need to get new. I need to get new keys. I also slam my fingers into them. I'm gonna actually move my microphone all the way up here. Pardon me. I'm gonna make noises. Told you I'd make noises. But that works. We have another one of our little rectangles. Except this time it's a little bit of a darker orange. This here is 2-inch size hail. That's from broadcast media. So hail larger than the size of golf balls associated with this storm here. It's heading up into Perry, Lucian, and Orlando, and eventually will cross over I-35. So if you know anyone that lives over here in the portions of Noble County, Oklahoma, please watch out. And look at this here, guys. Remember how I said this thing is trying to hook a little bit? There you go. There's your little hook. There is your little hook. Right in there. So, not all too surprising that this is trying to do what it's been, or it's trying to do what it's doing right now. I'm going to go back to Indiana. Storms are not really that significant as of right now, and there's even a couple storms that are near Cincinnati. Those ones don't look to be super significant either at the moment, but if a severe thunderstorm warning does get issued for your area, please do take that into consideration. I'm going to go back to Kansas City's radar here. Yeah, a couple of these storms here, they just don't really look as significant quite yet. You can see there's a lot of reds. There's maybe one storm that has some pink. One storm. And that would be this one near Union Star, Cosby, and Clarksdale. Other than that, all these other storms don't really seem to be super severe. Usually you'd want to see those pinks if you want to look for hail. And if you had a lot of those pinks, you could probably assume that it's going to be severe. Not exactly tornadic, if you will, but severe. So yeah, those ones over there in Missouri aren't really doing too much. I'll look at Wichita's radar. There's a new storm that's developing over here in southeastern Kansas, so it's actually not that new. We were talking about it when it was over near Arkansas City. It is now moved over near the, I believe this is the Granola and the Malign areas, near U.S. Highway 160. So this might try to be supercellular as well. We could be talking about another severe storm here. So if you're in Elk or Chautauqua counties here in Kansas, you're also going to want to watch out. Speaking of Chautauqua County, the severe thunderstorms that are over here from Ponca City all the way up into portions of Osage County here, These have widespread areas of large hail. I mean, look at all of these little pink areas within these storms. You see, especially this one. A lot of pink in that one. And these are going to be heading up into that county here soon. Chautauqua County here in Kansas. Do not be surprised if you get some severe weather. We're talking about a couple severe thunderstorm warnings here very, very shortly. So do watch out. Do watch out for the threat of some pretty strong severe weather. I appreciate you guys spreading the information with as many people as possible. Once again, if you would like to help us out, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. Helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm and spread this with more and more people. Hey, look at that. Now we're starting to get purple in that. Now we're starting to get purple. Yeah, that supercell that's over heading up in the granola and mulline, that one's going to be very, very interesting. That one, I'm a little interested to see what it could potentially do. It looks like a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for areas near Abilene and north of Abilene. There's portions of Nolan, Taylor, Jones, and Fisher counties here in Texas. If you know anyone that lives over here, please watch out. We're talking about quarter-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. What's the best radar to buy? You really can't go wrong with either or. I'm going to be honest with you. I use radar scope because it's a little more familiar to me, but Omega, from what I heard, is a little bit more user-friendly. Scope does have a product that I really like, though, that Omega does not. But Omega is a really good tool. As I said, you can't go wrong with either or. Now I'm starting to yawn. Why? I always get in this chair and I always start yawning. Happens every time. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have the threat for a multi-day tornado outbreak. Show you guys here for those that just tuned in. If you guys are in the yellow, the orange, or in the red, you are expected to see some significant severe weather here today. If you are in the orange or in the red, you guys are really going to want to watch out for significant severe weather. We're talking the threat for tornadoes within your area here in this yellow. If you're in this yellow, basically from St. Louis all the way to Columbia, to Springfield, Missouri, Fayetteville, Arkansas, Tulsa, Oklahoma City, you guys have the chance of seeing a strong tornado here today. So please be sure to watch out if you're in those areas. And then, of course, significant threat for hail here in the portions of Oklahoma and Texas, especially in this pink area. We could be talking about softballs falling from the sky. And I'll tell you what, if you're outside during a storm that has got softballs, woof. Be pretty crazy. New day one. I didn't see anything update, so it's probably nothing has changed. Probably. Crystal with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for streaming. Thank you. Bad storm anxiety. Streams help. Well, I appreciate that. I really do appreciate the kind words, and I appreciate you supporting the channel. I'll try and do as best as I can, of course, especially since we still got a long ways to go. But I appreciate the kind words. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. Yeah. Got a lot of severe weather here expected today. Once again, very significant hail threat for portions of Oklahoma City and Tulsa, as well as southern portions of the state of Oklahoma. Significant tornado threat here in this silver from Oklahoma City and Tulsa over to McAllister, Fayetteville, Joplin, Springfield, Columbia, and St. Louis. And then we also have a significant wind threat that is going to be overnight as well. And then extremely large hail threat as well. Why was Twitter hating on the NWS Broyles guy? Because people don't know any better and people think they know more than the Storm Prediction Center. It's stupid. Based off of what the model said last night, it's, you know, people would be able to understand why he issued that outlook. But no, people think they know it all. It's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I also want to mention for folks that could be in storms that have significant hail like that, softball-sized hail, you want to make sure that if you have any valuables outside, you bring them into some form of shelter. If you have a car, put them in a garage or a carport, something like that. Something that has a roof over it. If you have pets outside, bring them inside. I promise you, if you have a doghouse outside, it's not going to help. Especially if you have softballs coming from the sky. If you have any plants outside in pots that you want to bring in or that you like outside, not really going to help. Bring them inside. So, definitely watch out for that. If I get hailed on in Kansas, take photos and send it. I appreciate that, Ryan. Complicated because it'll be more into the overnight hours when that actually will be the case. And I also think the terrain also can influence it in a way. So I think if anything does go further into Morgantown, I think if anything, it'll be the probabilities of something being tornadic. Because if we go to the tornado probs, you can see that Morgantown is in the 10% chance for tornadoes. They are not in the significant risk for tornadoes, however. So if anything does get extended further east, it will probably be the significant threat for the tornadoes. Otherwise, I just don't see the moderate going that far east. And if it does, it'll be super crazy. Because once again, I used to live in West Virginia. I wouldn't, I barely can accept the fact that, Parkersburg is in a 10 or 15 chance for tornadoes. So, crazy. Very tired, yes, with a 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says, been watching since the Easter 2020 outbreak. You've come a long way since then. Keep it up. Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And, 2020 has been such a long time. By the way, it's a new tornado watch that got out. So for folks that want to go in the chat and do the prob game, feel free to do so. But I'll tell you what, that outbreak there, Easter 2020, man, seems like a while, but I definitely remember going over that. It's crazy. Woof. Yeah, it does occur, Mothman. But it genuinely depends upon storm motion, where they go. Because the Appalachians are just a little bit perpendicular to storm motion, I would assume that something could be influence. What I mean by storm motion is the direction in which storms are moving. So storms are going to be moving a little bit more to the northeast. Some of the mountains in there aren't exactly positioned southwest to northeast. All right, let's take a look. Probabilities of this is 60-30. So what I mean by that is the probability of 2 or more tornadoes within this tornado watch is 60%. Probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes, that's from EF2 to EF5, that is a 30% chance. So, is it a dud day or is it not even started? Well, it seems how a new tornado watch just got issued. It just started. I actually have a graphic down at the bottom. I think I put this graphic in. I'd have to see. But it'll be the one after this one. So this is our next live broadcast tomorrow. Folks that want to pay attention tomorrow, of course, please be sure to do so. Yeah, main tornado threat, 4 to 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Right down there. I promise you. Down there actually has a lot of useful information. If you ever want to know where the weather is at, I promise you, down there will tell you. Especially this little scroll thing. See this little scroll thing right here? That little scroll thing will tell you as well what you guys are going to be seeing too. So, all right, I gotta add this stuff here to the side. Move this over here as we do have a new, well, it's not really new, but we do have this storm that's over here near Perry. It's our damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning that we were talking about earlier. We're going to be talking about that here in a second, but just to kind of have you guys get a general gist of what the storm's been doing, I'll loop it for you. That way everyone can kind of just, everyone can kind of get on the same page. This is in effect until 11. Perfect. Save. Good. All right, we got that. All right, so everyone kind of got a gist of what this storm's doing? Everyone kind of got a little bit of a gist? So this storm here was the storm that produced 2-inch size tail earlier. And that's over golf ball size for those of you who don't know. But this storm is also forming a little bit of a hook. See this? See how the storm is trying to jut out a little bit more? I'll actually outline it a little bit more so you can see a little bit of a bump here on the bottom side. Wow, that actually is not, I was actually surprised. Done. Perfect. This storm is trying to spin. It's trying to rotate. It's trying to get some rotation here on this little leading edge, right in there. And you can see that by going into the velocities. The Doppler velocities here are definitely our friends. So when we look at the velocities here, we see reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. And just this general area of counterclockwise spin is where the tornadic rotation is at. This is northeast of Perry. All right, so this is where the area I'd watch. Just to the west of Sumner, and actually now to the north of Sumner, this storm looks like it is trying to rotate more and more. Look at that. Once again, greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Starts to curl right here, and the end of the curl is right here. On the front part, this is called the forward flank downdraft. And on the forward flank downdraft, if you see a lot of these high values of differential reflectivity, or I use ZDR in this case, We look for the reds, we look for the yellows. If it forms into kind of a line here or an arcing characteristic, so in this case we do have a little bit of a line, this can indicate that this storm is intensifying. And indeed it is, because over the past scan or two, the rotation has increased in strength. We went from these dark reds and these dark greens, which don't really have a very high strength when it comes to contours, to these bright reds and almost pinks and almost brighter greens. So this storm is definitely intensifying. The storm is definitely trying to make a name for itself. Fortunately, once it gets past US Highway 177, which is this orange road right here, it doesn't really hit a whole lot. It's not really going to be hitting a whole lot of things, which is the good news. But as for right now, however, folks that may be north of Sumner, north of Morrison, southeast of Red Rock, Oklahoma, near the US Highway 177 area, you guys are definitely going to want to watch out. Potential for something tornadic is possible here in this area. Man, look at that storm. Look at how much rain there is within this one giant storm. A lot of rain, a lot of pinks, a lot of hail. And that's the multicellular mode that I was talking about earlier. It's just there's so much going on with that. I'm going to go back to Tulsa's radar. Oh, we're still looking really high up in the sky. Yeah, good luck. I'm not looking at that. We'll look at the other storms that could be a little closer. Looks like Chautauqua or Chautauqua counties here, county here in Kansas, is starting to get the activity from that one storm that we were talking about earlier. It's now heading into Elgin and Chautauqua, as well as Sedan, Peru, and Neotes. So watch out for that, as well as eventually down the road, Montgomery County. Montgomery County here in Kansas. Gonna want to watch. Are those HCLs on the radar south of OKC? I don't know. HCR. No idea. If you spell out the acronym, I might be able to know, because my brain's not working right now. That is a heck of a boundary, I'll tell you what. Or not even a boundary, it's just, that might be just clouds. Might honestly just be little bits and bobs of rain within the clouds, because horizontal convective rules, got it. Honestly, doesn't really look like it too much. Based off of you know what would probably help us out? Mesoanalysis. Mesoanalysis, especially on moisture convergence, could potentially do so. I'm not sure if it's a convective roll, if you will. This might be more of a surface trough. There's a little bit of convergence here southwest of OKC. That kind of aligns with this boundary right here, because there's storms that are forming, as we mentioned, from northern Oklahoma up into southeastern Kansas. So if everyone can see right here, you can see these little blue contours. These are areas of convergence. And anywhere within these blue contours where there's a lot of these little green contours, so anywhere within this area right here, there's a lot of moisture, right? So I would say in this instance, there probably is more of a surface trough And you can kind of see that here because there's a what appears to be a low that's forming up here, a surface low near Kansas City. But I believe there's another surface low right here, which means this would be a stationary boundary. At least I think it'd be a stationary boundary. That would be here. Either that or it would be some form of surface trough. So I'm not too certain that would be HCRs. I think that would be more just because there's a boundary here. You can see the winds going into each other here, and the convergence of the two air masses would be likely something of that sort. Likely. That's my guess. Could eventually move into Tulsa? Yes. Jasmine, what's up? Long time no see. Yo, yo. Yeah, we have a lot of storms. A lot of storms that are here across the board. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for Abilene. Folks that may be over near Abilene are going to want to watch out. This is 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. So if you are over there, I would watch out. Central Texas are nearly 90 degrees off. You want some big QLCS mode in the region? Yeah. Yeah, there is. I did notice that. So someone's telling me in Discord, along these storms that are over here, that are in Texas, there are little areas that are starting to rotate. I am seeing that. There's one down south of Funston, like inside some of the storms. There's another one back in Anson. Another one back over here south of Trent. So, interesting thing here is that all these storms that are over here in Texas, storms are starting to form inside of the line. In contrast to what's happening in Oklahoma, it's actually, how can I explain this? The environment is a little bit more favorable for tornadic activity down here in portions of Texas than it is in northern Oklahoma. Now, that doesn't mean that Oklahoma right now or Oklahoma later on won't be worse, because it definitely could be. But can I do a 3D on the Abilene cell? I definitely can. There's just a bunch of cells across the board, so I'm going to try and just take a 3D of the biggest one here. Ooh, look at that. All right, good call. I'm going to 3D this one near Howley. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Remember when I talked about the mouth of a supercell? Remember when I talked about that? Look at this. This is a perfect example. This is an inflow notch. You can see there's a deck of rain up at the top, and then it has this cave right in here. Little cave where moisture comes in and it feeds it energy. And here's the interesting thing about this, all right? For folks that may not understand how a supercell is able to just pick up energy, even though, you know, there's a little bit of an inflow notch in this. Think of a thunderstorm like it's Pac-Man, all right? So I'm going to make a giant little image. It's an orange Pac-Man, all right? And these little yellow dots that I've put out in front of it, those are the dots that you would try and collect if you were playing Pac-Man, right? Well, now, boom, boom, storms would be able, as the Pac-Man goes over the dots, you're able to get more and more, say, energy for it to try and sustain. I do know I have 2 streams open. I've got a chaser that's going to be streaming on my channel as well. So, is that a hook northwest of Abilene? Likely. It said the rotation would be a little bit further into the storm. But yes, these storms can produce a lot of large hail and maybe even some spin-up tornadoes. Let's go back to Oklahoma here. Let's go back to Oklahoma. That's a heck of a supercell that's near Sumner and Morrison. It's a really good looking supercell. Wow. Is Tulsa the better option? I doubt it. Tulsa, for whatever reason, does not like... Yeah, it's still a little far away. So let's go back to Vance Air Force Base here. And once again, I mentioned that storms that hook like this. See how the rain is wrapping around into this little hook just like that? That is what we have to watch out for. Thunderstorms that do this. Thunderstorms that do this. Those are the ones to watch out for. This is a supercell. This is something that, if continued to be laid by itself, it will more than likely be tornadic at some stage in its life. And you can already see that it has rotation, though there is a little bit of contamination associated with it. The velocities here. All right, so when the radar looks to try and see what the winds are within this storm, greens are winds moving towards the radar. All right, so our radar just so happens to be over here. Somewhere off the side of the screen. Side of the screen somewhere over there. Greens are moving towards the radar. Reds are moving away. In the middle of those two, where the reds and greens touch. All right, there can't be any grays. The reds and greens touch. That is where the tornadic rotation is. So right there. Right there is where the tornadic rotation would be. Sorry for blinding everyone. I apologize. But there is a bit of contamination. There is quite a bit of contamination. So it's hard to say hard to say that something is really ongoing and happening there right now, but there is some rotation with that storm. And it does look as if that should be something to kind of watch out for. I just want to remind everyone here that we do have a multi-day tornado outbreak. It is likely to occur. Today is day 1. Oh my goodness. I'll have to show you guys that radar image here in a second. Today is day 1. Widespread severe weather that is as far south as San Antonio, up into Abilene, Dallas, Fort Worth, up into portions of Little Rock, OKC, Oklahoma City, Joplin, Springfield, Missouri, Kansas City, St. Louis, Columbia, Missouri, Springfield, Illinois, all the way down to Paducah, Kentucky, Evansville, Indiana, and Cincinnati, Ohio. That's day 1 of our tornado outbreak, to where severe weather can exist all throughout the area. Severe weather includes large hail, strong damaging winds, and of course tornadoes. The highest threat for tornadoes are localized within this area here, from Oklahoma up into Arkansas, Kansas, Missouri, and Illinois here for today. However, just because that is the case for today does not mean that some of the other areas that might be impacted by severe weather cannot see tornadic activity. There is a decent chance, a non-zero chance, that some other areas could also see tornadoes as well. I also want to mention that tomorrow is day 2. Tomorrow is day 2 and we have another risk for significant severe weather. You can see we have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in this red, a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in this orange, and then if I zoom out, you have a very expansive 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale from the Gulf of Mexico all the way up towards Lake Erie. Talk about expansive. Very expansive severe weather event that we're going to be seeing today and tomorrow. Folks that are going to be impacted should most certainly watch out. If you know anyone that lives in these areas, I would let them know that this stuff could happen. And if you live in these areas, please have a plan. Please have a plan of action. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for areas south of Covington, near Cincinnati, south of Cincinnati. This would be near Florence and Independence, as well as Burlington, for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail as well. I'll turn that off so that way you guys can see. But once again, severe thunderstorm warning over here. This would be for Ohio, Kenton, Campbell, and Boone counties here along the border of Kentucky and Indiana. And if you live in those areas, definitely watch out for the threat of some severe weather. There is a little bit of rotation, but not enough to really kind of point it out. So, what does Morgantown, West Virginia have in store for this? Potential for the lingering after effects of strong tornadoes. Maybe even some strong damaging winds. That's my initial reaction. Keaton, with the 13 months of being a weather watcher, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, hey, I've seen Ohio on the bullseye tomorrow for severe weather outbreak. Could you give me your opinion and or forecast analysis on what I think? Yeah, I'd have to agree. Tomorrow's... I like Western and Central Ohio being the main event. That's where the main activity is going to be. And I'm not saying that as, I like where it's at. Obviously, I'd rather it not happen at all. But based off of what I'm thinking right now, I think the main event is going to be localized within that area. And I think even West Central to Northwestern Ohio, that's to even like Central and North Central Ohio, that's really going to be the main area of where the most significant stuff is at. Someone asked if we can take a 3D of the supercell here that is that was near Sumner in Oklahoma and now near Pawnee, and I do agree we should. And you can see this thing is starting to try and get a oh yeah, there it is. There's the inflow notch. I'm gonna need to take a better 3D though. But there we go. It's better. There's your inflow notch. See that? That's your mouth of the thunderstorm right there. So moisture just comes in, kind of like a thunderstorm food, if you will. And this is able to just continue to intensify more and more. And eventually this will mature. What about southwestern Indiana? Looks like they have all the ingredients for a tornado. So what's missing? Forcing. So basically, in order for you to get thunderstorms, you need ways for which it can actually come together. How can you actually get storms to initiate? And for right now, it just seems as if you don't have enough convergence at that stage in the early parts of the environment, the early parts of the event, for it to do so. Yeah, you didn't really miss too much. Very tired. Springfield, Missouri has a tornado watch. Yep. They are definitely a part of it. That storm that's over south of Cincinnati International is starting to rotate more and more. I wonder if that has a tornado possible tag on it. No, it doesn't. That's still crazy to think about. What about the Dallas-Fort Worth area? You guys are definitely going to see some severe weather here today, more than likely. Now, just because I said that there's more than likely going to be severe weather near your area doesn't mean that all of Dallas-Fort Worth is going to see severe weather. Some areas may not see anything. Some areas may see everything. All right, but the main thing, take away, is that the threat for severe weather is very possible. Very possible. I'm going to move Wichita's radar. Can I even? Maybe not. That's a lot of hail, by the way. A lot of hail. This is the beginning of this severe weather event here today. The beginning is a lot of hail. I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of this severe weather that you're seeing at this moment is going to be a lot of hail. And I'm going to be repeating that often. Just a lot of hail from this severe weather so far. But once we get into a little bit later on in the evening, stuff is really going to start to kind of pick up. If you guys don't mind, I'm actually going to take a look at the models here. A little bit easier for me to see it. From the 18Z run. Man, oh man. Yeah, so Dallas-Fort Worth might see some severe weather. I'm more inclined to believe that the northern side of Dallas-Fort Worth is probably going to have a better chance of seeing it than the south side. But man, that's kind of crazy. I'm probably going to be live streaming for a good 10 hours, aren't I? Oh boy. That is going to be pretty crazy. I want to go over here to the Ohio Valley. I want to take a look. It looks like there could be some development for severe weather near St. Louis sometime around 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock Central. That might be something interesting to watch. But otherwise, I think the northern mode of severe weather over here near St. Louis, there's only like one real opportunity, and then that's kind of it. Oh my gosh, what is that? Why is there a supercell that does that? Yeah, make that make sense. That's tornadic-ish. That's a heck of a supercell that moves through northwestern portions of Ohio. I'll tell you what, tomorrow is going to be a very, very interesting day. One last thing before I get on to the get back on topic here, because I gotta see for laughs. That's stupidly crazy. That's stupidly crazy. Yes, I just weenied my way through that. Man. Yeah, tomorrow it's going to be very, very interesting. I'm not going to be... Storms are not going to get to Western PA. There's no chance. No chance. I definitely think the Storm Prediction Center, by the way, overreacted with the placement of their moderate. They saw the 12Z HRRR and said, yep, we must correct our mistakes. So. All right, back to the coverage. Back to what we were supposed to do. Regularly scheduled program, right? I'm going to actually ask I'm gonna ask my family to heat up my food in a bit because it's starting to get closer to dinner. Um, did I get in trouble with my girlfriend last week after my live chat? Kind of not really. She came into the stream earlier today. She's gonna actually be going on a trip tomorrow, so we actually won't see her that much. But we're cool, fortunately. I didn't mess it up somehow. Somehow. New Mesoscale discussion. As for St. Louis, watch likely. Tornado watch may be needed within the next 1 to 2 hours as additional storms may develop in east central Missouri, central Illinois. The environment is supportive of large, very large hail and damaging winds. The tornado threat is expected to increase this evening as low-level shear increases near the boundary. Oh my gosh. Speaking of her, she just sent me a message on Twitter. She needs to consider. Multiple followings, that is. Multiple followings. Yawn. Excuse me. There we go. Had to drink some water because I know I get parched sometimes. Never, ever, ever, ever go without drinking water. Is that another chaser? That is another chaser. I didn't know. Cool. Cool, cool. Alright, pull that up to the side. That's cool. Didn't notice they issued a 15 hatch for Ohio. Yeah, tomorrow is pretty mental. Tomorrow is very mental. That's the reason why we're live streaming tomorrow. Look at that. Next broadcast, Tuesday. And then, of course, main tornado threat. Supposed to start now. But over the next hour or two is when stuff is going to actually start to get to its peak. So, for instance, there's a storm right now that's currently in Oklahoma. It has rotation. It has tornadic rotation. This is what we would want to watch out for the potential of maybe something tornadic. It would be this storm, and there'd be some other storms that would be down here. That is a damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning. That is a damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning here in Texas. Wow. So if you are over here in portions of Shackleford, Texas, we're talking about baseball size hail. Baseballs. Like woof. Can you imagine baseballs falling from the sky? Can you imagine baseballs? Ugh. It'd be crazy. But yeah, once again, baseball-sized hail with this supercell here. If you're in Albany, Texas, you need to get into a sturdy building. Stay away from windows. Can I check Cincinnati, Ohio? I sure can. It had rotation the last time I checked. It still has rotation the last time I checked. It has rotation. But yeah. Is there a new convective outlook? There's a new convo. Yeah, there is a new convo, new mesoscale discussion for St. Louis. It just talks about how more storms could potentially start to form, and the tornado threat should increase a lot later on tonight when we start to get towards the late evening and into dusk. Yeah, we're talking about Indiana and Ohio tomorrow being super crazy. Hoosier Alley is going to be up and running. But once again, damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for baseball-sized hail. If you have any property that is outside, if you have any pets that's outside, if you're outside, get them into some form of shelter. Because baseball-sized hail can do damage. And a lot of it. Yeah, there is a Toricana 7 tomorrow. That is pretty crazy. Wow, wow, wow. All right, we have that to the side. I'm gonna look through chat, answer some questions here real quickly. Gonna get bad about the time to start walking to work. Yeah. Sun's trying to come out. South Central Missouri. That sounds about right too. And actually, we can see that here on satellite. A couple areas that are trying to peek out here. A couple areas trying to peek out here. Actually, you can't really see that, unfortunately. I'm going to move this over here. There we go. A lot better, right? So, a couple areas peeking out over on this side. A couple areas peeking out over on this side. You can definitely see the two main areas of severe weather. Got here and here. And that's actually quite a bit of stable air down there, too. Not really a whole lot of overshooting tops. What if I go to infrared? All right, so I can definitely tell we have a lot of overshooting tops over here because we have a lot of our V patterns. Over here, there's a V pattern, but I don't think it's that even. Like, I don't even think that counts. It's one supercell. So I guess it counts. Severe thunderstorm warning for Independence, Kansas. If you are in Montgomery County, Kansas, you need to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. I appreciate you guys helping me with the stream. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us get out to more and more people on YouTube. And the closer we get to 1,000 likes, the more we can increase our outreach to more and more people. How bad do I think it'll get around Bolivar, Missouri tonight, walking home as well? I think it'll get pretty strong. You'll get a lot of severe weather over in the Bolivar general area. If Bolivar is exactly where I think it is, at least. I think Bolivar's near that Springfield area. Boulevard, Missouri. Yeah, it's just to the north of it. Yeah, you guys will definitely get some severe weather tonight. Whether it'll be tornadic or mainly wind oriented, that'll have to be seen. But yeah, I definitely think that activity could eventually happen. So right now, guys, we're kind of in a lull because we have storms. We have a couple of storms. I think the main one that I'm watching here is probably this cluster. This big cluster that's heading off into Kansas here. Look at all this pink here. All this pink indicates areas where hail is likely to be present. So you can think about how large the storm is. I'm actually going to measure out from one side, the storm to the other. This is over 12 miles wide. That's the length of this whole area of hail. That's a lot of hail. Especially since this hail is almost 2 inches in diameter, according to the radar. Almost 2 inches. So, we could be talking about, once again, golf ball sized hail, as well as 70 mile per hour wind gusts. That's very close to hurricane force. Bolivar? You have in-laws in Burlington, Kentucky. Do you think they'll be all right tomorrow? I think they will definitely need to watch out for tomorrow. Yeah, Burlington's definitely going to have to watch out tomorrow. Your in-laws are actually seeing some severe weather right now, believe it or not. Some storms that are over near them. It actually went to the south of them, just barely. But yeah. Bolivar. Got it. Got it. Any tornadoes for Texas? It is possible over the next couple of hours, but as of this moment, right now, no. This storm is trying, the supercell is trying over here near Albany, but if anything, it's producing a lot of hail. We have a train spotter that reported baseball-sized hail within that storm. That is just to the north and east of Abilene, approaching Albany. Yeah, storm going over Cincinnati does kind of look a little mean. How's McFall, Missouri? Safe from tornadoes? McFall, that's a good question. I love how I said I was just wanting people to tell me the area of their state and not specific towns, but now I'm just looking at towns. It's wonderful. McFall, you guys should be fine. If anything, you're going to be seeing a lot of hail and wind, and I'll actually pull it up on the radar to kind of show you. So McFall right now is south of a lot of these severe storms. So you probably are looking outside and you're saying, man, that's a lot of mean looking storms out there. Up this far north, it's actually not that expected to be that crazy tornadic wise. It'll be more of a hail and wind threat if storms move on through. But right now, it seems as if storms might even dodge you. All right, so there's McFall. And these storms are kind of just moving up this way. Now, there might be another storm that's forming down here, down near the St. Joseph area. So the immediate threat of severe weather, you guys are good. However, there could be another storm that can try and move off near your area that you would need to watch out for. Austin, Texas, are we getting it? I think you guys could potentially see some severe weather, but it doesn't really appear to be all too likely that you're going to be seeing a lot of storms, if any. So don't be surprised that even though you are supposed to get some severe weather here today, or at least you're in the 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, don't be surprised if you guys don't get anything. You have a question? Go for it, Dylan. Put it in chat. I try to answer as many weather questions as I possibly can while also giving out information. I also want to pull out my warnings thing. Yeah, the only areas into which there's severe weather right now is northern Missouri. I'll show you guys here on the map. Oh, that's nice. She left. Cool. So the only areas that have warnings right now is northern Missouri, northern Oklahoma into southeastern Kansas, and portions of Texas that's near Abilene and north of Abilene. Does it look like the storms are going to miss Tulsa? Unfortunately, no. I don't believe they will. It'll just really depend upon if they are, not if, what type of intensity they will be at. How big would the tornadoes be in St. Louis tonight? Well, I can't exactly say if you guys are going to be hit directly by a tornado. What I can say is that you do have the chance for significant tornadoes in the St. Louis area or in and around the St. Louis area. You have a 10% chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. So if you were to look around, do a full 360, everywhere around that 360 and 25 miles away from you in all directions, that is everywhere within that area, 10% chance, geez. 10% chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. Any tornado warnings yet today? No, but we will probably see some here within the next hour. More than likely. How's school been going? I got a B in my Met 361 class, so it's not bad. I've been talking to Squishy, my Squishy. You don't know who Squishy is. That's Becca, our other moderator in the chat. I've been talking to her about how college could sync up with her and stuff. So we'll just see how it works. But she's been helping me with college. Take a look at the Albany cell. Yeah, that does look like a cell that could be trying to produce a tornado based off of convergence, but it's just so hard to say. It looks like it, if anything, it looks like it's gusting out more than anything. I have a lot of just strong winds that are surging in to that south, that southern side of the cell. And the reason why I can tell that is because we have a lot of winds here that are pretty even on both sides here. You can see a lot of just green here in general. And if you follow this green and just outline this kind of general characteristic, and we go based off of where the radar is down here. This is the radar, and a lot of the greens are just surging in this area. Surging winds. But we don't really have a whole lot of reds moving away. So what this is telling me is we have a lot of winds that are just surging in and out. And it's just pushing a lot of very strong wind and rain. And of course, hail. We live in Guthrie, Oklahoma. How bad will it be for y'all tonight? Guthrie, if I remember correctly where Guthrie is. Guthrie, Oklahoma is north of OKC. Cool. You guys are definitely going to see some severe weather tonight. Definitely going to be a lot of activity here in Oklahoma. A lot of it. That's a new storm that's formed down there. I wonder if that's going to head towards Wichita Falls. I think Vance Air Force Base is a little too far out now, so I think we can move our radar over to Lawton now. Frederick, Oklahoma. 5 and 8 come a long way. Still waiting for that tornado wedding cake. I know, right? She's trying to figure out her life. I'm trying to figure out mine, so I can't really rush it as much as I want to get it done and over with, soon. Haha. Yes, those are my intentions. Not anything official. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. She's cute as a button, though. She is. Yeah, I mean, the cell near Albany, it looks like it can produce a spin up, but I just really think there's a lot of wind with that. When could storms fire tomorrow? Afternoon. Probably sometime around 2 or 3 Eastern. That's my guess. It's strange that this storm seems to be the same path coming from the eclipse. Nope, because a lot of storms typically do that. I've seen so many events that have occurred in the same general path. I've been doing this for 4.5 years, almost 5, at the end of June. I've seen it happen a lot. A lot. Man, oh man, look at this storm that's over here on the border of Kansas and Oklahoma. Look at all these purples now. That's some big hail. Some huge hail. Now we're probably talking about what? Golf balls, 2-inch size hail. Could be getting close to teacup size hail. Everyone's saying Albany on. Why? There's no TVS. There's nothing picked up on ZDR. Yeah, no. I don't. It looks like it, but you have to realize here, okay? So if we circle this area, reflectivity is right on the border. Now, if we go over here, circle this area of reflectivity, I promise you, right on the border. There you go. You see low correlation coefficient on some of these areas. Right in there. ZDR is high. So that means you're talking about reflectivity being a lot of noise, but we're talking about a lot of rain. I just... And that's a lot of hail. That might be, yeah, look at that. Yeah, I say no cigar on the tornado there. Especially since we're not picking up a whole lot of debris to begin with. I say no cigar. Like, I 100% see the velocity scan right here. If I was looking for a tornado, it would be right there. All right? But in my mind, it's just, I don't see it. That maybe. But by then, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense either. We'd have to be talking about... It's close. Once again, we'd have to be talking about you picking up some form of debris in order for you to be able to see that. There's just no debris in Texas. I don't think so. I mean, my best guess is hail. My best guess is hail. Any more for Abilene? Give it another 10, 15 minutes, and you guys should actually be good for the day. Believe it or not. Yeah, that storm over near Knox County, near Benjamin. A little interesting. We can go to Frederick's radar. I'm actually going to send a text to Matthew. Where's my little brother? Perfect. Heat up my dinner. Oh yeah, that one could definitely try to produce a tornado. It just needs to overcome its gusting out characteristics. Yeah, it's storm near Benjamin. I think the storm that could be trying to head off into Wichita Falls based off of the models could probably be forming right now. Is it a Rachel likely for Guthrie? No. I'd say no. Doodle Darko with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. 2 moderates in a row is terrifying. I get that, honestly. I understand. Yeah. I mean, I apologize. It's not like I can control it too much, but I'm going to try and do as much as I can to try and make things a little bit better for those who watch. But yeah, thank you for the 2. I really do appreciate that. Am I a nationwide storm chaser or regional? I personally I haven't chased nationwide, but I cover when I talk about weather here. I talk about it nationwide, and I even talk about it in other countries too. My voice is going to go out here eventually, which is not going to be fun. I'll tell you what. Man, oh man, look at that pixel. The hail on the storm that is on the border of Oklahoma and Kansas. That is our toothpaste. Our toothpaste is coming out of this storm. Moore does have the worst luck with tornadoes. That's true. Something happened with my brother in the background. He might have stubbed his toe. It's pretty whack. Yeah, that's a heck of a supercell. That'll eventually... Huh. Albany, Texas trying to produce? What's y'all's... Albany, Texas. Finally, it's trying to produce. It tried to produce before and it failed. This time... It's hard to say. Based off of trends, it's been gusting out, but it does look like it's been clearing out that lower level area. So this time it might try to produce. Or it might actually produce this time, I should say. But hard to say. What does PDS tornado mean? PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation. If you were chasing tomorrow, where would I target? Northwestern Ohio. Keaton with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Says I've looked at the models and I'm not sure why the SPC issued the 4 out of 5 for tomorrow. Is there models that say it's going to be significant? Yes. It's not just because reflectivity is very misleading. You fell asleep to my broadcast. Sorry, Mr. Streamer Man. What happened in the last 3 hours? A lot of hail. My girlfriend falls asleep to my stream, so I understand. I get that. She told me constantly that she actually... There's some instances to where she would like stay up, and then she would just be like, sleep. Sleep, sleep. I guess this is very soothing to her. I don't know. Don't look at me, I have no idea. Next scan came in, no debris signature. Waiting for the next velocity scan to come in, which will be here in a couple of seconds. But he's a knucklehead, seems legit. Yeah, no. That has gusted out to eternity. Although, it's trying to stream in a lot of inflow, but it's just... Yeah. It's having a very difficult time. A very difficult time. I appreciate you saying my content's cringe. I know. Gotta have some form of cringe content in the world. Alright? Or else nothing's really that balanced. Yeah, this supercell is going to be heading towards Coffeyville. If you know anyone that lives in Coffeyville, Kansas, they're going to be getting some pretty strong, severe weather. Could actually be getting up to teacup-sized hail near Coffeyville. I wouldn't be surprised. I sleep, I use YouTube to sleep sometimes. Like, I watch some videos and then go to sleep that day. So I kind of understand. Kind of understand it. I really do. Man, these storms that are over here in southeastern Kansas. The fact that these are going to be the ones that are going to go into Missouri and become the stuff that could try to be tornadic. It's kind of crazy to think. Kind of crazy to think about. That's a lot of hail. That's also some rotation too. I honestly wouldn't be surprised maybe if there's a tornado warning that gets issued here soon. Northern Washington and Nowata counties, as well as Montgomery County here on the border of Kansas and Oklahoma. You know, as we get closer and closer to northeastern Oklahoma, all right, I know some people may not know this all too much, but this town called Pitcher, Oklahoma, the most toxic place, substance wise. I'm not talking about drugs, I'm talking substances around the city in the entire United States. It's a ghost town. Tornado actually went there 2010s, I think, something like that. But I'll tell you what, it'd be crazy to see a supercell go through that ghost town again. Because that's a bunch of all these little white stuff here, that's toxic waste. Or at least it's kind of toxic. All these little white stuff here. Look it up. Look up Pitcher, Oklahoma. Someone actually did a weather documentary on it on YouTube. Did a really good job with it as well. I was like, wow. So now as we get closer and closer and closer, I'm like, man, I wonder is this going to get closer and closer that way? You have a question for how I do my stream? Go for it. Put it in chat. Go for it. $2008? There you go. 2008. Yeah, if you're in Coffeyville here in Kansas, I really would get in some form of safe space. Watch the news forecast that reports tornadoes. That's pretty cool. There is no Pitcher, Oklahoma anymore? Well, yeah, that is true. It's no longer in existence. Northwestern Ohio, in my opinion, is where I would chase. Like Lima. That's where I would go. I was contemplating chasing tomorrow, but then I realized how significant the event would be, and I kind of realized I needed to stay here. I need to make sure you guys get some form of coverage. Excuse me. When will it hit Joplin? That's a good question. I think some of the storms that can get near Joplin could be sometime in about an hour and a half to 2 hours. But there's going to be a second wave that's going to be moving on throughout the night. So it'll be a while. Just got here what's happening in Morgan County. That's a good question. I'm going to look up where Morgan County is. Morgan County, Missouri. Oh, it's in the central portions. Okay. Morgan County, Missouri is expected to see some form of severe weather tonight. When specifically, I'll pull it up so that way I can kind of get an idea. Yeah, so Morgan County, Missouri probably could start to see some severe weather sometime around 6. Might see something even a little bit earlier, but depends upon how quickly storms form. Yeah, 5 or 6 o'clock. So in about an hour and a half. And then that'll continue even late overnight into 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, where you're probably going to get some pretty strong storms that'll move on through it around that time as well. So I'd watch for that. What am I using? Streamlabs. Streamlabs is all I use. How do I have next live? April 2nd. Enhanced risk. Something like that. Get it to scroll. Oh, it's filters. Filters that you need to... you can do that on Streamlabs. New severe D. Oh yeah, they did. Actually, that's not even new. That's just they updated it. They upgraded it to a damage threat destructive. Is this for baseball size tail? It's not for baseball size tail. It's for 3-inch size tail. So that's larger than baseballs. Ouch. How do I scroll slide? So the thing that's the slides where it says subscribing to the channel is free of charge. That's a slideshow. That's an image slideshow. All of those are images down there. This here with the watch where it goes like that, that's text. So you can scroll that. If a tornado warning goes off, will St. Louis be in it? It's possible. Right now they are not in a watch. They're kind of out and about right now. But it is possible that they could see a tornado warning tonight. It may not be the next one. It may not be the next one. It may be a lot later on tonight. That is an 88 mile per hour wind gust report east of Albany. I wonder if that's from a tornado or from a massive downburst. That's kind of crazy to think about. I'm not going to lie. How much is Joplin going to get? They're going to get a lot of severe weather. They're going to get a lot of severe weather. I think Joplin could probably start to see stuff over the next hour or two, some spotty stuff, before more concrete activity is likely going to occur sometime around 8 or 9, maybe 10. Something of the sort. Man, we're starting to get really far away from Wichita. 9,800. What about Tulsa? What we got with Tulsa? That's a damage threat destructive for Kansas, unsurprisingly. Yep, damage threat destructive for Kansas. That is still some pretty decent rotation here. If you're in Coffeyville, Kansas, once again, baseball size tail. Baseball size tail. For some of you guys in there, you need to watch out. All right, if you're in Coffeyville, Kansas, very strong severe weather that's moving on through. 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Of course, baseball size tail. Maybe even the chance for a tornado. Yeah, tornado possible tag is on this warning. So a tornado could definitely occur within this. Cool. I got my Cracker Barrel in. Cracker Barrel has these little $5 take-home meals. We went to Cracker Barrel yesterday for Easter. I was like, that would be nice for my stream tomorrow. That way I wouldn't have to force anyone to make a whole lot of food. And just save it for later. So I got meatloaf and mac and cheese tonight. Yeah, this is going to be a crazy supercell right here. This one, I think I'm the most interested in what this storm in southeastern Kansas does. Now, these storms will eventually move off into southwestern to western Missouri. So I would definitely watch for that. Going to go moderately annoy voice chat. We'll be back in an hour. Ciao. I get that. I feel that. Don't get into too much trouble. Yeah, one thing I do want to say too is that someone mentioned about storms going overnight and talking about not being able to see a tornado, and that's absolutely true. But I also want to mention here, and I think yes, this one. See this right here, chat? See that? That's a NOAA weather radio. I have one near me. All right, especially if I could potentially see severe weather near my area, I'm going to want to have this with me at all times. All right? Why? Because if I'm not paying attention, if I'm playing video games here, and for whatever reason I don't pay attention, a storm comes by, issues, National Weather Service issues a warning for whatever reason, this thing's going to alert me. That means if I were to have this in my bedroom and not in my office, and I was sleeping in the middle of the night, and a tornado warning got issued for my area, I would know because this thing would wake me up, and then I'd be able to get to some form of safety. Getting a NOAA weather radio, especially one that is of the Midland type, Midland NOAA weather radio, is so worth it. It is very much so worth it. So, folks that have not bought a NOAA weather radio, you should. And if you have a radio, make sure it is charged. Make sure the batteries are replaced. Make sure you're able to have it for the entire night tonight. And yeah, some other people saying, yeah, they have radios too that connects to the weather service. 100% can still do that too. But I know for these style of weather radios that I have up here, they send out alarms. Like it rings if I get a new warning that's issued for my area. So, yeah. Weather radios should be as common as smoke detectors. State should provide those. Honestly, I was thinking about the one day where if someone put weather radios or weather alarms inside smoke alarms, it'd be so useful. Think of how many lives could be saved because people would have been aware of, a tornado. Like if you hooked up, right, let's say you have a security service. Let's say you have a security service and it hooks up to like your smoke alarms or you have any cameras and stuff like that. Can you imagine if your security service, don't worry about the red TVS, by the way. That's contamination. Don't even. Like, no. That's bad. Bad. If we go a higher tilt, there's nothing there. There is nothing there. Next scan shows there is nothing there. But can you imagine if like your security thing gave you warnings? That'd be crazy. And that's true, Stanley. One could easily stay overnight in the shelter, and that's probably that's easier to do. It's honestly recommended if people do that. They just spend their night at the shelter overnight, in their tornado shelter. It works. Works pretty well. Is this user friendly? I would say it is. It does come with a pretty nice instruction manual. But seems how I kind of already know what I'm doing. I guess that was kind of the reason why I was so familiar with it already. But yeah, I would say this is user friendly. I think it's self explanatory. You have your weather hazard, which turns on your stuff. Like if I did this.
Virginia, northern and central Virginia, and central and western Maryland. Day 1.
See that? So if you press weather hazard, turns it on and off. You can turn on your AM and FM radio. You have your menu, your brightness. You have your alarm on and off button on the side. I have it off right now. I'm going to turn it on. Just for whatever reason. If I have something that happens, because I'm live streaming right now. I'm not paying attention to my area. I think this is user friendly. I think it is. Yeah, it's a Midland WR400. So it's the newer one. I had a WR200 and it worked just the same. It's just older. So you can get away with either or. I have a family that lives in the day 2 moderate risk. I know at least one of my aunts is in the risk, has a basement. Well, that's good. I think it's also very useful as there's a new tornado watch that just got issued. I also think it's very important and useful for people to understand, too, that mobile homes are not a sturdy structure during tornadoes. If you have a tornado warning that is issued for your area, or if you're in a tornado watch, you should already be heading to a sturdy structure for the rest of the night. Like, just, you don't want to be in a mobile home. I've seen so many times where mobile homes have been obliterated by the weakest tornadoes. It's not safe. You need to be in a sturdy building. And if you don't know anyone who lives in a sturdy building, let's say you live in a mobile home and you don't know a friend who can allow you to hang out for just a little bit, that's fine. Go to the local gas station and hide out for there. I kid you not. If there's like one of those gas stations that has like an indoor food place, I'm pretty sure there's tables over there. Hide there. Go to that table place for now. You'll be okay. Those are safer than mobile homes. Like, I know my area, Sheets. Or if there's a Costco near your area, I'm pretty sure there's like a little food court over there as well. They got little tables and chairs and stuff like that. That's safer than a mobile home. I live in an area where there's Sheets. There's also like Royal Farms. There's all sorts of different areas. All right, new tornado watch, St. Louis. That's the new tornado watch that I was talking about. Eastern Missouri into south central Illinois. Probability game. Anyone want to guess? Anyone want to guess the probs? There's some pretty good food. Cracker Barrel's OP. All right. Survey says 50-40. So congrats to the people who have correctly predicted or just knew ahead of time what the probability was. It is 50-40. So a higher chance of strong tornadoes, but a lower chance of 2 or more tornadoes. today. Looking at it's okay. I like the Red River. I like southwestern Missouri here in a couple hours. It's fine. It'll be okay. But yeah, now we have 3 different tornado watches. Much of Missouri, central Illinois. Is Riley chasing for me today? Yes. I don't know when he's chasing. If only I knew. But he's probably going to be chasing here in an hour or two. How long are these watches in effect? This latest watch that just got issued is in effect until midnight. The one in Oklahoma is in effect until 9, I believe. The one that is in western Missouri is in effect until 11 Central. And as I said, the new tornado watch is in effect until midnight Central. Someone please explain why people are tripping over the eclipse. Because they think that cloud cover is going to ruin the experience. It's hard to say, honestly. It's very far away for me to actually say something as specific as cloud cover can ruin it, but I don't know. For right now, I'm not overreacting. A lot of severe weather ongoing, not really anything super tornadic. So that's good. Kind of just sitting here twiddling our thumbs a little. Still got the storm that's over here near Coffeyville. The damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Probably talking about baseball-sized hail. Yep, baseball-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Storm moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Yes. Ouch. Pretty crazy. Nice to see you, Julius. That's a new damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Liberty, Angola, Mound Valley, Altamont, Labette, Oswego, and Parsons here in portions of Kansas. This is mainly Labette County, but there's also a little bit of Montgomery County. At this current trajectory, also portions of Neosho and Crawford County, as well as Cherokee County, could potentially be impacted. So I would watch out for that, too. Wow, that's the county line? Is US Highway 400? I never knew that. We're going to have factories and schools shutting down probably tomorrow. I don't think Ohio has seen the potential for a tornado outbreak like this in a long time. So portions of Indiana and Ohio may not have school tomorrow. Interesting. We have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well, and 3 damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to go back to Kansas City's radar because there's a severe thunderstorm warning over here in eastern Kansas, approaching the Centropolis areas. This will eventually head off towards Lawrence, and we're talking about $half size tail with this one. It doesn't really look that strong though. This probably is going to be mainly severe. That's a heck of a little supercell there. That's going to try and develop near Uniontown and Fort Scott. That might be something to watch. Not every day you hear about these places getting hit. I know, right? Look up Tilt to Putnam, Texas. It's really good. I'll look at it. JR Boy with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Check out Memphis. Severe weather threat is low tomorrow. What in the world? Has been missing Mid-South. Let's put it this way. Severe weather in the Deep South, as long as there's an El Nino, it will more than likely not exist. So that's just how that is. That's Lockett and Vernon. There's nothing there. Go over to, you said Puckett, or Putnam. I'm sorry, Putnam. This one near Breckenridge is really interesting. Putnam. That one on I-20. Does have a mesocyclone. Oh, 5.1 tilt. Yep. That might be a little bit of contamination. I doubt that is real. But I do think there might be some rotation. I think we need to probably wait for the next scan. That's what I would do. Next scan would probably give us the best idea. Used to live in Fort Scott. Hopefully the residents. Oh, interesting. What's up, Jennifer? Welcome to the stream. I'm going to go back over once again. Yeah, that's just... These storms over here that are over in eastern portions of Kansas just have a lot of severe potential, but it's not really like... It's not tornado potential. I live in Miami County, Kansas, south of Paola. Or tornado watch until 1. Yeah... I think Miami County is along. Yeah, right there. For good reason, too. I mean, these storms could definitely try and spin up. But there's still, I'd give it about an hour or two before storms could actually really get close. Like, I know there's just maybe some general drizzle of rain at the moment. You might get more severe than tornadic. Though that doesn't mean that your chance for tornadic weather is gone. But just based off of how everything is building together, it's kind of just, it's there. But yeah, continue to watch out. Continue to watch out. You're in Piedmont, Missouri. I have no idea where Piedmont is. Yeah, as I said, it might be a little easier for some people to just tell me what part of the state you live in. Like southwestern, southeastern, northeastern. But I'll look it up anyways. Oh, Piedmont's over there. You guys are probably going to see some activity overnight tonight. Overnight tonight. Like late tonight. into tomorrow. I appreciate everyone, by the way, helping me out in the stream. If you want to continue to help me spread information with more and more people, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. Helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm helps us get on more and more frequently, especially if we get more and more, so greatly appreciated. I have a feeling, Dan, the reason why that question is a lot harder to be answered is because of funds. People just choose not to have warnings in some towns and cities. I think it's a waste, I guess. I don't agree with it, but I don't know. How's Wichita Falls looking later? They're probably going to see some storms. Probably. Unless if these storms just somehow manage to miss them completely. Maybe. I'm thinking that there's going to be some initiation eventually. That's what I'm thinking. But we'll see. We'll see. But I'm thinking Wichita Falls is going to see a storm or two. Wow. Yeah, this cell here in Kansas still is going. Altamont, Labette, Parsons, Mound Valley, Oswego, Angola, and Sherman here in Kansas. If I just called out your town, I recommend getting indoors and stay away from windows. Some pretty strong, severe weather there. If you're just tuning in here right now, massive event of severe weather ongoing at this time. You can see how widespread these colored contours. How far it expands from one side to the other. We're talking about southern Texas here, central to southern Texas, all the way up through Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, and over into Ohio and West Virginia. All these areas here that are in this orange, if you guys can see this here, you need to watch out for today. Big time. If you're in this red, you're more than likely going to get some form of significant weather. So please watch out for that. And then areas in this yellow, you either can get some pretty significant weather or you don't get anything at all. So I'd watch out for that. And then for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, today and tomorrow is a multi-day tornado outbreak. Tomorrow we are anticipating significant weather, a localized tornado outbreak to occur over here in portions of Ohio and the surrounding areas. And the threat for significant tornadoes can exist from Ohio all the way down to as far south as northern Alabama. So for people who may live in some of these areas, this includes Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, northeastern Mississippi, northern Alabama, northwestern Georgia, over into portions of western Virginia, and the western half of the state of West Virginia, as well as the southwestern portions of Pennsylvania. We could be talking about the potential for a significant weather event. So multi-day tornado outbreak here. Tomorrow likely being worse than today in regards to the tornadoes. Today being worse than tomorrow in regards to significant hail. But we're going to be covering this today and tomorrow. Tomorrow will probably be live sometime in the afternoon. One thing I always say is that if you are subscribed to the channel, and I hope most of you are, there is a notification bell next to that subscribe button that you pressed. If you turn on those notifications, you'll be able to be up to date as to whenever I go live. Or you can join my Discord server, which is in the description down below. And usually I'll be able to tell you guys if you are into Discord. We can have talks and stuff like that in my server about all sorts of cool weather shenanigans. You know how it is. So yeah, that's what we got on the agenda here. No longer a damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning. Now there's only 7 severe thunderstorm warnings in existence. 3 of which are damage threat considerable ones, including this one here in Kansas. Southeastern Kansas. Labette County. Yep, emphasis on shenanigans. Truth. If you're having issues joining the Discord server, I can always put out a new link. Yeah, Mississippi is not really, or not Mississippi. Memphis for tomorrow. Not really a whole lot of stuff expected to happen. So Memphis is good. That's a lot of storms that are marching its way over into central Texas. It's kind of crazy to think about. Way to increase the volume. The weather radio alarm is very loud and wakes you up. However, the voice volume at max is not that loud. I'm assuming if I look through the instructions manual, I'd be able to find that, but I'm not sure. I think you just have to manually tune it, which kind of sucks. Go back to Frederick's radar. I want to take a look and see this storm here moving over into Oklahoma. It's going over Vernon right now. Talking about 2-inch sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. If you're over near Tipton, Burt, Manitou, Hedrick, and Snyder here in Oklahoma. No, I do not live in Snyder. That would be pretty funny, wouldn't it? That would be pretty funny. But no. If you live in those areas in Oklahoma, you need to get indoors, stay away from windows, as there's some pretty significant hail moving off into that area. Nothing tornadic, though. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you guys to listen to this. Severe thunderstorm warning for western Wheeler, northeastern Gray, and southern Hemphill County in the panhandle of Texas until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:10, a shower-producing virga was located 8 miles northwest of Briscoe, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Didn't think they would do that. So, virga, for those of you who don't know, is basically when a storm moves through the area, or it's kind of like a weaker storm. But when the rain goes down towards the ground, the rain evaporates. So you just have nothing but wind. Yeah, make that make sense. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning for the panhandle of Texas. Portions of Wheeler and Hemphill counties. Ugh, I'm stretching my knee. I feel that, Lena. My spelling sucks in general, too. By the way, for people that are currently watching right now, this is just something that I do randomly, but try refreshing the stream, or if you're on a mobile device, bottom left hand side. Well, you can do that and hit the live button, or go to the gear at the bottom right hand side. Turn the speed up to 2 times speed, so that way when it gets to the live feed, the most recent feed, you'll be up to date. Want to do that real quickly because I know some people can buffer, some people can mess up. So because of that, they severe warned it. The wind, yes. They warned it because the wind is over 60-mile-per-hour winds. Wind gusts is gnarly. What's going to happen in Ohio tonight? Nothing too much. So, Ohio tonight, I'm going to see a lot of wind. It'll be tonight into tomorrow after midnight. After midnight, there's going to be a big line of storms that are going to move on through. All right. Lot of strong wind. And then Ohio tomorrow, you need to watch out. If you're in Ohio tomorrow, there is the threat for a tornado outbreak in the state of Ohio. Yes, you heard me correctly. An outbreak. A tornado outbreak in the state of Ohio. Columbus, Cincinnati, Parkersburg, West Virginia, Mansfield, Lima, Canton. All in this red area here. Yes, including Dayton. Too many spaces, just autocorrect. Is severe weather threat from Memphis, Tennessee tomorrow low? It is. It is low tomorrow. I know for a fact it's low. It is in a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale tomorrow. And, yeah. Oh, yeah, I don't say outbreak often. But tomorrow is just mental. Like, I was telling my friend this morning that the 18 or the 12Z HRRR was probably the funniest model run I'd ever seen in my entire life. And that was crazy because I've seen the HRRR on Easter of 2020. That is not legit. It's like a giant box sounding in this area here. Yeah. Wait a second. The 21Z wrap is running. That's the 18Z wrap. I need 21Z. Give me a second here, chat. Thank you, JR Boy, by the way, for the 5. I really do appreciate that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Indiana might be a little bit more of the risk now. Speed shear is when wind shear at the lower levels are relatively weak, and then it progressively starts to get stronger as you go with height. That's what speed shear is. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be pretty dope. It'll be from Indiana all the way over into Ohio. That's where I'm thinking. Valdosta, Lakeland, gonna get any bad weather? Are we talking about it in Georgia and Florida? That's what you're talking about? Probably not. At least in that portion of the United States. New severe thunderstorm warning over here for Crawford and Cherokee counties here in southeastern Kansas. I know a lot of people may be like, oh, we gotta watch out for Joplin. The only thing we really gotta watch out for Joplin is these storms that form here south of this complex. There's gonna be quite a few storms that are gonna form and they're gonna try and move off towards the north. But these storms here, they're already moving away from Joplin to an extent. Joplin's down here. It's moving to the north and east. So, yeah, I don't really see too much with those storms hitting Joplin. But if you're in Pittsburgh, Kansas, oh boy, Pittsburgh, Kansas is going to want to watch out. You're going to get a lot of stuff. Anywhere over there in Crawford County or Cherokee County in Kansas, you're going to want to get into a sturdy building. Just join anything major for Zanesville. Zanesville, Ohio. If you're talking about Zanesville, Ohio tomorrow, they could potentially be in a pretty strong severe weather event. So I would watch out. But if it's not Ohio, then you'll have to tell me what state. What time is the weather supposed to come to Veneta, Oklahoma? That was a good question. I'm going to figure that out. What's up, very tired? Yes. Nice to see you again. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us get more information out to people on YouTube. That would be greatly appreciated. Veneta is likely to see some severe weather again. Well, if they don't see anything right now. Wow. Models are just not going to be nice to me. They are likely to see some weather, some severe weather, sometime around 7 to 8 o'clock Central. 7 to 8 o'clock. My phone is blowing up. I know who's blowing up my phone. We've been live streaming for 4 hours. Crazy. That's a 2-inch size hail report in South Bend, Texas. So these storms continue to be doing a lot of dents in regards to the hail department. Nice to see you, Shell. Yeah, there just seems to be a lot of rain over here in eastern Kansas, with the exception of southeastern Kansas. That's a heck of a storm that's gotten close to the St. Louis area, though. So I might want to move. That's going to be the funniest little storm I've seen. I'm going to move Indianapolis's radar over to St. Louis and see what this storm is doing. Yeah, Zanesville, Ohio is going to see some, potentially see some significant severe weather tomorrow. What radar site am I looking out of to see that storm in southeastern Kansas? Isn't loading for me on GR2. I'm using Tulsa's radar. I appreciate you being here, Ava. I will be live tomorrow, by the way. Not that we're done with this stream. We still got a long way to go, and the tornado threat is just starting to kind of try and materialize. It's trying to. But we will be live tomorrow because, once again, there is day 2 of tornado outbreak tomorrow. Mom's on oxygen, machine only hours worth in the canister. I would think that they would be able to get the power back on in time for Miami County if there is something significant down there. I just don't see anything being too significant. But still, you're going to want to be safe. How about traveling down 69 towards Dallas, passing Joplin now? If you're in Joplin, you should be all right. Once you kind of start to get into Oklahoma, that's when storms might start to become a little bit more widespread. So I would kind of watch out. But I-44 between Tulsa and Joplin, how are we looking? Kind of wondering if we should have parked in Joplin instead of pushing it. I think you probably have enough time to get there. It's just there's storms that are over near Miami, over there, northeastern Oklahoma. Yes, it's pronounced Miami. You'll be able to get to Tulsa. You'll be able to get to Tulsa in time. There's going to be storms that are going to form over OKC, and they're going to move near that area eventually. But you'll be able to get to Tulsa in time, I believe. What time are they expecting the bad storms for Zanesville, Ohio? I'd say evening. I would say the evening into the overnight hours, based off of what I see. How is it looking for McAllister, Oklahoma? So one thing I got to say is that the overnight threat here tonight for the storms that start to get move off into your area, they're going to be approaching your area before midnight, and they probably will be tornadic. If not, they're going to produce some very large hail. So I would watch out. I would definitely watch out for the threat of some severe weather. But for right now, I mean, you still have a lot of time between now and then. You still have a lot of time between now and then. Miss Wonderful popping in to say hi. That's a lot of storms that are starting to try and form across the OKC area. This is kind of what we were expecting. This rapid initiation phase, if you will. It's not really an official terminology, but that's kind of what I would say. Do I think tomorrow will go high risk? It's hard to say. Honestly, I was really surprised that they pulled a moderate today. I thought they would do that tomorrow morning. But I guess. We'll see. SPC. New mesoscale discussion for Texas. Severe threat continues across severe thunderstorm watch 66, 2 to 3 inch hail, and 75 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts are the main threats. So that kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. Time am I going live tomorrow? Afternoon. The afternoon. Which means I gotta get a lot of sleep tonight. That's what I need. After I'm done streaming tonight, whenever that is, I don't know, maybe like midnight when I finally get off. I'll be considering. make that make sense. Tomorrow evening, Nicole. Ohio's tomorrow. What's up, SG? Nice to see you. Welcome to stream. New mesoscale discussion. Numerous supercells with large to very large hail expected this evening. Tornado threat increasing near or after sunset. So there you go. Kind of is what it is. I think response is still going to be quite rapid. There's still going to be a heck of an amount of advection. I think it'll still be fine. We had a good day. How's Martin City, Missouri? Looking as far as the hard stuff is hitting. South at KCMO. Oh, you mean, oh, okay. Martin City. I gotta pull this up here in a second, because I might not be able to find it. But, this general area over here of eastern Kansas and western Missouri, a lot of these storms, if they don't get out and be discreet, it's just going to be a lot of hailers. So my hope is that that continues. If one of these storms can get out by itself and be discreet, there it is, discreet. Kind of similar to this one over here that's near Rich Hill, Horton, and Metz in Missouri. Then we could probably be talking about something a little more tornadic. But with some of these other ones, you know, like this one over here in Ottawa, Kansas, you can see how a lot of these storms are just kind of congealed together. Not really doing too much. So that's a heck of a storm over here near Barnett. Look at all this pink here, chat. So much hail within this storm. A lot of hail. It's a lot. Think there's a risk for QLCS tornadoes? I think it's possible, but I don't think it's very likely. What app do I use to track weather on Android? Radar Scope or Radar Omega. Either one of the two. Starting. How's Tulsa looking for tonight? Tulsa should definitely watch out for the threat of large hail and damaging winds. Sometime around, I'd say 8. 8 o'clock? Yeah, 8 o'clock. Maybe 7 o'clock. Something around then. Is it just going to miss Wichita Falls? I think it's possible. Yeah, I think it could be possible. It seems there's another storm that's trying to form back here along this outflow boundary. So I don't think it's completely done. You know, Wichita Falls is completely done out of the risk quite yet. I can't exactly say that they're done. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. Man, that damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning is trucking. That's a lot of hail. Look at how much pink there is in that storm, chat. Near Grafford. northern Palo Pinto County, southern Jack County here in Texas. If you're in those areas there in Texas, you need to watch. Like, as in, that's an unnecessary amount of hail. Baseball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. There it is. Moderate risk, but no tornadoes here. Well, storms haven't got to Tulsa yet, first. And second off, the moderate risk is hail driven. It's not tornado driven today. Wonder if there could be some other things. Yeah, look at that. Potentially substantial severe weather outbreak, including a few significant long track tornadoes. That's what some of the words are for tomorrow's event. Just pretty crazy. Man. Yeah, I can't find some of the other stuff. I'm gonna go back to Tulsa's radar, see what these storms over here, southeastern Kansas, are trying to do. It looks like it's trying to grow a little bit more upscale, but it's hard to say. This might be my chance to move my radar as well. If I move... Oh my gosh, how quickly did that blow up? Woof! I'll tell you what. Just look at how quickly those storms formed. Has National Weather Service updated the timing for the Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee tri-state area yet? For tomorrow? No. I don't believe they have. 15 hatch does seem a bit much for the day 2 outlook. I mean, that's how I've originally felt when they issued it. But apparently they did. I thought they were going to do it at the day 1 outlook. That's what I thought they would have done. I would have done that. But, I mean, there's definitely a chance for significant tornadoes tomorrow. But I mean, it's hard to say. I think there will be. I think there will be the chance for significant tornadoes. Let's look at the updraft helicity tracks. Would be worse than if you guys remember that meme. Yeah. But I don't know. I think tomorrow is really interesting. Tornado risk in Oklahoma is severe, 25%. That's not how the Storm Prediction Center works. It goes from 5%, so it goes in tornado probabilities, I should say. It goes from a 0 to a 2% to a 5% to a 10% to a 15%. And then it goes 30 45, 60. Tornado risk in Oklahoma is 15. It is definitely not 15. It is 10. There's your current SPC outlook right here. You can see yellow. And I'll even go to another SPC site. There you go. That's even better. Today is a moderate risk for hail, not tornadoes. I'll do that, and then I'll do that. Cool. Coolio. I think it's struggling to handle the convection today, so that impacts tomorrow. To be fair, it always struggles with convection before it. No, there is not really one that's free unless if you want to use my radar. My radar is okay. Yep, any percent is not good. I do agree. You know, this cell approaching St. Louis might be something to watch if it can continue to fix itself. I'm going to go to the Mizzou radar. They consider the following. The HRRR is trending faster on the MCS tomorrow morning. That just means there's going to be a quicker warm air response. There's going to be more moisture. But oh, my shoulder. I appreciate you, Mizzou radar, for being useless. Next question. Yeah, that's true. People don't need radars. They can just use me. I'm okay. I'm free. Free of charge watching this thing. Free of charge being a part of this community. Man, those storms that are over in central Oklahoma are now buzzing. Move Wichita's radar over to Springfield. Much of Ohio's in a 15 hatch tomorrow? Yes. It's pretty crazy. What's up, Kristen? Nice to see you. Hopefully my radar will load. Then I can actually talk about weather. Yeah, a lot of these storms here, as I said, if you see any of these storms that have these little pink pixels inside of it, that usually tells you that there's a lot of hail. And I'll even go back to Oklahoma and kind of show you. There's this storm over here near Kingfisher that just developed. You see this? There's the red and then there's pink. Some of the magenta colors in there. A lot of that there is some pretty large hail. Jeez, she just keeps leaving and going. It's kind of funny. Am I chasing tomorrow? I'm not going to be chasing. I was thinking about it, and then I was just like, no. I need to stay here. But, yeah, you can see a lot of the pinks here. It means there's a lot of hail. And look at how many storms just formed out of thin air. Look at all the red that just popped up. A lot of red. Campbellsville, Kentucky. Tomorrow, I think Campbellsville, Kentucky is in the central portions of the state, right? Campbellsville, Kentucky. I think. I knew it! Look at that! I'm starting to get better with my geography. Just slowly but surely. Campbellsville, you guys are going to need to watch. You'll need to watch out. There's going to be a lot of activity across the board. I'm looking stuff up here on the side. Really? Yeah, okay. We're going to go back to Kansas City's radar. Or actually, St. Louis's radar. Is this better to see? Whatever that thing is. Yeah, there's a hook on that. Man, this cell over here in St. Louis, this has got to be a storm that we really got to watch. At least that's what I would say we need to watch. How bad for Stowe, Ohio? Listen, if you're in Ohio, you just need to watch. Like, it's the conditions are ripe for significant weather. So I would watch very, very closely. Yeah, that's kind of interesting too, because Pittsburgh, Kansas is going to start to see some pretty large hail in a bit, maybe some quarter sized. That's not exactly large, I should say. It's probably average. It's severe, but it's average. But you'll probably get more than just large raindrops, heavy raindrops. Local news saying SGF is going to pop off around 8 p.m. I would get so. I would say so, I should say. Maybe a little bit later than that. Maybe like 9 or 10. But something like that. It'll be when the sun goes down. Yeah, that cell near Jefferson City is going mental. It's a crazy storm in central Missouri right now. Nothing tornadic associated with it. It's just a crazy storm. Man, this cell over here near Washington, Missouri, just to the west of St. Louis, is really interesting to me. Really interesting to me. I want to see. I'm going to go onto my camera map. Go to my camera map. Look at some of these. Cameras. World Outdoor Emporium. Is it going to work? There it is. Look at that. That's a lightning shot. Look at that. Bloody Nara. I'll move this over to the side. Got a storm out in the distance here, folks. Get to watch for a little bit. Yes, Jeff. Tomorrow is supposed to be significant severe weather for Ohio. Yeah, there's gonna be some pretty strong storms over here. This is where I'm watching, as if this wasn't obvious enough. Scary crowds? Scary clouds. They're over there. Is someone getting pulled over here? That police lights? Looks like someone's getting pulled over there. Unfortunate. Quite unfortunate. Oh, she's booking it east. I know where she's going. She's going to the mall. We'll keep this up on the double screen. And we'll move that over. Yeah, live police cam. That's what we are now. We're no longer a weather channel. We're watching people getting pulled over. Drive sober or get pulled over. Yeah, that's starting to cluster. We're looking at Oklahoma now, back in Kingfisher and Logan counties. Look at all this clustering right here. All sorts of pink in there showing the hail. But there's just so much. Look at that purple. Look at the magenta. Ooh. No rotation, though. Yeah, look at all these storms they're forming now. Looks like there's stuff forming south of Wichita Falls as well. Go to Frederick's radar, see. Well, yeah, they're trying. I think, interesting enough, if we go back to the live camera here in St. Louis, that's a pretty ominous lowering right there. I'm actually going to move my Omega over to the side. Because honestly, first off, I think I might want to look at my map settings. State. That's kind of weird. The thickness of the state, but oh well. I've now fixed it, chat. Look at that. I've now fixed it so that way we can actually tell what state we're talking about with this. I fixed the lines. So now you can tell there's Ohio, there's West Virginia, there's Kentucky, there's the risk for severe weather tomorrow. Look at that. Round of applause. Round of applause, everyone. So once again, multi-day tornado outbreak today and tomorrow. Yes, I know we don't have any tornado warnings right now. We haven't had any of them today. But tornado threat is likely to start to increase here pretty soon. Delay descent could screw with tomorrow. I don't think it'll be that bad. If anything, that's just going to raise dues. So if there's more storms, the MCV that moves on through. It just means the relative humidity is just going to be higher in the warm sector. It could either be bleh tomorrow, or it can either be really, really intense. That's how I feel. Because you're going to need convergence. Oh my goodness. That is a significant amount of wind. I'm going to go back over here and show you guys what's popping with this thing. First off, that's a gnarly looking wall cloud that you can see above me. But second off, look at how strong these winds are. That's a 91 mile an hour wind. Look at that. Towards, away. Is this tornadic rotation? Is this rotation? That'd be the weirdest looking thing of rotation ever. Sent that 30 minutes ago, what? Yeah, YouTube is broken, I guess. Yep, so once again, that's a camera up above me here. This is on the west side of St. Louis. Just had a lightning strike up there, too. What time is the event supposed to start tomorrow? Afternoon, something like that. There is a storm that is starting to approach St. Louis. If you know anyone that lives near St. Louis, the threat for severe weather is definitely there. Oh, it just undergone a merger. Ooh. We could be talking about something tornadic here in a bit. We just had a merger. Oh, that's a heck of a lightning strike. Did you see that, chat? See that lightning strike? That's crazy. Look at that. Yeah, there's still some cop activity over there. Police. Someone got pulled over. I don't know how long they've been there for now. Is there like construction there, or is that like an actual pullover? Ho ho. Man, that's a lot of lightning. I'll tell you what, I think this storm is going to start to intensify a little bit more. Usually what's happening here, what these storms do, is when other storms merge, right? So if we go back to this, you can see that we have our storms that were originally here near Gerald and Leslie, and then we had our main storm that was up here near New Haven. I'll actually zoom out just a little bit more. There we go. This, my goodness, that lightning is crazy. This storm is going to move up north into the storm, and it's moving pretty quickly, whereas this other storm, because it has so much mass, it's just kind of moving super slow. And so as we progress over in time, you can see it just jumped right into that storm. And what I think is going to be happening now is pretty soon this storm is going to try to intensify just a little bit more. I think this is going to become a supercell. And I think coming out of this, we might see a little bit more of a... holy crap, that's just a lot of good lightning there. We're probably going to see a lot more of an uptick in rotation with this thing. That's my guess right now, based off of what this storm is doing. It has an upper level mesocyclone. Definitely does. Look at that donut hole. There's the ZDR. Holy crap. That's one of the coolest things I think I've ever seen. That's got to be one of the coolest things I've ever seen, because that's the updraft of the storm. That's pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. How severe do I think Central Indiana will get tonight and tomorrow? Tomorrow it'll be worse than tonight. Tonight, you're going to be getting stuff past midnight, and it'll be a lot of wind, maybe some spotty hail. Tomorrow it'll be worse. Tomorrow you could potentially see something tornadic. Widespread outbreak of severe weather. Depending upon where you are in Indiana, though. If you're in northern Indiana, that's kind of unlikely. But if you're in like central and southern Indiana, especially if it's on the eastern side, yup. Wake tornado on the ground near Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Are you serious? Who reported that? Might be a gustnado that could have occurred. There's like no rotation on that storm at all. Please show 3D. I'm probably gonna want to do 3D for the St. Louis cell. St. Louis cell, you're up. So it does have an inflow notch. It definitely does. It's just undergoing a merger, so it's not that strong at the moment. It's trying to figure out its issues. Oh, she's not there. Wait a second. Is she going down? Interesting. But yeah, this supercell, you can definitely see where the mouth is. Right in here. There's the cave. That's the entrance. The only problem with this cell, the only problem with this storm is that it's got a couple holes in its mouth. And I'm not sure if anyone has tried to eat food with some holes in their mouth, the side of their cheek. I don't think that would really work all too well. I'm not sure about you. I don't think it would work that well. There were 2 funnels on that Kingfisher storm about 15 minutes ago. Amazing long rope thing. Yep, gustnados. That'll do it. That'll do it. Look at this here, by the way, chat. That is a wall cloud. This is on the western side of St. Louis. Man, this storm is going to look absolutely insane. It might actually start trying to be tornadic here pretty soon. I'm going to move this back over here. What are you doing, Brad Arnold? Why are you all the way up there? Oh, he went too far north. He went too far north. Poor Brad. Poor Brad. Brad Arnold's rainbow chasing today. At least I believe so. I would believe so. Oh, never mind. I know where they're going. That's kind of really stupid. I'm not gonna lie. That doesn't make any sense. So behind this one looks really nice. I'm sure it does. It just has no radar coverage. Penny-sized tail. Yeah, I think this thing might try to produce a tornado. I think it's possible. Decent mesocyclone that's trying to develop at the lower levels. Yeah, I'm watching this pretty closely. That seems legit, KB. Yeah, that is very ominous. Go back to the live radar. Show you guys. There's St. Louis on the right side. It's going to be heading towards Chesterfield and Wildwood, at least. It's going to be heading off there. Jefferson City, Missouri cell looks interesting. Yeah, it's really... it's kind of out and away. Seems legit, Jeremy. If only you knew. If only you knew. Yeah, this one over here in Jefferson City, if only had a radar near it, because Mizzou's not gonna work. Mizzou, I think, is looking at 0.5 tilt. I think it was. I'm gonna move the camera back over here, by the way. Yeah, the radar is struggling. That's 0.9 tilt. No chance. Central Missouri is just going to have to kind of struggle because the Mizzou radar is just not. It ain't it. It's not working at all. Nah. Seems legit, security guard. I saw what you put up there. Going back to St. Louis. Looks like we're getting really close, by the way. Look at how close our wall cloud is. It's like right there. Actually, I think it might be starting to develop something now. I think it might actually be trying to put together something. That is going to be really interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are in St. Louis, especially on the western side of St. Louis, you are going to want to watch out very, very closely. Where is this? Wild Emporium. That is... I have no idea where that is. Howell. Howell, Missouri. So this is the west side of St. Louis. There is definitely something ominous through all of that. Where specifically is this camera again? North of Chesterfield. There. So pretty soon I'm going to have to get my camera that's over here near Chesterfield. Is this showing anything quite yet? No. Be quite nice if they turned the camera around, wouldn't it? 100 above the park. I have no idea where that is at. But that right there, Howell, Missouri. I won't be able to. I would love to chase, but with an event this strong, it's better if I stay. Cover it from radar. That is an impressive supercell. And you can clearly see there's lowering right within this area here. I'm going to go back to Texas, take a look and see. Stuff is starting to get closer towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So I'm going to pull that up while we watch. This is a live look at Howell, Missouri. This is the western side of St. Louis, to where there's a supercell. And a tornado watch has been issued across the majority of the state of Missouri, including even into portions of Illinois. So we're watching for those storms to potentially produce tornadoes. We got a camera on one. And we'll have to see. My thing, I would probably be watching out right down here. That's where I would be watching. We got a couple storms that are over in Palo Pinto County. Someone asked about them. They don't look very strong. If anything, there's a storm that's over in Eastland County, heading over into Desdemona, as well as Morgan Mill and Stephenville. Even in Lippen, over there. Couple stuff over there. That's the main storm. Like this storm right here, you can see above me has so much pink and magenta. It's not even funny. Like there's a lot. There's another storm that's over here that is heading off into northern Parker County. That could be something to watch near Springtown, Newark, Boyd. Northern Parker County, southern Wise County. Eventually moving into Tarrant County. That's like Fort Worth and stuff like that. Might have a tornado on the ground on that St. Louis cell. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I know if I'm looking on that southern side. Down here, near Wildwood. Is there any more cameras that are over here? No. I kind of wish that they moved that camera in Chesterfield. But now the rain's going to be covering. We're not going to be able to see what's behind this. We're going to be seeing a lot of the hail that's going to be hitting this camera here soon. The police car is gone, so it was a traffic stop. Move that back over here for now. Can I do a 3D now? We'd be probably too close to be able to see a whole lot. So as of right now, no. Oh, they did move the camera. Move it again. Hold up. That'd be great if they moved it. Can you imagine if they actually moved this camera? We'd be able to see everything of what's happening. Oh, this is Chesterfield. Chesterfield. Yeah, I know the airport's really dark, but Chesterfield is like right next to the right next to the storm. Yeah, that's funny. I'm moving this camera. Oh, they're moving it. 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 Oh my gosh. Oh, oh my goodness gracious. Ugh. Ugh. Well, there you go. This is Chesterfield, Missouri right now. A live look at a supercell. Potential for a tornado to develop. This is actually very, very interesting here. Look at this. That's a new tornado warning that just got issued for Jefferson City.
Tornado warning for East Central Cole County in central Missouri, Central Osage County in central Missouri.
So that's the first tornado warning of the day, and it's for Jefferson City. If you're over near Westphalia, Loose Creek, Rich Fountain, and Lynn here, southeast of Jefferson City, need to get into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But let's go back to this view here in Chesterfield, Missouri. That, wow. That's going to be very interesting. If we see a tornado, it's going to be right in front of us. If we see a tornado, it's going to be right in front of us. And there is rotation. There is indeed rotation right there. Wow. Look at that mesocyclone. And it just closed out. Go back. Look at that mesocyclone. You have wow. Your clouds that are turning in there. Wow. I might actually be watching somewhere along here. But I also go all the way into this area as well. That is crazy. That is a heck of a supercell that is now getting very, very close. Very, very close. Yeah, I'd watch this area right here. Woof. Once again, tornado warning as well for Osage County here in Missouri. This is just to the west of that storm that is approaching St. Louis. So if you know anyone that lives southeast of Jefferson City, near Loose Creek, Westphalia, Rich Fountain, Lynn, and Mount Sterling, you need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Once again, this is in Chesterfield, Missouri. You can see at the top left-hand corner, Ugh. It's that crazy looking storm right here. I'm thinking right in here. I'm thinking right in here is where I'm looking. Right in there. If there was something to be tornadic, it'd be right there. That's where I'm thinking. As I look a little bit more into this. If there is something tornadic, I'm thinking it's right in here. Which means I need to move this view a little bit more. Right there. I'm thinking right in there. Just based off of what I see. But there are multiple little funnels within this area. And this is getting very, very close to Chesterfield, Wildwood, Clarkson Valley, and Baldwin here on the west side of St. Louis. If you're in St. Louis, once again, you need to be watching out for this storm very, very closely. Tell me that didn't just go out. Thank you. I think that might actually be the wall cloud. Is this the wall cloud right here? It's hard to say. Man, this is a crazy shot, though. This is crazy shot. If you're just tuning in here right now, once again, we're looking at a live shot west of St. Louis with a storm that could potentially be tornadic. If you could, please be sure to spread this information with as many people as possible. Hit the thumbs up button down below if you would like to help me spread this out with more and more people. Yeah, this is... Wow. Wow, wow, wow. It's got its outflow boundary jutting out now. Looks like there might be two areas of rotation that's trying to develop. So you have the wall cloud that is right here. That's the area. Somewhere underneath this mess right here is where I'm watching. If you had to ask me where I'm watching for something that's tornadic, it's right there. It's hard to say if there is anything tornadic underneath that. It is very, very hard to say. But it looks to me like that, if I was watching, if I was trying to find where the potential for a tornado would be, it would be in this area right here. That's where I would watch. And the other thing I want to mention here, guys, notice how green this is over here. You see this kind of like a yellowish, greenish tint? It's a lot of hail. You got a lot of light that is reflecting off of hail and rain, creating that tint. So it is very, very interesting. Yeah, it's a crazy supercell. I think we just had one area of rotation either occlude to the north or something happened. I think that area of rotation might have occluded. This over here to the left, however, I'm going to move this all the way over here now. This is crazy. Because now what I'm seeing is I'm seeing condensation move from right to left. But I'm also seeing condensation rise right here. I'm seeing this So over here, oh, they're moving it, maybe. So this is moving from right to left right here. This is moving up. This is moving up. Yeah, I would have to say we're looking right under where it could be. Let's go back over to the, just real quickly. We're going to try and balance it all out here. Once again, tornado warning over here. Another tornado warning. This is for portions of Osage County near Loose Creek, Lynn, and Westphalia, as well as Rich Fountain. If you guys know anyone that lives over there here in Missouri, you guys need to be able to get into your safe space immediately. Velocities have kind of de-aliased significantly, but also rotation is not very strong either. So there's your update on the tornado warning. This over here on the left, very interesting because I'm seeing clouds move this way. I'm seeing clouds move this way. This right here is the wall cloud. That's the wall cloud. No doubt about it in my mind. That right there is the wall cloud. Right here. Oh, we might see little funnels that are coming off of this too. I think they need to move the camera just a little bit more to the left. Move the camera a little bit more to the left, please. A little more to the left. A little more to the left. Please. If only I had control of these cameras, I'd be able to do something. But this is right here. I think. Yeah, and now that's where it's being tilted up into the vertical. This right here on the left is where I'm watching. And this right here is also where I'm watching. That might be a little spin. Ooh. Wow. Isn't this crazy? I think it's going south of this camera. I think they need to turn left. Thank you. Look left, please. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning for St. Louis. If you're in St. Louis, you need to get into a sturdy building and stay away from windows. I may have to find another camera. Which honestly is not the worst thing in the world. I'm still seeing clouds that are moving this way. I'm seeing clouds moving that way. I'm seeing clouds rise up on the backside. This is going to be really interesting. I'll tell you what. Whatever view we have live right now here in Chesterfield, Missouri, this is going to get very interesting. Oof. That new velocity scan just did not like it. I wonder how many people over here in this movie theater actually know what's going on. Which is kind of crazy. Trying to scan other cameras as well. I'm gonna put this on the side. Ooh, wait, hold up. What is that on the left? What is this right here, chat? See this? What is that? Is that a funnel? Are you serious? What the heck did I just see? And absolutely that was a funnel because there's the tail cloud inside. What is that? Goodness gracious. Is that a funnel? Now I hope they kind of turn the camera to the side. They could turn that around. Be able to see what's on the side of that. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Well, it's definitely not strong enough to be completely on the ground per se, but oh, now you can see the wind really whipping into this camera. I'm thinking that was a funnel. I kind of want to go back in time to go check. Just to kind of confirm. Yeah, they turned the camera over this side too. Well, I turned it. Yeah, that looked to have been something. That was as crazy as you can get it. Rotation right now is currently just to the east of center, or not center. Jeez, I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind already. Chesterfield. That's where this camera was. And now it's just a little bit to the east of that. It is crossing over I-64 as we speak. And it is getting very close towards the Frontenac areas. Frontenac, Creve Coeur, Olivet, that general area over there. But there is a little bit of rotation here. New tornado warning just got issued. This is for the city of St. Louis.
Tornado warning for
There's two of them, actually.
St. Louis City in east central Missouri, central St. Louis County in east central Missouri.
And the new tornado warning as well. There's another one.
Tornado warning for southeastern Noble County in northern Oklahoma, north central Payne County in central Oklahoma.
So a new tornado warning in Oklahoma as well. But if you're in St. Louis, new tornado warning right now for your area. There we go. So new tornado warning, St. Louis, Missouri. And if you're in St. Louis, you need to get in the lowest, innermost part of your building. Have I seen the cam for the St. Louis skyline? I have, but there's a lot of buildings blocking the background, so it's kind of hard to say what's happening back in all that over there. But once again, new tornado warning over here. This is going to basically parallel I-64 or be a little bit to the north of I-64. So on the Missouri side, you can see here is the storm in question. A lot of hail within this, a lot of pinks. You see all these pinks that indicates likely some consistencies of quarter size to even golf ball sized hail. That's a tornado. That's a tornado on the ground. That's a tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground, Chesterfield. Tornado on the ground, Chesterfield. We saw a funnel cloud for real. That's what we saw. We saw the funnel cloud. Tornado on the ground, Chesterfield. If you are in St. Louis, you need to get into your safe space immediately. If you know anyone who lives in any of these areas, they need to get into their safe space right now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground in St. Louis. This is west side of St. Louis. It's about to approach 270 right now. And it's getting close to the Creve Corner and the Frontenac areas. So if you know anyone who lives over there, they need to get into their safe space right now. Underground, lowest innermost part of their building. If you're just tuning in here right now, there's a tornado on the ground that is just on the west side of St. Louis. It's about to move into the St. Louis metro area. It is just about to move into the St. Louis metro area. If you know anyone who lives in any of these areas, they need to get into their safe space now. This is just to the east of Chesterfield. Folks that may be over here in between Chesterfield and the Beltway of 270. All right, it is near there. It is very near there. And once again, debris signature here. We can see here in the correlation coefficient. Correlation coefficient indicates as to whether or not particles are air or rain, or if it's a mix of the two. And in this case, it's a mix of the two. We do have what appears to be a tornado on the ground that is lofting debris up into the sky. And we do have a tornado vortex signature right here as well. You can see greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And this is just barely north of I-64. It looks like, yeah, it looks like there was a tornado and maybe even a brief tornado that was on the ground here. But it is moving off just a little bit to the north. It is getting very close to Missouri 340. But yes, it does look like we did have what looked to have been a tornado. It's still got debris in the air right now. I'm looking on our side screen here. Yeah, I mean, this definitely does look like the real deal here. Let's go to the live camera here. You can see this is not in Chesterfield. I gotta find where specifically this camera is at. This is in Richmond Heights, near Clayton. This is near Clayton. So I'm gonna change this accordingly to make this Clayton. So this is Clayton, Missouri. This is looking off towards the west. And once again, tornado here in western St. Louis. We've got a tornado warning here. This is just to the east of Chesterfield is where the tornado is at. So you can see here right above me. Here is the storm. It's wrapping its rain around. Creates a little bit of a gust front right here, but the tornado is right about there. And you can see it's a lot more evident here on the correlation coefficient. You can see there's a debris signature that is indicated right in this area, right there. And now we've got a pretty pretty ominous wall cloud here. I mean, just look at this here, guys. You can see here on our live screen, this is probably where I'm watching. Right here. This wall cloud right in this area. If there was a tornado, it would probably be right there. If not, it would be over here. But we got to get a little bit of a closer view here for me to be able to try and see specifically as to what part of the storm I'm looking at. I'm also going to see if I can find any extra cameras. Extra cameras, of course, will help. Based off of what I'm seeing, it might actually be over here on the right. That's a confirmed tornado now. National Weather Service has officially confirmed that there is a tornado near Creve Coeur. And so that is a tornado in progress. Folks that might be over there need to get into their safe space immediately. That might work. That is going to work. That works very well. There you go. There you go. Wow. Wow. This is the this is, I believe, the 100 above the park. 100 above the park. Now, I don't know exactly where 100 above the park is. I'm going to look up. $100 above the park. That is that. So that's St. Louis. That's on the west side of St. Louis. If you know where the St. Louis Zoo is, it's on the east side of the St. Louis Zoo. This is where this camera is currently looking at. And it is looking to the west. It is looking to the west. We're looking at a new wall cloud that is developing. So it is likely that the old tornado has died out. The old tornado has died out. There is a new wall cloud that is looking very, very ominous right here. This is our new wall cloud here. And it looks like this is looking over the Clayton area. It looks like Clayton is right in front of us. That's from what it looks like to me. And this is clearly a tornadic storm that is showing its true colors right in front of us. And still, wall cloud is very much so present with this storm. If this thing was going to produce a tornado, it's likely to be somewhere in between I-270 and 170. And that is if it were to produce right now. If it were to produce right now. And if it continues to head further and further east, it would be near the I-70, or it'd be in between I-70 and I-64. Right now, anyone that is south of I-64 here in St. Louis is good. If you are south of I-64 in St. Louis, you are good. You are not going to see anything from this tornadic thunderstorm. But if you are north of I-64, it is recommended that you guys get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And this storm, once again, we called it earlier, has produced a tornado. We saw it on radar, it produced a tornado. We wanted to make sure that everyone got the information to the best of their ability. If you haven't already, please be sure to spread this information with as many people as possible. Hit the thumbs up button down below so we can continue to spread this with more and more people, because this is heading towards a major populous area here. Of course, we do not want to see this impacting anybody else. We do not want to see that at all. But that is a very, very low wall cloud now. It is very low to the ground. Yeah, I mean, it's right there. It's cooking. It's trying to continue to move on through. We'll show you the live radar of the trajectory of the storm. You can see this is kind of moving a little bit off towards the north and east now. It looks like we have encountered a left split with this thunderstorm, to where the thunderstorm splits in two. You have one storm that kind of moves a little bit more towards the north side. I'm going to have to go back to put this back on. But we have one storm that moves off. That is, it goes a little bit more towards the north. Another one that goes a little bit more towards the north and east. And that usually makes it so that the storm has to go through a period of re-strengthening after it has temporarily weakened for now, which is obviously the good news. And we just have to hope that it continues to stay at this state of weakening, at least until it gets off into the middle of nowhere. But this does look very, very interesting. Chesterfield is in the clear right now. You guys are all good. There's another storm that's going to be moving on near your area eventually. This storm was over near Jefferson City, and it actually had produced a tornado warning earlier. But this one over here that is over in the portions of St. Louis just got downgraded. No longer tornado in progress, just a tornado warning. Just an area for general rotation. This is likely going to head off to the north side. This is going to head off towards Ferguson, Jennings, Hazelwood, Florissant, Shoveltown, and then eventually off along 270 on the north side. I think that's what's likely going to happen here pretty soon. We'll go back to the live camera to kind of show you guys what the wall cloud is trying to do now. I think they need to move this camera here pretty shortly, because based off of what I'm seeing here, and I'm going to show you guys what I mean. I believe that this over here to the right may be our new wall cloud. This over here to the right is probably our new wall cloud, and whatever is over here is kind of occluding. This is starting to kind of go away a little bit. So I'm very interested to see what we could what could happen with this camera. We also have another camera over in Edwardsville, so that's always a fail-safe as well if we needed to look to see what could be happening. It's not the best camera in the world, but then again, you know, nothing is ever going to be the best, I guess. It looks like all traffic is stopped, obviously, at Lambert. So it looks like to me. very ominous clouds over here too. We might actually be getting a better view at Lambert. Here, I'm gonna move this over here and show you guys what we're getting at Lambert. Look at this. Look at this view here at the airport. Mason, please try not to self-promote other live streamers. Thank you. If I was another live streamer and people were promoting my stream, I would be pretty upset as well. So please and thank you. Yeah, this is some very ominous stuff. I'm watching very closely right here. Anything under that could potentially try. I think this is a part of the left split in the occluding storm. So I'm really watching underneath this cloud base here, because I do believe this is a part of that left split. So that's the left split. I'm going to go back over here. Watch this from the side. I'm really hoping that they move that camera pretty soon. If they move that camera, that might be a dream. I'm not sure they would. Lambert reported a gust of 61 miles per hour. That's not too surprising. Yeah, it looks like the left split has successfully occurred. We had a storm that is now starting to move off towards the north near St. Charles, South Shore, Grafton. That could be associated with some large hail, but nothing more. Maybe some wind. It is the storm that is now currently over Florissant, Ferguson, and Jennings, and then eventually towards Granite City, Mitchell, and Pontoon Beach on the border of Illinois and Missouri. That is now going to be where the potential for tornadic development might occur. Will Ohio be hit? Tomorrow. You bring up a valid point. I want to bring this up for folks that are watching right now. I know we're talking about St. Louis, but this is day one of a multi-day tornado outbreak. This is the threat for tornadoes today. Everyone within this yellow area with the hashes through the middle, this is the threat for significant tornadoes today. The yellow has a 10% chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. The brown is a 5% chance, and the green is a 2% chance. And then tomorrow, significant threat for tornadoes, a tornado outbreak that is likely over into portions of Ohio. And this will likely even be pushed a little bit further off towards the west near the Indiana general vicinity. Folks that are over in these areas, you can see how large and widespread this activity is, but it's basically ranging from Ohio all the way down into northern Alabama. And then, of course, the tornado risk can even continue to move as far south down into the Gulf of Mexico. So very widespread area for severe weather and tornadoes tomorrow. It is recommended that folks that are living in those areas should be weather aware, not only today, but tomorrow. And, of course, we're going to be live tomorrow as well. So we're going to be covering this to the best of our ability and as much as we possibly can. Yeah, there was a tornado on the ground earlier. This was east of Chesterfield. It was southwest of Maryland Heights. It was just north of I-64, where Missouri Highway 141 was. if I can pull up this on the map, I might be able to actually get a good idea off of the Google Map traffic site. Traffic. It's hard to say. There's not anything pretty big right now based off of Google Maps. So I'll have to watch, but I can close that. I can close that. I can close that. Yeah, they haven't moved that camera. Lambert Airport web camera. I'm looking at Lambert right now. If I do this, oh no, we're not gonna listen. Yeah, you can clearly see there's stuff tomorrow. Yeah, it's not on the ground anymore in Maryland Heights. It's not on the ground anymore. There is no tornado on the ground as of right now. It is just a tornado warning. It is possible, however, on the Illinois side, near Glen Carbon and Pontoon Beach, as well as Granite City, there could be a new tornado warning here soon. So watch out for that new storm that is starting to develop. And I'll show that here on the screen here on radar. First off, we have to mention there's a significant amount of hail that is associated with the storm. You can see the pink and magenta areas here indicating some large hail, likely in upwards of $50 to maybe even golf ball sized. So folks that are outside, if you have any pets, if you have any cars, or if you have any plants, or if you are outside, you must move that all indoors or move it to some form of shelter where there is a roof over your head. I also want to mention that this storm, once again, had a tornado earlier. There was a tornado that it had that was in between Chesterfield and Maryland Heights. It was in between the two areas. And now that same storm is moving off through. It is north of I-70. It's actually paralleling I-70 pretty much at this point. And it is now going to move off into the Glen Carbon areas, as well as the Collinsville, the Troy general vicinity, Maryville, Pontoon Beach, Granite City, Venice, that area over there in Illinois. And it is currently right now over Jennings and Northwoods. So if you're over there, if you're near Bellefontaine neighbors, if you're near Ferguson, Blackjack, Spanish Lake, all those areas are currently impacting severe weather. If you're in Maryland Heights, if you're along the western side of St. Louis on 270, you guys are in the clear for right now. There is another storm that is going to be moving off towards St. Louis here, likely in, if I were to measure this out time-wise, likely in about an hour and a half. So your threat for severe weather is not done for today, but there is more severe weather that is going to be heading off into that general vicinity here shortly. So please be sure to watch out if you haven't already. Going to Oklahoma, we had a tornado warning for this small area for whatever reason. I have no idea why. Yeah, that makes sense. This might be a tornado warning down here in Oklahoma and Payne County. If you're near Glencoe, Stillwater, areas near Pawnee and Maramec, you guys will have to watch out. I'm just checking over some of these other areas that I could have possibly missed. I'll go back to St. Louis here in a second if everyone wants to be just a little bit patient. There's another supercell that's moving off into the northern portions of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. We're talking about areas near Denton and the southern portion of Denton County. This could be heading off towards Hazlitt, Roanoke, Justin, Northlake, Argyle, as well as Highland Village, Louisville, and Rome and Newark. So if you're in those areas there in Texas, you're going to need to watch out. South side of Dallas-Fort Worth is also going to want to watch out too for this other severe storm that's moving near the Granbury, the Creason, and the Pecan Plantation areas. you are definitely going to want to watch out for the threat of some severe weather near your area. Let's go back up to the St. Louis cell. Once again, small little supercell that is trying to move on through. It is still a little tornadic. It still has a little bit of rotation. It is not very strong as of right now, however. So we do have that as good news for now. I want to see... I'm going to keep the Norman radar over here to the side. If you haven't already, please be sure to help me spread this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible. The fly is back again. It's taunting me. You serious? It's hard to say if we're going to get another camera look like that. Excuse me. Oh, Belleville Square might... it's looking south, I think. Or it's looking east. That actually is probably looking east now that I think about it. It's got a view of Busch Stadium. So... likely. What's happening in St. Louis? Yeah, stay away from windows. Stay away from windows. Stay away from windows. If you're in St. Louis, stay away from windows. There is a storm that has had a history of producing a tornado in between Chesterfield and Maryland Heights that is moving on through your area, producing a lot of large hail too, upwards of ping pong ball sized hail. Stay away from windows. If you are south of I-70, you're in the clear. If you're south of I-70 here, that is not over into portions of downtown St. Louis. So if you are basically from I-70 and south on the Missouri side, you're good. You're good for right now. There might be another storm that could be moving on through. If you're in Illinois, there is still severe weather that's heading off towards your area. So you need to watch out. That's basically what I got to say. No, the camera that I was looking at was looking east. It was looking at the ballpark. Right now, currently, our tornado warning storm is right here. You can see a lot of hail associated with it, especially over I-270. I-270 is currently getting pelted, whoever is driving there at this time. But you can also see this little appendage here. You see this little hook right in there? That's where wind is trying to wrap around and is trying to jut a lot of gusty winds in the one spot. And right on the leading edge of that hook, there can be a little bit of rotation for the potential development of a tornado that can try and appear there. It's not very strong as of right now, so that's kind of the good news here. Even if there was a tornado, it wouldn't be super crazy. But how long are we thinking before Granite is in the clear? Give it another 5 to 10 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes. Granite City, believe it or not, it's like right on the border. You could get either hail, or you could get absolutely nothing and just watch it pass by to the north. If you're closer to 270, you're definitely going to be getting as close as you possibly can to the severe storm. But if you're you're south, 270. If you're like Venice, if you're closer to the East St. Louis area, you're pretty good. Yeah, this Norman, Oklahoma camera is doing me dividends, apparently. Lovely, huh? Closer to Pontoon. Yeah, so I would continue to sit around in that area for right now. Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania here? Really? You know, funny enough. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, that's yeah, I knew it. That's Harrisburg. I knew that sounded familiar. This part of PA is the best part of PA. Good news here. Good news here. The reflectivity, so the amount of pinks has dropped, which means the hail is definitely not as significant as it once was, but there's still a little area right here that just went over Spanish Lake. Still a little area right there. A lot of hail. That will likely head off towards the Wood River, Roxana, South Roxana, as well as East Alton. That'll definitely be something to watch out for. Got some reports of damage over here in St. Charles. Spotter reports 3-inch limbs down with estimated 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. Also, a plethora amount of hail reports, including this hail report over here in Chesterfield of golf ball sized hail. It's not really too surprising, especially if that even happened up into portions of Jennings and Spanish Lake. Is southeastern Oklahoma still in play? I haven't checked. I'd have to look. I've been too busy on St. Louis. Interesting. Cell near KSGF looks interesting. That would be Springfield. Oh, it's this cluster. Yeah, there's a lot of straight line damaging winds here. This might actually turn into an MCV over time if this evolves into an MCS like it's supposed to. It's going to be a lot of strong winds across central Missouri, more than likely. Look at this. Yeah, look at how quickly that's starting to jut out. Look at that. Boom. Look at how quickly that starts to jut out. Look at how flat it was, and then it just went boom. Oof. Yeah, southwest Missouri should still watch out. There's another round of storms coming in later on tonight. This is going to probably create some very strong damaging winds for Dunnigan, Bolivar, Urbana, Lewisburg, Tunis, Max Creek, and Hermitage. If you know anyone that lives over there, very strong damaging winds are likely to be moving on through that area. I'm gonna update that real quickly. Now since, though I'm still covering St. Louis, it's not gonna be that strong anymore. So I'll change the title of my live stream over again. I appreciate everyone who's out here right now. If you haven't already, please be sure to help spread the information. It really does help us out a lot. So hit the thumbs up button down below. Helps us get out to more and more people on YouTube. And if you want, you can even subscribe. You can subscribe, turn on notifications. We have another event for severe weather tomorrow. Once again, significant tornadoes. Tornado outbreak across portions of the Ohio River Valley down into the Appalachians. So we're going to have to watch out for that. We're going to be keeping our eyes peeled. I'm going to go back to radar here. Go to Oklahoma City radar here. There's a couple storms that are over here near Glencoe, near Stillwater. Eventually going up to the Pawnee area. There's going to be another storm that's up there. There's another storm over here near Bridgeport, I-40. That's wonderful. This is going to be near Geary and Greenfield in Oklahoma. Looks like a lot of hail and maybe some wind as well. I want to go over to Tulsa's radar. I feel like this activity over here in Osage County. Yeah. That might be something tornadic that can try and develop heading towards Winona, as well as Nelagany, Nelagany. I can't pronounce it to save my life. I'll have to figure that one out. But Hominy, Winona, Barnsdall, Pawhuska. This general area over here in north central to northeastern Oklahoma, there's a supercell up here that could potentially try to produce some strong damaging winds, maybe even some large hail too. Parked in a big cabin, Oklahoma for the night. Looks like you're going to miss the party. There's going to be more storms that will probably form, I believe. Let's see. What are the latest models saying for... You're going to get some thunderstorms eventually. Wow, the southern risk plummeted. What happened? Overconvection? There's an EML. And weak low-level jet. Very weak low-level jet. Low-level jet was a lot weaker than anticipated. Wow. So Red River busted from the looks of it. Looks like Illinois is going to keep going all day, every day, apparently. Especially along the warm front. Wow, that's going to be such a mess. Especially tomorrow morning. Wow, there's going to be a lot of significant winds. Will tomorrow get high-risk SPC upgrade? I kind of doubt it. I think they're going to expand the moderate further west, though. I think they're going to expand it into Indiana. Wow, tomorrow's gonna be a mess. And then there's your boundary developing in Illinois. Wow. Very interesting. Pea-sized hail observed, outer edge of the storm. Light hail is indicated on radar, confirmed visually in yard. That's cool, Richard. $half sized hail north of 270. 2-inch sized hail in Calverton Park. That's northeast of the northeast of Lambert. Northeast of Lambert, there was 2-inch sized hail, which honestly is not too surprising if it was from that left split. And there's still that storm back behind over near Berger and New Haven. So we still have a while. And it looks like it's going to be taking a very similar trajectory. Wow. It's going to be taking a very similar trajectory to the last storm. So folks that were over here in the portions of western, northwestern, and northern St. Louis, you're going to have to watch out again. Likely could be another storm. Yeah, get that. I might need to start organizing some of my radars again. Might be a good idea. Do that. Do that. Thank you. Do that. I think I actually might not need to use as many radars as I used to, which would be pretty great. I'm not gonna lie. That'd be great if I didn't have to use all the other radars. That'd be wonderful. Yeah, that's some significant wind. The hand of hydration, I know. Need to finish my other water bottle first. There we go. All right. Woohoo! There is one more. Wow, that's some significant hail. There is one more SPC Outlook update today for today's event. So we'll have to watch out. Is Durant in severe weather? They should be. Keyword should be. But now it's kind of hit or miss. I think they will. I think they will get a sniff of severe weather. I don't think it'll be too much, though. Wow. This just cuts off. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, there'll be some form of general thunderstorms that could be moving on through Durant right now. There might be an additional thunderstorm, but honestly, based off of what the models are saying right now, probably not. Not anything more than what we're getting right now. I think it could be because of the inversion. I think it could be there's an inversion. Something of the sort. Something like that. How's the storms looking for Fort Smith, Arkansas? Believe it or not, according to this model, it looks like Fort Smith might just get some general thunderstorms. Might be a little bit severe, but that will be it. Kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Where is... You know, I knew I needed one more radar. I'm going back to... Going back to Tulsa's radar. Springfield, Missouri, tornado risk. That's a new tornado warning for Oklahoma.
Tornado warning for East Central Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma.
So Osage County, once again, we've been on this one for quite some time. But someone asked about Springfield. They could see some severe weather later on tonight. It would be before midnight or around midnight. A new tornado warning for Osage County here in Oklahoma. That will be in effect until the top of the hour. If you're near Winona and Barnsdall, as well as Nalagany, get into your safe space, please. Do that there real quickly. Wow, that might be a that could probably be a significant tornado that could... Oh, that's on the ground right now. That's a tornado on the ground right now. Yep. SIGTOR. Yep, that's probably a significant tornado that is on the ground here in northeastern Oklahoma. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So what we got right now is a pretty strong velocity couplet right here. You can see reds are winds moving away from the radar. Blues are winds moving towards. Right here, you see how these pixels are all stacking right next to each other, just like this? This is usually where we start to see something called a tornado vortex signature. And we're talking about probably a really strong storm. Heck of a tornado. This might be the... well, I mean, obviously, we've only had one tornado today, but this is probably going to be the strongest tornado of the day for right now. You know someone who lives near Barnsdall? Well, you need to tell them to get in a safe space or get in her safe space. This is north of Tulsa. This is near Barnstall. This is in Osage County. If you're in Winona, if you're in Barnstall, if you're in Nalagany, if you're near Avant, you need to get in your safe space. This is a pretty strong storm. Confirmed tornado inside the tornado warning. Once again, you can see here's the debris signature. You can see this yellow, this green, and this blue. Correlation coefficient looks at particles that the radar picks up, and it determines if it's similar or if it's different. Usually takes a look at rain as a good basis, and if it's picking up sticks, trees, debris, parts of houses, cars, stuff like that, then it's going to be different than what rain is, which is going to appear on the radar differently. So this is, once again, a confirmed tornado now. Confirmed tornado that is located near Winona. And if you know anyone that lives in these areas here, they need to get into their safe space right now. Once again, tornado ongoing and in progress right now. It'll be heading towards the Nalagany and the Barnstall area. It is passing Winona at this time. If you are in any of these areas that I just called for, you need to stay in your safe space. All right, this is a serious storm. This is a storm that currently is producing a tornado right now. Yeah, NROT is crazy. Yeah. And then Bartlesville. If you're in Bartlesville, you really need to watch out for the storm very, very closely. Bartlesville and areas south of Bartlesville, if you're over there in Oklahoma, watch for this supercell very, very closely. Over the next 30 minutes, this is going to start to head off towards your area or south of your area. You really are going to need to watch out for this. Ooh. I'm looking at some of the stuff that I'm seeing on Twitter, some of the preliminary things. Some localized damage in some spots that I saw in western St. Louis from that tornado. What's the gate to gate on that storm? Right now, the gate to gate is 48 miles per hour on top of 50. So that's a 98 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are at the core of the tornado, which doesn't sound very strong. And that's because earlier it actually was a lot stronger than that. We were talking about, this is 54 on top of 66. So that's 120 mile per hour delta velocity of what it had. So it was pretty strong at one point. Now it's gotten a little teeny bit weaker. But to me, still seems as if we do have a little bit of a debris signature, a little bit of a tornado still in progress. And once again, you can still see on radar, the supercell still trying to create a little bit of a hook right within there. Still trying to wrap its rain around into that one centralized area. And you can actually even see the hook wrapping around here. Look at this. You see the rain wrapping around in that one small spot right in there. Right here, I think, is the old tornado. There's an old tornado that was somewhere off of the northern spot right here. That, I think, is occluding. There is a new one. Yes, this one. That's occluding. New one right here. There is a new one just to the south and east of Winona. And that will likely be heading off near the Barnstall or areas north of Barnstall. and it will be crossing over Oklahoma State Route 11. Oklahoma State Route 11. I also want to take a look real quickly back down in Dallas-Fort Worth for this storm that's heading towards Argyle. And areas south of Denton. 3-inch sized hail over here. So baseball-sized hail and larger than baseballs as well. If you know anyone that lives near Highland Village, Lake Dallas, Double Oak, Little Elm, The Colony, Oak Point, New Hope, Frisco, areas in southern Denton County, areas in western and southwestern Collin County. Significant storm here, large hail that's going to be dumping across a lot of areas here. And if you have any sort of valuables outside, whether that's pets, plants, cars, yourself, or any other thing that you can think of, please bring them into some form of shelter because the storm has a history of producing significant hail, even 4.5-inch size hail. This is grapefruit size hail measured by a National Weather Service employee. So that's an official measurement. Can you imagine grapefruits falling from the sky? Can you imagine grapefruits falling from the sky? So that's what I gotta say for the folks that are in northern portions of Dallas-Fort Worth and Denton County, and southern portions of Denton County, and western and southwestern portions of Collin County in Texas. If you know anyone that lives in those areas, please, please, please take that storm very seriously. It has a history of dropping grapefruits from the sky. Do not be outside. Do not be outside. Woof. Looks like there's a strong velocity signature with this. It looks like it is trying to recycle as of this moment right now, but it hasn't put down a tornado quite yet. I'm very interested to see what it's supposed to be doing. But this is a heck of a supercell. Look at how large this hook is. Very large hook. Very good inflow notch here. I'm going to take a 3D of the storm. I'm going to see what exactly is happening with this. I am curious. That is rain wrapped. Goodbye. That's a heck of an inflow notch. Woof. Very small inflow notch, but it is present. You can clearly see there's a bit of a cave right inside where the moisture would be going into. That is definitely... That's a heck of a supercell. Looks like the updraft is a little too tilted, though. I wonder. Yeah, it looks like this thing's going to try and produce a tornado here in a bit. Looks like we're going to get another one. And if you're near Barnsdall, I've been saying this over and over again, you need to get in your safe space. If you haven't already, get in your safe space. If you're near Bartlesville, Oklahoma, you need to watch out. What should Ohio do tomorrow? People in Ohio should monitor the weather to the best of their ability. This is GR2 Analyst, what I'm currently using, but it's pretty expensive. So if you want to use Radar Scope or Radar Omega, that works too. Ooh. I think it's starting to increase its tornadic wind field. That would be, I think, where a tornado could be. If the next scan comes in and it's just like that, then woof. But we'll have to see. Next velocity scan will tell us a lot. Well, I mean, I'm not wrong. That is where the wind field is, and it did expand. It's just the rotation died, which is good. Looks like it gusted out a little bit. Anything for Southwest Missouri, Joplin, Neosho, Carthage, or Seneca? Yes, I do think you guys could be getting some more activity later on tonight. It would be likely sometime around midnight or just before midnight. And that is if you guys aren't getting stuff already, which doesn't look like you are. So I'd say a little bit before midnight, probably 10, 11. But it's still got a while away. Right in the bullseye for the moderate tornado risk. For tomorrow, yeah, I'll tell you what. And once again, for people who don't know, today is only day 1 of our tornado outbreak. Day 2, tomorrow, contains a significant risk for tornadoes here across portions of Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, West Virginia, and extreme western Pennsylvania. If you know anyone that lives in those areas, especially in this yellow, in these yellow or in these red colors, I would let them know what is going to be happening tomorrow. If you would like to come back to the stream tomorrow, obviously I'm going to be still live. I'm going to still be live for quite a few more hours here tonight to make sure that there isn't anything more significant that is going to happen. But if you would like to come back tomorrow, hit the subscribe button, turn on the notifications by hitting the notification bell right next to it. And I promise you, it will update you for when day 2 of what is going to be the more significant tornado event out of the 2 days. Today was the weaker tornado event. Tomorrow is the stronger one. Tomorrow is day 2, and you will be with us as we cover the entire duration of the event. Is Central Oklahoma clear for the night? Like OKC area, I think they probably are. But there might be a couple additional showers and thunderstorms that could form. So don't be too surprised if something crazy happens. I think Fort Smith could probably see some severe weather. It is possible. Do I think Oxford, Kansas, south of Wichita will get anything tonight? No, I think you guys are done. I think you guys are done. There might be something here near Cleveland and Hallett, and then there's something near Stillwater. There's a lot of areas of rotation here in northern Oklahoma. That is a damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for baseball-sized hail. Man, look at that storm. Look at that in, this is in Missouri. If you're near Buffalo, halfway, Lewisburg, Windyville, or Lebanon here in Missouri, you're going to get pelted by baseballs. There's a lot of baseball-sized hail within the storm. I mean, look at that. Look at all the pinks and magentas within this storm. It's a classic supercell. Classically crazy. I'm going to go back over here to Oklahoma City. There's a couple storms that are over near Stillwater. Want to see destructive for Dallas County? I don't see that. What time tomorrow am I expecting it to pop off? Late afternoon, early evening. I would say sometime around 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 Central, something like that. Oof. Some of these storms just might be a struggle. Oof. Storm near Kingfisher. Yeah, that's some contamination. Ugh. Who's me? I've been stiff. Close to the next SPC update, I don't think they will change anything. Do I think they might have an expansion? I think they'll trim part of the risk because storms are starting to move further and further east. I think they'll downgrade it. I think they'll downgrade the moderate down to an enhanced. I think they'll keep the enhanced for hail and wind. And they'll probably keep the 10 sig too. They'll probably keep the 10 tour. Probably. That's my guess. That's what I would do. That's a new tornado that's going to be developing here soon. Yeah, we're going to see a new tornado that's going to develop. It just passed over Barnsdall, so that's good. It's going to be moving near Bartlesville and Ochalata. If you know anyone that lives over there in Oklahoma, Bartlesville and Ochalata, as well as Oglesby, and then eventually towards Delaware and Nowata, as well as Lenape. This might get very close to Pitcher. That's going to be pretty interesting. It's already on the ground. It was. It is not on the ground anymore. It was on the ground. It's not on the ground anymore. But we're going to hope that it stays off the ground. Because there's no debris signature at this time, which is the good news. You see a CC drop. Just because it's a CC drop doesn't mean it's a tornado. Calm down. It's okay. Use KINX radar. KINX radar is goated. Yeah, that's a heck of a supercell. ZDR arc is really nasty. I like the fact that there's that at least tells me this thing is going to try and intensify again. Look at this hook. New tornado warning. Ochalata or latte Ochalata. Ochalata? Oh, Ochalata. Ochalata. Haha. That makes sense. Ochalata. Once again, new tornado warning just got issued. You'll hear the sound, the ping now. There you go.
Tornado warning for East Central Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma, Central Washington County in northeastern Oklahoma.
So there you go. Folks that are over in Osage and Washington counties here in northeastern Oklahoma need to get into your safe space. Potential of a tornado is going to be moving through this area. Very close to Bartlesville, if not a little bit to the south of Bartlesville. Yeah, it's going to try and produce a tornado here in a second. It's going to try. It's definitely going to try. You also have these other storms that are over near Cleveland. This cell over here near Cleveland and Osage definitely has a chance of spinning up. But we'll just have to see how things move about. That's a new tornado warning. Oh.
Tornado warning for Central Dallas County in southwestern Missouri, East Central Polk County in southwestern Missouri, Laclede County in southwestern Missouri.
So, new tornado warning for the damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning. This is Buffalo. This is halfway. Why did they issue this warning? I mean, it's a gnarly looking supercell. I'll tell you that. Gnarly looking supercell. So if you're in Buffalo, if you're in Windyville, if you're in Lebanon, we mentioned Lebanon, Missouri earlier, need to get into your safe space. It's a heck of a supercell that is developing. Look at this hook here, guys. Big hook. A lot of the rain starting to, wrap itself around. Even some of the hail. Look at all the pinks and the magentas that are starting to get wrapped around by this just giant air current. It's being picked up, and it's going to try and spin. Oof. It's all right. So if you live in those areas there, you need to get into your safe space. Yeah, that's a heck of a supercell. We're going to go in between these two storms. So this one over here in Dallas and Laclede County. If you're over here in Dallas or Laclede County here in Missouri, need to get into your safe space. Once again, lowest, innermost part of your building. And then we're going to go back to this cell that's over here near Ochaleta. Oh, not Ochaleta. Hold on. I got to go back. Oshaleta. Oshaleta. There you go. New outlook, moderate's been dropped. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense to me. Day 1 enhanced. This kind of felt like a May event. I'm not gonna lie. Yep, Oshaleta is definitely going to try and recycle. Maybe a little bit. So, Washington County, Oklahoma, near Bartlesville and south of Bartlesville, please get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Oh, that's Texas.
Tornado warning for northeastern Johnson County in north central Texas.
What? Oh my gosh. Yep, that's a tornado. If you live near Joshua, Keene, and Alvarado here in Texas, you need to get in your safe space. Johnson County, Texas, need to get in your safe space. Look at that. Does tomorrow look worse than today? Oh yeah, tomorrow is definitely worse than today. That's another area of rotation on the south side of Fort Worth. Man, this QLCS is cooking. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Had to send that real quickly. Um, yeah, that definitely looks like we could probably be talking about a tornado here near Keene and Alvarado. That's a spectrum width ball. That is a tornado. Wow. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. The oscillator. That cell might try to produce a tornado as well. Got multiple storms that might be trying to produce tornadoes at this time. What about this one near Buffalo? It does have a little bit of rotation on it, but I still don't know why they warned it. Hmm. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, that's a heck of a supercell still going off into Missouri. I think going through these two though, in Oshalita and Keene. Although this storm here on the QLCS near Keene just died out. So even if there was a tornado, it would be like the quickest spin up. Yeah, Oshalita. Yeah, it looks like the cell near Keene didn't really stay the same. Anything happen while you were at work? We had a tornado in western St. Louis. And then we had a tornado over here in Oklahoma. There's probably another one that's going to occur here in a bit. South of Bartlesville, here in Washington County. Yeah, Oshaleta. Oshaleta and Oglesby. And then eventually it'll head into Nowata County as well. So that'll be something that folks over there should watch. There's also another storm over here near Cleveland, Oklahoma, near Prue as well, heading very close to Oklahoma State Highway 20. Yeah, the cell in Cleveland we're definitely going to want to watch. I don't see this on the ground right now on US Highway 75. It looks like Oshaleta is now starting to get out of the risk of this immediate storm. So now it's Oglesby. It'll be areas to the east of Bartlesville on US Highway 60, heading towards Delaware, Lenepa, and Nowata. Those would be the main areas to watch now. Storm chaser at 120 mile per hour winds. That's crazy. Yeah, that might be a tornado on the ground right now, though, with the spectrum width drop. It could be. If not, we got a lot of strong surging winds, which could be a little bit of both. Could be a tornado dissipating and it just starting to gust out. So the after effects of what a tornado would be. Yeah, it looks like if there was a tornado, it would have actually went a lot further east, which is kind of crazy. But still, a lot of strong rotation here. You see reds and pinks moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. You can see here on reflectivity just a little bit of a jutting edge right here. You can see reflectivity cutting in like a little bit of a hook. Just right within that area. Inflow notches right in there. So right where that tornado vortex signature is, actually it'd be a little bit further south. Right about there. That's where I'd watch for the potential of a tornado. Just barely north of Oglesby by about a mile. I did see that, Mike. It's in enhanced now. Look at what you just sent me. Cool. Not a deep moist layer at all. Oh yeah. Oh, that's in Oklahoma. Yeah, that's capped. That's a lot of inversion. Now I know the reason why there's nothing in Oklahoma. There's a lot of dry air over there. Now that kind of plays into, I wonder how plagued tomorrow could be if this continues to advect. Because it's going to. We're talking about an 850 mixing layer. Wow. Mm-hmm. It's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
Extension.
Central Washington County in northeastern Oklahoma, Nowata County in northeastern Oklahoma.
Mods, microchip has been allowed to use caps. So just for future reference, microchip has been allowed to use caps. We're Gucci. We're Gucci. Man, there's also a supercell that's over near Coffeyville again. Again. Does have a mesocyclone associated with it. That's also a supercell. It's just not that strong at the moment. It's kind of interesting. It also looks like the cell that's in Washington County is starting to kind of elongate just a little bit. I'm not exactly sure. I don't think it's good. Storms formed their new LLJ. The storms at the rear, though, are not supposed to be doing a whole lot. Because there's not... Okay. 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 Everyone sees this conversion here in the moisture, right? Wrong. Massive inversion back here. Mixed layer capable of 1,500 joules per kilogram. And the forecast takes it as the general showers and thunderstorms that form along this boundary. So basically, it's being forced. Storm motion does not matter. There is just nothing but significant inversion. Ain't gonna happen. Zero Z is running right now. That's gonna be pretty cool. Yeah, there might be an attempt at a supercell. And that's all unidirectional. Yeah, wind shear, nothing. Goodbye. I am not entertaining the stuff at the rear. Yeah, I know Oklahoma's initiating. Those storms down there in southwestern Oklahoma aren't going to do much, though. It's not. It's not. Nope, nope, nope. At least not in my opinion. That storm that's up in Denton just died. It was a severe storm. It did produce like 3-inch... Actually produced grapefruit-sized hail. But... Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Now this National Weather Service... Tornado warning differently? Really? A strong thunderstorm... or a severe thunderstorm with strong low-level rotation that could produce a tornado at any time. I don't think I've seen that before. Why haven't the storms in south central and southeastern Oklahoma exploded like predicted? Because there's an inversion aloft. There's a limiting factor. Limiting factor that was not forecasted by the models. Or at least it was forecasted, but it wasn't forecasted to be as strong as it is right now. So, it's kind of creating issues. It's wreaking havoc. Yeah, southwestern Oklahoma, there's still some big time inversion down there. That cell that's near Cleveland, Oklahoma, is still trying. Still got a mesocyclone too. I wonder if this thing will be able to try. Or will it just continue to be kind of meh? Funny enough, the tornado watch that is in Oklahoma will expire in an hour. Will they replace it with something else? I don't know. I think they're typing up something from a mesoscale discussion standpoint here shortly. So we'll have to see. Tornado threat is increasing across northeastern Oklahoma into southwestern Missouri. So basically these storms right here that are currently in northeastern Oklahoma, the tornado threat is increasing for you guys. Yep, tornado threat expected to increase over there. Training supercells continue along warm front, eastern Missouri and western Indiana. Peak probabilities of south central Illinois. Interesting. That supercell that we were talking about earlier is near St. Louis again. Turn that off. Turn that back on. I guess if radar is just not going to function, I'll do it myself. That's a new tornado warning. It's Cleveland!
Tornado warning for southeastern Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma.
There you go. Tornado watch extension on the new MCD. What? Weather watch issuance is likely over the next hour or so. That's southeastern Oklahoma into northeastern Texas. That's for the stuff that's in Texas and the stuff that's in McAllister. That's not the stuff that's in Oklahoma, southwestern Oklahoma. Yeah, that storm that's over approaching St. Louis, it's trying to do stuff. It's having a little bit of difficulty, though. Yeah, that cell that's over near Cleveland is still trying. It's the little engine that could, if you would. That has a report of a wall cloud on it, too. But it's just, I don't know. It's not really as strong as it once was. I think it occluded. I think it legit occluded. And it's trying to develop something new. That's my guess. What? Are you serious? Yeah, that's wonderful. Interesting. And as soon as they issue the tornado warning on that cell near Cleveland, it finally dies. Also, the storm that was over in Nowata, Delaware, and Lenape, that also starts to significantly weaken too. I wonder what's up. Tulsa is not going to be hit, by the way, for right now. Tulsa is a little too far south. There's going to be another line of storms back behind this that's near Oklahoma City. That could potentially give way. Yeah, that tornado warning in Missouri got canceled. Got canceled. Super quick. What? Excuse me? That's pretty funny. Substantial increase in low-level shear. 0Z observations out of OUN. Yep. So wind shear is starting to increase. Huh. Yeah, the tornado threat's going to start to get pretty gnarly over the next couple hours. And then that'll probably be it. That's gone, Mike. Speaking of it's gone, Mike, did that storm just... Yeah, it completely split off of everything. Significant wind up there, and then now just a damaged, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning that, in my opinion, isn't really that destructive anymore. I think that supercell died. Heading towards Lebanon now. Interesting. Interesting. I think our main threat right now is in Oklahoma and Texas. Oh, don't tell me you're going to spin up again. I think you just did. No, you didn't. Good. Thank God. How's Central Texas looking right now? Steamy. There's a lot of thunderstorms across the board, and a lot of them can probably just produce hail. Not really much more than that, however. There we go. Fix that. Is that a tornado report that just came through? Public reported a tornado on the ground southeast of Hominy. I mean, I would say so, but it's just like... Okay, cool. Tornado warning. Is that another area of rotation that is over near Jennings and Hallett? Is that a mini super... It's a little small one. It's a little baby one. That produces a tornado, I'm gonna flip. It does have rotation too, that's the funny thing. The little cell near Jennings and Hallett. Maramek. Meanwhile, the other one that is near Hominy, that was near Cleveland, is now not as significant. And this one that's up near Delaware, Newada, and Lenepa. I mean, this one's trying. It's been trying to put down another tornado. It's only had a history of producing one, though. So it's hard to say. Yeah, it is pretty small. Oh, supercell. Ah, yawn. Me and my yawning. Need to fix my issues. Woof. Oh, what happened? Really? My Baltimore Orioles are a freaking heart attack machine. I All right. Well, that's cool. Nice to see baseball is good. What's up with the Orioles? This time we walked it off over the Royals. After Craig Kimbrell tried to choke. He tried. But then our young talent, 2-run homer. Jordan Westberg. The kid. Craig Crumble. He needs to figure his stuff out. needs to consider. Lost the Orioles. Listen, losing the Orioles is not the worst thing in the world. Orioles, best team in the AL last year. Ugh. Yawn. Excuse me. Yeah, these are the only two tornadic thunderstorms right now, based off of what I can tell. I'm going to go back to St. Louis's radar. Wow. Something tells me St. Louis's radar is struggling. Yeah, it's struggling. Yeah, I think this radar might be dead. Or it's possible for it to. Let's go to the airport radar. Airport radar might be better. Rangers are not going back to back. They can go consider. Well, there is an elevated mesocyclone. That's a thing. It's just not exactly the best thing in the world. The storm is just still kind of considering. Well, I know what we can do, chat. While we multitask. Ads. Didn't I turn ads off? I did. That's strange. Okay. That's not going to show a whole lot. Is this going to show? Oh, yeah, it is. There you go. We got more traffic cameras for you all. More live cameras. All the cameras right here for you. You're welcome. We can also use St. Louis. Or you can use Lambert. Lambert's also not bad. It's just, you'd have to look super far out away. Thoughts on Tulsa? Tulsa for right now is getting avoided like the plague. It should be all right for right now. Hey, you know me. I love my traffic cameras. I love my traffic cameras. I love my sky cameras. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning for McAllister. See, whoever was in McAllister earlier, I told you could potentially see some severe weather. You got something. No, I did not. I did not, Julius. Am I going to get a sponsorship? Period. Oh, yeah, that storm that was over near Cleveland died. Died. Both of them died. There might be so much inversion. There's like an obnoxious amount of inversion here. Why is it this bad? There's moisture convergence there. What about deep moisture convergence? No, it's not bad. Why is it not good enough? There's a lot of vorticity. There's some 3 cape there. It has to be the inversion aloft. It has to. That's a pretty nice lightning. It has to. Was it the cloud cover? My thing about it is if there was cloud cover, would that increase moisture? Like, my thing about it is if you increase cloud cover, most of the time it would increase the temperatures instead of increasing the relative humidity. So I'm not sure how much it would have helped. I'm not sure. It probably would have just made it more elevated. So that's my thing. Well, I mean, congratulations. There's your low-level jet. What? Oh my gosh. Why does that look so terrible? Look at this. I just cool. That's how I feel. Cool. That's a cluster of supercells that go over Tulsa. That's also an inversion, which means I don't know how long that might sustain. It's just going to keep going on and off and on and off. New mesoscale discussion over the tornado watch, including with new storms developing over southwestern and central Oklahoma. Temporal extensions. The ongoing watch may be needed for central and northeastern Oklahoma. New convective development. The sounding depicted a cooling boundary layer, but with steep last. Possible supercell development accompanied by the threat of damaging wind gusts, large hail, and perhaps a couple of tornadoes. Okay, so basically they're saying they're probably going to extend the tornado watch, but they did not mention significant tornadoes at all. They said a couple tornadoes. I'm ready for tomorrow. There is no way I just saw that. This could be the funniest thing I've ever. Tomorrow is actually not as strong according to the 0Z run. If it weren't for the fact for the one supercell that went through Covington and Cincinnati. Yeah. Cool. Wonderful. So, tomorrow. So, That's a massive downtrend. It tries so hard to advect that so far north. It doesn't get there. Contrast to the 18Z. Yeah, where it was already there to begin with. Very much so skinnier. Instability took a massive downtrend. Temps are down by a couple degrees. That makes LCLs, however, very close to the ground. Interesting. I want people to hear me out. McAllister, Oklahoma, you're getting a severe storm, but it is just off to the east of you, and I'll show you here. Tulsa, storm. So that storm's already past you. So if you're over near like Blocker and Quinton, you guys are gonna be getting that stuff. Otherwise, McAllister, surprisingly, you might actually be okay. There's another round of storms that are gonna be moving through central Oklahoma. It'll be interesting to see how that continues to maintain. But for right now, pretty good. Anyways, I need to see the meme material. Are you serious? What is that? That's an inversion. But there could be something near Tulsa tonight at midnight. So that's going to be interesting to watch. Okay, tomorrow is still has a significant potential for widespread outbreak. But like, this event is nowhere near as potent as it was. It's also further west. It's in Indiana now. That's a supercell that's going through central Kentucky. That might hit Ryan Hall, y'all. That's stupid. Do I think it's over? No, it's not over. I mean, let's put it this way. A lot of the main severe weather for large hail is over. The tornado threat, however, this is around the time in which it's doing stuff. Yeah, that's stupid. Over here in Ohio, that's your best environment. Northwest Ohio, on the warm front. I'd be cooking. I'd be living up in Northwest Ohio and West Central Ohio. That right there. 1,000 mixed layer cable will do the job. It'll get it done. It'll get it done. Doesn't he live in Pikeville, like southeastern Kentucky? That supercell like goes right through here. Here. Pikeville's all the way. Okay, it doesn't hit Ryan Hall, y'all. It gets close. I'm sorry. It goes through Somerset. Kind of close. There's also another supercell that goes near Lexington, Fayetteville. I'm sorry, that cell that just goes through Cincinnati bugs me. There's no reason why it should. That is also interesting. Nashville, Clarksville, which should sound familiar to a lot of you who saw severe weather earlier on this year, down there in Tennessee. Nashville and Cookeville as well. That might be slightly concerning to an extent. That's a good sounding. That'll do it. That'll do it. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Yeah, that was near a perfect autograph. I mean, that'll do it. You just need a little bit more veering. This supercell that's over here that went through Cincinnati. That's stupid. That's crazy. Why? Why? I think it's actually, I think it's correct that it'll be in Indiana. I think this will be an Indiana, West Ohio event. I was actually thinking about that earlier. I was like, why wasn't it further west? But now it kind of makes a little bit more sense. A lot of these storms across the board, however, all of these discrete cells are going to have a shot. It's going to be an Indiana, Ohio day tomorrow. 66-degree dews. Let's actually take a look at the dew point of wind bars. Well, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Now, the one thing I will say, though, is that there's a surface trough right here. Has to be from the previous MCV, isn't it? It has to. It genuinely has to. Because there's a surface trough right there, which prevents most of the warm air advection from getting a lot further north. And you can tell because you have winds that come from the southwest over here. You have southwesterlies, and then they turn to immediately become northerlies. So realistically speaking, anything with the sig strong, like obviously there's going to be a lot of significant tornadoes that could be possible across the board. But like the really, really strong tornadoes are going to be like above this surface trough all the way up to the warm front. Right in there. Right in there is where I'm looking. That's if I was chasing. If I was chasing tomorrow and I was banking on some kinematics to push a lot of stuff. Is Ohio going to get a tornado? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yeah, that's where I'm banking. Yeah, and the surface trough sits over that axis. Like, you can clearly tell. It's from the outflow boundary! Oh my god! The remnant boundary creates a surface trough. Oh my god, that makes so much sense. Because it is a surface trough. It's a localized area of vorticity, you donut. Forecasting is fun. Forecasting is fun. I love forecasting. Forecasting is great. I absolutely love forecasting. Okay, so our warm front that is currently moving through right now. All right, prepare to be blown away. Prepare to be blown away. Okay, because I'm about to forecast this thing in like 5 minutes. I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen. Actually, not exactly. It's going to be as close as possible. And then I'm going to come back tomorrow, whenever I live stream tomorrow, and then I'm going to be like, yeah, nothing really much has changed. Because this is kind of what's going to happen. Okay? So get ready. Get ready. Okay? We got our warm front right here. This is our warm front on our system right now. We got whatever cold front this is back here. I'm not actually sure that's a cold front. I'm actually not sure. But that doesn't matter. All right? No one cares. No one cares about that back there. What we care about is these storms right here. All right, you see this lower area here, these greens? This is thunderstorms. These are thunderstorms that formed and they took a lot of the moisture. Thunderstorm food. This moisture here, this high relative humidity, thunderstorm food. And when thunderstorms move on through, they take away the food, the dew points go down, they can't find where the food is. Unless if they keep going to where there's more food. All right. Now, as this moves on through, okay, thunderstorms are going to kind of dissipate a little bit. And there's going to be a new wave of thunderstorms. See this right here? Storms are going to move on through. This is your warm front right here. Your new low pressure system is going to be forming back right there. And your storms are going to be moving on through. Got it? Everyone with me so far? Okay. Got it. Thunderstorms. Overnight. Push on through. Along the warm front. Just like the model said. Okay? Thunderstorms move through the warm front. There's a reason why there's an enhanced risk of severe weather today. If you didn't know, severe weather, severe thunderstorm watch right now. Portions of Indiana and Ohio. Cincinnati's in it. There you go, right above us. Severe thunderstorm watch. Indianapolis is actually going to get a severe thunderstorm warning, which is kind of funny. Anyways, storms move on through. It's going to move through northern portions of Kentucky. Storms can create something called an outflow boundary. All right, which in this case would be right here. There's your outflow boundary. Outflow boundary, residual boundary, right in there. And you can see that boundary also continues to move off into portions of southwestern Missouri. Okay. Storms move on through, continue to kind of meander through the area. Our boundary continues to develop over this general vicinity. And as advection tries to move up along the cold front and or dry line or whatever it is, I don't know what this is. I don't care. It's not really a main factor in this environment besides how far west storms could potentially be. But no one cares. No one cares. Okay? What we got is our boundary still in place. And at the end of the boundary, when it's weak enough, advection is going to try and push through. It's going to try and punch through. We're going to try and see a lot more stuff that is going to try and move off towards the north. The problem is it can't do it on a widespread scale. It only can do it along this cold front or dry line or whatever this is. And the boundary kind of prevents it. The only way you can is through daytime heating. And it just so happens that because there's stable air behind, there's going to be heating. There's going to be heating. All right. Although that's a lot of cloud cover. That does kind of suck. I'm not going to lie. But that's some cold, stable air. All right, there's some stable air within this area, and the warm front is going to try and dissipate a little bit. And then, when you finally get the heating, because there's actually going to be, the sun's going to come out, it's going to go through a little bit of the clouds, it's going to heat up the temperatures. You have the outflow boundary that dammed a lot of the moisture down below this area, below the surface trough. And then you have the warm front down to the damming right in here. And anywhere where you have southerly winds or southeasterly winds right here, it's going to have the best shot at producing your strongest tornado of the day, given that there's enough instability, which honestly, I think there will. It'll get it done. It'll get it done. So it'll be from Indiana all the way through into Ohio, and then potentially even in the portions of West Virginia. And I'll move this over here to the side so that you can kind of see what I mean. There you go. All the way over into West Virginia, where this giant warm sector is. And then, of course, it's going to move on through. And boom, as soon as it finally goes away, it goes away. So, realistically speaking, I'm going to separate this into three different parts. Okay? Once again, from the warm front right here to the boundary, everywhere within this area is going to be perfect streamwise or near perfect streamwise vorticity, but lacks instability. Which means if you get more instability, then you're going off. You're probably talking about a significant tornado outbreak across the board. Which there will probably be a few tornadoes that do that. But it could be way better. It could be way worse. All right. So that's kind of the question mark from the storms tonight of the warm front onwards. Then you have the certainty, which is what the Storm Prediction Center was trying to do last night. I don't know why people on Twitter freaked out because they didn't include, portions of Ohio in the risk for the first day 2 risk. They were trying to do this. Certainty. This we know. This down here we know. The area from the Ohio River and south, storms, thunderstorms. Yes, it will happen. But you only have some. You have some that form, and a lot of the winds are coming from the south and west. Basically winds that are coming like this. And that's not exactly good for storms to be tornadic. You want at least winds to be coming from the south. If they come from the south, you're good. But southwest, it's a bit linear. All right. So that's one thing to know. And then you have the stuff that's down here towards Alabama and Mississippi. And Alabama and Mississippi is really funny. Because at this point, it's just so much moisture to the point to where you're going to have thunderstorms that form across the board. So Mississippi is going to get a lot of storms that start, say, noon. At noon, storms are going to form, and then it's going to try and move on through. And these storms are going to be such a mess that you either get embedded tornadoes within them, or you just get wind. Alabama, Mississippi is a sleeper risk tomorrow for a couple of tornadoes. Sleeper risk. So, folks that are down there, all right, just because we talk about Ohio and Kentucky and Indiana and Tennessee, even though I said that some of those areas are probably going to be where the significant tornadoes are going to be. Alabama and Mississippi. Y'all got some interesting stuff that you guys need to watch out for. Like, look at these. A lot of clusters. So you can either... Now, the one thing I will say is that you will either get tornadoes or you won't. I know that sounds very cliche. I know that sounds very straightforward and far-fetched. Well, duh, Nate. We either get a tornado or we don't. But I'm talking about the whole area. The whole area, Mississippi and Alabama, you either get tornadoes or you don't. It's as simple as that. Especially if you're in Alabama. If you're in Alabama, you either get tornadoes or you don't. If you're in Mississippi, it might actually not be as easy as that. There might be a storm or two. They could try to do stuff. But that's pretty much what I'm thinking. Why did they increase your risk? Exact reason why I just mentioned. So good thing you just joined here, Susie. I was talking about the risk for severe weather that could be moving on through. Coleman, you guys will have to watch out the late, so in the evening hours, right around then. That's what I would watch out for. Jackets win. Cool. We beat the Avalanche for whatever reason. There's no reason why we should have. Anyways, so that's pretty much all I got from the models. Is you're probably going to get a couple storms that form that be tornadic in that first event, the northernmost event. And if they do, they're probably going to be significant. Yes, there were tornadoes today, by the way. Then you have the stuff that's over from Kentucky down into Tennessee. That's going to be crazy because there's going to be tornadoes, but they may not be the strongest tornadoes of the day, but they will be strong. So what I mean by that is you're probably expecting your EF2 to EF3 style of tornadoes, tornadoes over there. But don't be surprised if maybe something is a little weaker, something is a little stronger in that area. Who knows? Tulsa's not done for the night. You're going to get more storms around a little bit before midnight. I'll show you the loop here, actually. Look at this. More storms that form over here near OKC. And it is going to truck its way up into Tulsa. Just like that. And then you have Alabama and Mississippi. They're their own risk. They just either happen or they don't. It's not supposed to sound that easy, but it kind of is. In my opinion. Yeah, those storms just gusted out. They grew upscale. No, there is no more real Sig Tor risk within this batch right here. Not that I can tell. Now, Jefferson City's going to get slabbed by winds. There's going to be some significant winds over there. What I mean slabbed, I don't mean that seriously. By the way. Do we still think 15 sig tornadoes will be maintained? It'll just be pushed west. That's my honest feeling. It'll be pushed west, and it'll be trimmed on the eastern part. I don't think it'll make its way that far east. I was actually very surprised that they put it that far east to begin with. But I think if you were to ask me, all right, if you were to genuinely ask me where I think the risk for severe weather would be tomorrow. Okay. I'm going to zoom in. If you were to ask me where I think stuff could be changed, okay? I think you add red over here. You add red over here. Actually, not even that high. You'd go right here. Add red right here. Put some yellow right here. Of course, we got to get our little lines. Excuse me. Excuse me. This is just kind of what I would do if I were them. Oh yeah, of course. We need to add more yellow back behind this. Kind of like that. Maybe a little bit further like that. There you go. I would probably trim some of this. Probably. I would put Morgantown folks over there. Maybe even Wheeling. I'd put them in the 5. I would just shift everything west. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. Yes, it does look like an ice cream cone. That is kind of funny. But that's my thing. All right. I think if they were to maintain the moderate, they move it a little further west, which they will maintain a moderate. If they issued it as quickly as they did, there's no way they backtrack. There's no way they backtrack. They do, then it's so stupid as to why they issued the moderate in the first place. And you guys can hold me to this forecast, by the way. You guys can. And if I make a mistake, I'll apologize for it. But no, I think they move the red further west. I think they move the yellow further west. I think they move the brown further west. And I think the green moves further west as well. Does Morgan live in Morgantown? No. I've been to Morgantown, though. WVU exists there, which is pretty cool. Will Scottsville, Kentucky be okay? Just assume that Scottsville, Kentucky is going to get some strong, severe weather tomorrow. I think they'll be okay, but just make sure you're weather aware as to what all could be happening. I'll be live tomorrow if you want to be back. There's not a whole lot of weather ongoing right now, so I'm kind of just talking about tomorrow in general. Lamau? Lamau? What happened? Everyone else kind of died. I'm looking at other weather YouTubers. It's me and Ryan Hall right now. Everyone else just died, which is kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, that's kind of what I got. That's kind of what I got. As I said, not really too much happening. I think there's going to be a lot of severe weather ongoing overnight tonight. There's a small chance, and honestly, I'm going to stay up. There's a small chance that if I do decide to end the live stream here soon, there's a small chance that I could try to start the live stream again. Because there's a small area that I'm watching for. But it's going to take like 2 to 3 hours before it finally happens. 2 to 3 hours takes forever. So, what hours will this storm impact central Ohio? Evening. Evening. Is anything going to push up anymore? Well, there's another wave here. I don't think I need to look at Dallas-Fort Worth anymore. There's just a bunch of storms and mesocyclones, broad mesocyclones at that. I'm going to move this radar up to OKC. Show you all the new line of thunderstorms that are going to be developing. I wonder if Becca's still awake. I doubt it. Probably gonna go to bed shortly. Yeah, I figured. Watching stream till I go to bed. I said goodnight anyways. I feel good about myself. Miss Squishy's got a long couple of days ahead of her. Finally going on vacation. Finally going on a trip. And I honestly hope she enjoys it. She needs rest, even though she's stressing right now for God knows all the reasons above. There's anything and everything is happening over the past couple of days, and kind of hoping that momentum doesn't carry. But do I think the 10 sig will stay for Nashville? Yes. I think the 10 sig will stay for Nashville. I think it'll go even a little bit further to the west as well. I think. The 0ZH for Wednesday in Eastern Virginia. Consider the following. I want to look at that, and I very much so will. What happened? That's the SBC outlooks. Okay, regional, Mid-Atlantic. If something happens on Wednesday, I can't chase it. I have a family portrait. What? That's the same area that I chased before. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be so sad. I wish I could chase that. That looks so good. That's a 5 tour, man, that I could chase. Ah. We can't move the family portrait. I'm sad. Yeah, look at that. That's such a nice little risk. Oh my gosh, that's lethal. What the heck? Why? Why do the storms just do this? It's not like I could chase it over. Oh my gosh. Poor Hannah Cavender if she ever goes back to Delaware at any time soon. Yeah, I'm upset. I can't chase this. That's also North Carolina, too. Wow, that is a very interesting localized severe risk. I'm not sure if I can stream this all. I might ask Morgan to do stuff. Reschedule the family portrait? Ah, that's not up to me. I'm gonna have to hope. That would be pretty funny, though. Say, all right, we gotta reschedule the portrait. It's time to go. Goodbye. Uh... He moves to OKC. They don't see any storms for his time being there. I'd be so upset. I'm going down to OKC late summer, early fall to kind of see if I want to move over there and then go to OU. Otherwise, my other idea is for me to stay in Penn State. That's if I, for whatever reason, don't think Oklahoma is the place I want to go. But I mean, I don't know. Take the picture. See, I could take my family and we can chase and we can take the family portrait next to a tornado. I like that idea. I like that idea better. Then my family will call me crazy for kidnapping them and taking them to the middle of Virginia and then leaving. Oh, there's something wrong with me. St. Louis for the night's going to get some more severe weather. There's going to be some more storms. For my Virginia risk? Oh, yeah, I saw that already. That's pretty crazy. If I move to Oklahoma and then Pennsylvania becomes the new Tornado Alley, I'm going to be so upset. I've been living in this area. Like, not just... I've been living in the mid-Atlantic. It's like Maryland, Northern Virginia, Eastern West Virginia, Southern Pennsylvania. I've been living in this area for my entire life. I've seen one tornado here. One. If a tornado outbreak occurs in this area, not only will I be so upset because I wasn't there to see it, I'd also be devastated because it's literally my home. Ugh. Sheesh. Sheesh. Ugh. Well, it sounds like fun. Yeah, that Orioles game seemed to have been chaos. No, thank you. Yeah, I felt for everyone that night, Josh. I'm sorry. I do remember that, Michael. That was a crazy picture. Is it just me or more storms on reflectivity firing more north than target area? Are we talking about like right now? We're talking about like right now. There's not really too much. All right. All the radars that are not updating, some of the applications that are on here, I am going to change. Springfield just offline? Like, did they have a power outage? It's been down for like 5 minutes. Oh, for tomorrow? It's definitely not firing more north than the target area. If anything, it's a little further south. So is the next wave going to smack Granite City, east of St. Louis? I think it's going to die down for us for right now. The next wave for St. Louis, based off of current trajectories, it likely could probably hit the western and northern sides of St. Louis. There's other storms that are just a little bit south of this severe thunderstorm warning. So I would say St. Louis could probably just see severe weather in general. I think the entirety of both south side, west side, east side, north side, all could probably, yeah, according to the model, here at around midnight to 1 o'clock, even before then, you guys can see severe weather. So, where would I stage tomorrow if I could chase? Western Ohio to eastern Indiana. It'd be like north of I-70. I'm betting money. If I was a betting man, and this is because I play risky. I play pretty risky. Okay? Okay? If I was a betting man, I like this area in general right here. This area right here is pretty cozy. Now, there's a couple storms down here. That's pretty nice. But honestly, you can go to those storms first, and then you can book it north, and then you can get these storms. So I would go to like Cincinnati first. I'd go to like Cincinnati, Kentucky, get these little storms, and then there's an interstate there, if I remember correctly, that goes north to Dayton. You can go north to Dayton to like 70. You can keep going north if you want to. Get these storms that are in this area. That's what I would do. Or you can just stay near the Dayton, Cincy area and figure out what these other storms are going to do. But honestly, I just like the Indiana, Ohio area right here. Best streamwise vorticity here. Hell, if I really wanted to, I could just go central Indiana. But that would be very risky. Very risky. Keaton with the 5. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Says, do I think there's a possibility for an upgrade in the risk tomorrow? I've been hearing the SPC will upgrade the 15 toward to a 30% for a high risk. I doubt it. I doubt it. Though I doubted, to be fair, I did doubt the moderate would be issued earlier on today. And I still think it was a stupid decision this early. But I still doubt there is a high risk tomorrow. Based off of what I'm seeing from the HRRR right now, I doubt it. Now let's take a look at the 21Z not HRRR, 21Z wrap. Because the wrap is my friend. I love the wrap. The wrap model is genuinely one of the best things to happen to me. Helps me with my forecasting so much because these surface winds, usually half the time they're right. Any other time they're wrong, it's usually when thunderstorms modify the environment, which storms do. But the general area, the general gist of it, it's in between the wrap and the HRRR when it comes to surface winds. And that's pretty good. Okay, so wrap really likes central Indiana. Central Indiana, like I-70. I-70. Indianapolis. That area. Maybe a little bit north. Maybe a little bit north. Yeah, I-70. I got a meme. I got to cherry pick soundings. I'm cherry picking soundings across the board, so if I do it on the triple point, not bad. If I do it down here in Kentucky, okay, that's pretty bad. I don't know why they... This is why I hate STP. STP doesn't make sense. See, that's linear. See that photograph right there, chat? All right, for those of you who know what photographs are, that is linear garbage. Linear garbage. Don't be scared about tomorrow. Don't be scared about tornadoes tomorrow. Please have a plan of action, okay? If you have a plan of action, you'll be fine. Don't be scared. Be prepared. True facts. What about Clarksville? That's linear garbage. The wrap just does not like tomorrow. The only area that the wrap likes is Indiana and Ohio. That's it. Here. That's because winds come from the south. That's legitimately all there is. So that would be the corridor for me. The corridor for me would be somewhere here in Indiana and Ohio. Tacky, Nacky, Wacky, what's up? Thank you for the $10 super chat. I really do appreciate it. You were able to alert family members in Chesterfield before the worst of the storm hit? Really? Thank goodness for that, especially since there was a potential tornado in there. Speaking of that. Yeah. Road closure until late June. That's cool. Yeah, right in here somewhere. The potential for... that's where there was the potential tornado. It was over near the Parkway Central High School. That's where it was. Like right near there. Where the country club. But they did confirm the tornado. Which is pretty crazy. Khaki Nacky Wacky with the 5. So that's a 15 in total. Lamau forgot to put a message. Appreciate your time here streaming for us people. No problem. All right, I love doing stuff like this. I love talking to y'all. I love talking weather. If there's any sort of question, especially weather, meteorology, I'll be able to let you guys know. Will Akron, Ohio be in a high-risk area tomorrow? Not really. I think it'll be a lot further to the west, but I still think there is a good chance for severe weather. So watch out. Very much so watch out. All right. Listen. I'm about to commit a sin. I hate the NAM 3 kilometer. The NAM 3 kilometer model is genuinely the worst model I have ever seen. So why am I looking at it? Why? To see the most unrealistic worst case scenario ever, because it is not going to happen and it just needs to be. It's my favorite pastime to look at the most ridiculous model known to man. All right. Carbondale, Illinois, gonna get anything tonight? Is Carbondale on the southern side? I'm gonna look up where Carbondale is. Illinois tonight will eventually get some severe weather, especially overnight. It won't be that strong though. It won't be that strong. All right. NAM is like a year-long April Fool's model. Yes, exactly. We're going to cherry pick April Fool's, the April Fool's model for tomorrow. That's actually not that. That's in Alabama. That's in Mississippi. What is this? Why? Why does the NAM 3 kilometer do this? What is this in Ohio? We're pretty close to 50K subscribers. Are we now? Yeah, we are. Look at us. We're at 49,030 subscribers. I think we could probably get pretty close tomorrow. I think we got a shot. That photograph is not legit. That is the strongest LLJ I've seen in this event. The official Mike Morgan. I don't know what he said earlier on today. I thought he said something that consisted of like long track violent tornadoes all day. I was like, what? I was like, what? What? I like Mike Morgan, but sometimes, I don't know. I consider. That is stupid. Honestly, the damn 3 kilometers is not that bad with this event. I mean, besides the wind shear. The kinematics are... I take it back. That's worse. That's significantly worse. You did storm motion at 75 miles per hour. He said a May 2013 repeat? Yeah, okay, buddy. Banned. Listen, alright? I'm so tired, alright? I know broadcast Mets do a wonderful job, and I love that. They need to continue to do stuff. But when I see them use the significant tornado parameter from Weather Bell, using the NAM 3 kilometer, I get pretty scared for us weather people. Because that is how you lose, like, people. Like, it's just... I don't like it. Yes, I want to sign in. Like, let me show you. Let me show you what I mean. Okay? This is going to be the craziest thing you're going to see. Where's the Ohio Valley? No. Where's the Midwest then? Really? Is it not on here? There's the Ohio Valley. Thank you. All right, I'm going to pull up severe. Severe weather. Significant tornado parameter. And we're going to go to the 6Z run this morning of the NAM 3 kilometer. And it's going to show, look at today. Look at what I thought today was going to be. No. And then this is going to go into tomorrow. Watch what it said tomorrow is going to be. Look at this. Look at how bad that looks graphic-wise. Like, it looks like everyone is going to, you know, get hammered by something. Even portions of West Virginia and even into Pennsylvania. Like, look at how stupid that looks. It just looks like everyone is going to be seeing a high risk. You know? Like, respectfully, no. Now, to be fair, I will say, the HRRR of the past did say the exact same thing. And to be fair, the HRRR of the present says the similar thing as well. But, like, look at this. Doesn't this look like terrible? See, this is why I think you need to use the right graphics for the right events. That's what I say. Although the HRRR unnecessarily decides to just go off in Alabama. As I said, Alabama, you're either going to get tornadoes or you don't. And if you get tornadoes, it's going to be pretty widespread. So Alabama and Mississippi, sleeper risk. That's what I said in the past. We said it on stream. We said it on stream. Did we not, chat? There's no way. Ooh, ooh, this is Wednesday. It has a 16. Ooh, 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 ooh. In conclusion, this doesn't make any sense. Khaki Nacky Wacky with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says, I got banned in Ryan Hall's server for saying you were going to donate here. Really? Why? Why would they ban you? I'm sorry, got some snowflake activity there. Facts. I don't understand. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you helping me out and supporting the channel. It really does mean a lot. A lot of the money, if not all the money that I get from YouTube is immediately put back into this. So, is this the HRRR? Yes, this is the HRRR. Now you bring up a valid point. The 0Z NAM 3 kilometer still is running for tomorrow. We gotta see how bad it can get. Because it's unrealistic. It's gonna be EF5 water spout happening in the Chesapeake Bay. I'm gonna be chasing on the Bay Bridge. If I ever chase. And if I see a water spout going across the bay as I'm going across the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, I'm going to lose it. Astros threw a no-hitter after the Yankees punished them. I love how Aaron Judge did nothing, too. The Astros did nothing, as did Aaron Judge. And then when the Astros decided, hey, we're not going to take this abuse anymore, it finally does something. By the way, there's not really a whole lot that we're missing in the severe weather department. There's a severe thunderstorm warning over in Ohio. Random severe thunderstorm warning for Millersburg, Ohio. If you're over there, watch out for that. Quarter-sized hail. That's cool. There's also a flash flood risk over here for portions of Indiana and Illinois, and that'll continue into portions of Kentucky and Ohio. Watch out. Over the next 36 hours, there's going to be a lot of flooding that is possible. So watch out. Watch out, watch out. We still got a couple of severe storms that are moving in the general direction of St. Louis. I'm not sure they're going to continue to stay severe, but we're going to see how that works. Because you know how it is. We got to kind of see how things materialize, how things go about. That's pretty funny. Still got severe weather that's going to be heading near Joplin. Is that... No, that's not recent. Yeah, Joplin's going to get some severe weather. Miami is going to get severe weather, or at least it's possible. Pittsburgh is getting severe weather here on the border of Kansas and Missouri, as well as Oklahoma. Tornado watch is starting to deteriorate in portions of Oklahoma. There's not really much going on, nor do I really anticipate that to be the case. So honestly, I'm going to wait until the NAM 3 kilometer is done. And then when the NAM 3 kilometer is done, I'm going to head to bed. Actually, I'm not going to head to bed. I'm going to stay up and watch for the stuff that is going to be heading off towards Tulsa. And that's like the final thing that I need to watch out for tonight. There's like not really much more that could probably happen. Small thing, however, there's a small window of opportunity for tornadoes that I'm watching. And it just so happens to be near the Tulsa area. And yeah, it'll be that cluster. It'll be that cluster. I wonder, there's still a massive amount of inversion over near that area. So that cluster, it might be a little difficult. It might be just a little difficult. Weather expert John Denver, country roads. Yeah. Time to cherry pick one more time. It's just a little small area. There's just a lot of inversion everywhere that it's kind of hard. Yeah, it's like daytime heating is no longer a thing. Woo! It is nighttime. Woo! Who knew? Anyways. Storm over there in portions of Comanche near Stevens and Jefferson County. That's a storm with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, so consider that. Folks that are over in OKC, by the way, hello, you're finally getting some stuff. Kind of surprised, aren't you? That is gravity waves and or an inversion. One of the two. Kind of surprised we could see that on radar. Yeah, there's not really much over here in Oklahoma. Oklahoma is pretty much dead. We could try to see some more stuff. But honestly, and I think we could safely say this, because it is definitely after the event and they took down the moderate. I think the moderate was a bust. True facts. I think the moderate was a bust. I think the 10 tour, though as questionable as it was to begin with, and we only still have one more, well, technically two more areas of opportunity for tornadic development, but for right now, just one. I think that's looking to be a bust. Which is a good thing. Like, honestly, I'd prefer these busts and stuff to not do anything. I'd prefer that all day, every day. I'd rather have no one be impacted. Well, I mean, technically, that's not exactly true, because people did get impacted today. But I would rather barely anyone get impacted than a whole lot of people get impacted. You know what I mean? So, not a whole lot happened. And I'm very happy. Very, very happy. I don't know what Brian Emfinger is looking at. I just looked at someone else's side stream and... Oh, I'm not going to spoil it. I don't know what happened over there. Anyways. Yeah. Yeah, I guess people could say today the models played an April Fool's. Someone said that in the chat. Good job. I applaud you. Applaud you for that one. Either that or everyone who fully was on board with this event today got applauded for an April Fool's. I wonder if Riley is still up. I've got to talk to him about some things. And maybe play ball game. Maybe. Can I check the tornado threat for Irvine, Kentucky? Or Irvine, Kentucky? I really do think they're just going to be here. I'm going to look it up. 10 sig. So you're pretty much in the base of the severe weather threat tomorrow. 10 sig. 10 sig. And listen, I hope nothing happens tomorrow, because if what the model said earlier today was true, which, I mean, kind of looks like it isn't. I mean, that'd be kind of crazy. All right. All right, NAM 3 kilometer. What do you got for what? What do you got for Wednesday? I gotta see you in your. That's a bust. What is that off the coast of North Carolina? Go away. Yeah, NAM 3 kilometers said nothing's happening on Wednesday, and I don't exactly believe that, but oh well. All right, that's all I needed to know. NAM 3 kilometer sucks. I'm officially a NAM 3 kilometer hater again. That's what I put on my Twitter, by the way. So here's my Twitter, for those who don't know, because I am on Twitter. There I am, at Nate_Snyder. I reposted a picture of a video of a tornado that someone had earlier. Official NAM 3 kilometer hater. That's me. I hate that thing. It is my pastime to look at it and to make fun of it. And that's it. It can go away. Yeah, it is not an amazing model. I don't like it. But I will say, it's better than nothing. It is better than nothing. So maybe that's just me being entitled. Just slightly. I don't know. These storms that are over here in portions of eastern Missouri are now becoming sub-severe. They used to be pretty severe, and now they're just nothing Fujiwara. I think a lot of wind, hail, stuff like that. HRRR is pretty good. RAP is my favorite model. RAP and HRRR is pretty good. That might be a tornado that's going to form here in a second near Webb City and Carthage and Orongano, or I feel like I'm that one meme on Twitter. Gosh, I'm not going to even say it. Oronogo. Yeah, cool. Anyways, Jasper County. Good enough. Possibly could be a tornado that could be in this area. Watch out. Embedded supercell. Actually might merge here in a second. We might get a merger, and it might actually delay it in a bit. But it looks like there could potentially be something tornadic near Webb City heading towards Carthage. So I'd watch out. Or no go. Cool. Or a no go. I am not the greatest with town names. I try. We'll stick with this for a little bit. It does look like a merger has occurred. Yeah, it does look like a storm merger has occurred. That is going to be a crazy... That probably is going to spin up near Carthage. It is possible. Although it might break the ZDR arc. Yeah, I think southwestern Missouri does have the small chance. So there's two waves. There's this stuff that's over here in southwestern Missouri right now. This stuff is the stuff that probably has the best chance of producing a tornado. And then later on tonight near midnight, might be something a little localized near Tulsa or south of Tulsa. That's what I'm waiting for. As I said. Little small thing here. Hmm. Yeah, I like Carthage. Carthage is pretty gnarly. What is the cell in Comanche doing? That's a little bit of rotation. What in the hell is that? Yeah, no. Go away. Enough. Now I gotta start combing these other storms. That's a boundary. Goodbye. We're not using that. That's a storm that's forming near Calvin. What are these random things that are just popping up out of nowhere? Yeah, respectfully, why? That's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lindsay as well. There it is, just popped up. Extra, extra, read all about it. Yeah, I'm going to continue to watch the cell near Carthage. That one, to me, looks the most interesting. Update, please. It did. What is that? A downdraft? Oh, that's a tornado. That's going to be a tornado. Carthage, get in your safe space right now. Immediately. Carthage, get in your safe space. That's going to be a ball game right there. Carthage, get in your safe space. Joplin is in the clear right now. Joplin's not going to be seeing anything tornadic. If you're in Carthage, if you're in Carytown, if you're in Avila, there's probably going to be a storm merger here, a tornado that might last about 5 minutes, maybe even a little bit longer than that will exist right within these areas. We are probably going to see a tornado warning here. More than likely. At least if this trend continues. It's not confirmed, but we have a lot of a drop in correlation coefficient within this area. My guess is the updraft of the other storm has failed, and the merger within the supercell that was originally to the north and the new storm is starting to really come together a little bit. I believe we probably could be seeing a merger here. Yep. Carthage. Definitely going to want to watch. I'm curious. Hold up. Make that make sense. So waiting for the latest scan here. I'm gonna put this camera back over here. Actually, I wonder if I can find, let's say, that Chesterfield camera again. Yeah, we'll pull that up. That was where we saw the funnel cloud before the tornado that occurred in St. Louis. I'll take that. I'll keep watching that. That's a tornado. Ah, at least either that or some form of downdraft in the gust. That's a TVS. At least in my opinion. It's a weak TVS, but it's a TVS. It might not be by the book at TVS, because usually official tornado vortex signatures have to be like a certain delta velocity. Congratulations, reaching 1K likes and 49,000 subscribers. That's pretty cool. Thank you. Usually a tornado vortex signature has to be a little bit stronger, but I kind of disagree. I've seen tornadoes form off of weaker convergence areas. Yeah, I think Carthage could be seeing tornadic-like conditions at this time. If you're in Carthage, Missouri, in Jasper County, this is north and east of Joplin, you need to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. And that is a new tornado warning. 4.
Tornado warning for southeastern Barton County in southwestern Missouri, northwestern Lawrence County in southwestern Missouri, northeastern Jasper County in southwestern Missouri, southwestern Dade County in southwestern Missouri.
There you go. So there's the new tornado warning for Carthage. And we've been talking about this for the past 10-15 minutes. Likely going to be a spin up here based off of the merger. Thunderstorms, if we go back in time, you can see that originally this up here near Carl Junction actually had a little teeny bit of convergence, if you will. You had a lot of reds moving away, you had a lot of greens moving towards, but nothing was really congealed. But what can usually happen is when you have a storm that comes from the south side here and it starts to merge with the other one, if the parent thunderstorm that was along the line starts to build up rotation as it does that, the merger, the thunderstorm that actually merges with the other one, can actually help aid the tornadic development within that. So you can see these two storms. This is the original one. This one was the storm that merged. They collided together. Boom. Got really close to Webb City and Carthage. And now you have your tornado warning, into which obviously you can clearly see the velocities here now. All right. This is where the radar is right here. Okay. So due east of the tornado warning. That is a large block. All right. Here's Springfield. Here's Joplin. Down here is Miami. That's off your screen. And so you can see greens in this case moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Waiting for a new scan. That just came in. I wonder. What is this new velocity scan going to say? It just died off. Good. Very good. Maybe a brief spin up that just occurred here just on the west side of Carthage. So hopefully the few minutes that people may have had there, the town or the city of Carthage, gave people enough time to get into some form of safe space. Although, to be honest with you, and this is if I was put in that situation, if I was given 30 seconds to a minute, get up and move, it probably wouldn't be able to get to my safe space that quickly. But I kind of get that as to why it was so quick of a spin up, and why the warning came out so late. What about Columbia, Tennessee tomorrow? You're a little nervous about it? Let's put it this way. All right. Obviously, we're going to be back tomorrow. We're going to be live tomorrow and stuff like that. Please do not be, super scared about tomorrow. All right, tomorrow is supposed to be an outbreak of severe weather. Multi-day, today there's tornadoes. Tomorrow there's going to be tornadoes. You combine the both, you're going to get a multi-day tornado outbreak. It's just going to happen. And they happen a lot in April. All right? But when it comes to people that could potentially be impacted, we want you to be prepared instead of worried, concerned, and stuff like that. All right? I hate using those type of words because it's really off-putting, if you will. Like if I came up here, and I say this sometimes too, especially, so, I'm obviously not all seeing third eye type, I'm not all good. But if I were up here and say, all right, this storm is pretty concerning, and, I would definitely be concerned and stuff like that. That's not what people want to hear, Especially if people have storm anxiety. If people have storm anxiety, it's not going to really be that great. And so I've been trying to limit those words, what I've been saying, because I want the viewers that are watching at home, the people that watch the stream, to be able to comfortably be able to get the information they need. There shouldn't be any extra asterisks unless if a tornado is actually in progress. If a tornado is actually in progress, then there you go. It lofted debris. It did loft debris. There was a tornado in Carthage. There you go. We did talk about it. We did say. Indianapolis, they're definitely in the risk tomorrow. Please watch out. We're in Commerce, north of Miami. Storm just passed you. It was pretty nasty. Yeah, and you're going to be still seeing a couple more than likely. Somerset, Kentucky, will there be any tornadoes? It's hard to say if there's going to be a singular tornado that's going to go through a singular town or city. So all I can say is that there is the potential for tornadoes, some of which could be strong into portions of Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio, as well as the surrounding areas. Although personally, I think the main area for the strongest tornadoes, the strongest ones, will be in Indiana and Ohio. But that's just me. I talked about that a lot earlier in the stream. I've been going for 8.5 hours. This machine never breaks, apparently. And that is a new area of rotation that's trying to develop north and east of Carthage. That might head off towards the Golden City, the Lockwood, the South Greenfield, the Round Grove, and the Greenfield areas. But you can see right here, these greens trying to move towards, reds moving away. We have a lot of convergence here. But if this green can just jut out a little bit more, you'll get some spin up here on the leading edge. Yeah, and I 100% get that, Lacey. I 100% get that, Lacey. If you haven't already, by the way, and you're considering more weather coverage, I know some people may have just came from other streams, you hit that subscribe button, you hit that notification bell. We'll be live tomorrow again. We'll be talking about more severe weather, which will be pretty crazy. We're in eastern Missouri, 40-ish minutes south of St. Louis. What's the word on tornado potential for us? It looks like everything's weakens, but I don't know. Well, good question. The tornado potential does weaken, in my honest opinion. I think it'll be more of a strong wind threat, and especially as a lot of these storms, as you can see what's happening right now, starts to congeal into a multi-cellular mode. So basically, when you stack a whole bunch of storms together and to make this one giant blob, that is kind of the favorable mode for the overnight threat tonight, which will likely end up being a little bit more of a wind event. There will be embedded supercells within, of course, but it'll be more of a gusty wind event within the line. Do I think that a tornado near Joplin can turn around and hit Joplin? No. No chance. Once the storm moves east, at least the main body of it, it still heads east. Tornadoes can move north, south, east, west, but it's fully dependent upon the environment around it. Probably not the best time. What color GR2 able? This is a similar color table that I use for radar scope. It's comparable to radar scope in regards to the colors. I also try to use the warnings that are similar to the National Weather Service and the Weather Channel. I honestly hate the pink warnings are for all tornado warnings, and the red warnings are for severe thunderstorm warnings. No. I refuse. Whenever I go onto the Weather Channel and I see the severe thunderstorm warning is yellow, I'm trying to, be familiar with what everyone else is seeing. You good to go to bed? Southern Delaware County, Oklahoma. You guys are going to see some more severe weather around midnight, but honestly, you could, as long as you have emergency alert notifications on. Do I work for NOAA? My grandfather actually was a part of a NOAA thing. I can't remember because he passed away early teenage years. So I never really asked him what he did, and my dad didn't really care to know. But he gave me this hat. And I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. And, I've talked to National Weather Service guys. I've talked to other people and stuff like that. And I was like, you know what? I want to support, even though I'm in college right now, I'm in Penn State. So eventually I'm getting that meteorologist degree. I'm trucking through right now and I'm having fun. My meteorology classes are honestly pretty crazy. But they're crazy fun. I don't think you'll see another person freak out about meteorology like me, especially after learning new stuff. Elvis Chuck Petty with the 1111 says, appreciate you trying to keep people aware. Well, thank you so much for supporting the channel. It really does mean a lot to me. A lot of the money that is donated to the stream goes back into the channel. And then some of which goes to my daily necessities and stuff like that. But no, I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Live near Dayton, Ohio, April 3rd. 50-year anniversary of the Xenia tornado. Yeah. And to think of it this way, too, is a lot of people, I'm sure, still have 2019 in the back of their head. Especially when people word tomorrow's event like they do. Like, I believe that there's going to be a tornado outbreak on a widespread scale. It'll likely be localized along portions of Indiana and Ohio. So this is my thing here, chat. All right. I firmly believe that this giant red blob is going to shift west. This is going to kind of be cut off and it's going to be added on like over here. Okay. So for the people that are in this area and have seen this graphic a lot, if you've seen this graphic a lot, I'm telling you right now, it may change, especially with placement as to where the most significant severe weather can occur. But I don't think it takes away from the overall threat of strong severe weather. So just keep in mind that, especially for folks that may be living over here in the Ohio Valley. But yes, tomorrow is definitely going to be really interesting. Any tornadoes possible for Rich Hill, Missouri? Is Rich Hill where I think it is? I think I might remember it. I do. Rich Hill's good for the rest of the night. You can go sleep. You can go sleep. Good night, good night. I might go to sleep here at the top of the hour after these storms. Unless if this continues to spin up, which it looks like it's going to try and do. So that might be an embedded supercell too. Wow. That would be crazy. There's actually two of them. But we'll see. Depending upon how the storms continue to interact. We'll be live for a little bit more. A little bit more. What is the map that I use on screen? It is the graphic from the Storm Prediction Center. I'll explain it here in a bit, what it specifically means. I'll look through chat, though. Yeah, I hope red and yellow suits fine. Pink and red are very hard to differentiate because it's off of the same color spectrum. So, I get that. Any more storms moving through Tulsa? Later on tonight near midnight, there definitely could, but there's also a severe thunderstorm warning for Tulsa as of this moment right now. Just got issued over the past few minutes. So if you know anyone that lives near Tulsa in and around Tulsa, could be some severe weather. And if they're still awake, I mean, don't start, going to every single door, start knocking them down and saying, oh, the British are coming, No, you don't have to do that. Madison, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Jeff, with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, what day is going to be worse, today or tomorrow? Tomorrow, single-handedly. Tomorrow is definitely going to be the worst day. What's Central Oklahoma looking like? I'm seeing some nasty lightning come my way. Central Oklahoma, just a lot of general showers and thunderstorms, honestly. Go back to Oklahoma City's radar here. And I'll show you, there's not really a whole lot of consistent reds. You see a lot of orange here. So we're going to go from Wynnewood all the way up through this line. All right, so you see anywhere that has a lot of reds is where there's a lot of pretty heavy rain. And you could, I don't want to say automatically assume, but you can assume that there's going to be some strong severe weather or strong thunderstorm activity localized within that area. And we don't really have a whole lot of that until you start to get towards I-44 over here near Chandler. So some localized areas over here, maybe some spotty hail within these storms. You go further up, and then you can kind of see this area over here near Manford and Lawrence Creek. This one, there's a good reason why there's a severe thunderstorm warning on it. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. The usual. Relatively tame. And if you even go to the Tulsa radar, you can actually see that some of these reds actually turn into pink, which means there is some localized areas of hail within this one. So this is a severe storm. I do believe that if you're on the southern side of Tulsa, you're probably not going to see as much significant impacts as, say, the northern side. I think the northern side is likely to have larger hail and stronger winds. But just because I just said that doesn't mean that the southern side of Tulsa could not still see some severe weather. So please do keep that in mind. Tornadoes possible for Arnold, Missouri? Let me check. Arnold, Missouri is... Oh, isn't that like south of St. Louis? Yeah, it is. There's a small chance for tornadoes, but honestly, I don't think it'll be too strong. I think a lot of your activity could be wind and hail, but please be sure, because you're going to be seeing severe weather overnight tonight, please be sure that you have emergency alert notifications on your phone and it is not silenced. That's a big thing. I know a lot of people silence their phones for whatever reason. That's stupid. Don't do it. Don't do it. What's your opinion on the line of storms moving through central Oklahoma? Yeah, they're not really all that. What about Huntsville, Alabama tomorrow? Huntsville, Alabama could definitely watch out. By the way, can I just say that there's a sleeper risk for tornadoes in central and southern Alabama, and even into portions of Mississippi. Tomorrow's event is separated into 3 different areas. You have the northern risk, which is Ohio, Indiana, and northern Kentucky, which is like Cincinnati and Covington. Then you have Kentucky down into Tennessee, which is the more consistent showers and thunderstorms that could probably produce tornadoes, but they won't be as strong as the stuff that's up north. And then you have Mississippi and Alabama, which Mississippi, you could get a tornado or two, but Alabama, you either get tornadoes or you don't. And if you get tornadoes, you're going to get a few of them. Good chance. Someone asked, what radar do I use? This is GR2 Analyst. Honestly, it's the best radar known to man because this has all sorts of different products that you can use. You can do 3D scans. You can do products of all sorts. You can do gate-to-gates. You can do all sorts of scientific stuff with this. It gives you probabilities. You can customize it however way you want it. GR2 Analyst does cost a pretty penny, though. My recommendation, get something like Radar Scope or Radar Omega. One of the two will work. It costs significantly less amount of money. What time should weather start for Indiana-Ohio border? Good question. I'm thinking late afternoon. Late afternoon to early evening is from what I remember. I just got a notification from... I'm being mentioned by everyone on Twitter. Thank you. We'll look at that in a second. Based off of what I'm seeing from the models, I need to go to 0Z. Thank you. Okay, so wave number 1 would be around 20Z, which is 4 o'clock Eastern. Wave number 2 is 6 o'clock Eastern. If that makes you feel any better. So late afternoon. Late afternoon. My hip is going out. That is wonderful. I'm going back to Springfield. Is this thing spinning up again? Yes, it is. This might actually be on the ground. That might actually be a tornado on the ground. If you are near Round Grove or Miller here in Missouri, there very well could be a tornado that is off near your area. Now, this is northern or northwestern portions of Lawrence County in Missouri. What is differential reflectivity? Differential reflectivity is basically when the radar uses 2 different style of beams. A vertical beam with peaks and troughs, and then a horizontal beam. And it basically takes a look at the difference of those 2 beams and what it actually has. It's gnarly. Thunder, big cabin, Oklahoma. Sounds like slamming the side of the semi. It keeps setting us off. No sleep for you tonight. I get that. I apologize. I'm sorry. At least you got there in time, though. At least you got there in time. Lockwood, you guys are a little too far north for you to be able to deal with tornadic activity, so that's good. I think Lockwood should be fine, but you're going to be seeing a lot of wind and a bit of hail. And that'll be pretty much it. Did today bust for a moderate risk? For hail, yeah. Today busted. Do you like the Ravens? Like the Chiefs? Yeah, I like the Ravens. Ravens, my family are season ticket holders. We went to the AFC Championship game, too. And I was pretty upset at my coaching staff. But that's a story for another time. Honest opinion about Quail Oak, Tennessee. The possibility of a tornado because everything I heard mainly says wind. Max velocity said mainly wind. Well, let me pull up where this area is because I do not know. By the way, if I skipped your question, don't take it personally. There's a bunch of people in chat, and I wouldn't be able to get to everyone. So I'm trying my best. That's near I-65. That has to be south of Nashville. It's close. That's tennis ball sized hail, by the way. It's close. I could definitely see why he says it's wind. Based off of some things that I'm seeing, however, you could get an additional factor and it be hail as well. Can't rule out the potential for a small spin up, but I will say, if we were to compare the risk that we have here to what I'm currently seeing, I definitely don't think this significant tornado risk should extend as far south. I think there's the chance for tornadoes. I don't think it's a real chance for strong tornadoes. So what I'm basically saying is if a tornado forms, it probably will be relatively weak, which would be very comparable to a strong gust of wind. But you can treat it like wind. I'll be live tomorrow regardless, so if you have any questions about that, feel free. About Greenwood, Indiana? I think Greenwood, Indiana is in the main risk tomorrow. I believe so. Let me double check. Greenwood, Indiana. Yeah. You're southern Indianapolis. Yeah. By the way, if there's any closal, oh boy. English, Nathan. If there are any closer areas to you, like a major metropolitan area, like let's say you lived near Cincinnati, but you have like a neighborhood that you lived in, and you were going to say your neighborhood, try and say something like Cincinnati, or Covington, or southwestern Ohio, or northern Kentucky, stuff like that. You say stuff like that, I'm able to track it a lot quicker, and I'm able to give you a quicker answer. So for people who are on the stream and want to stick around with me for a little while, I guarantee you it'll be a little easier for me to tell you what's going on. Cookie Crumble 200 with the 2. Thank you so much. Says, what about Sullivan, Indiana? I believe Sullivan, Indiana tonight will really just see a lot of just scattered wind and maybe some spotty hail. That's pretty much it. Taylor Hurd with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, is Springfield, Missouri's tornado risk over for the night? I think so for the most part, but I think, see, this is what I was really waiting for. The reason why I was still live and I decided not to end my stream is because there's still 2 areas. There's 2 areas that I'm watching that could potentially have the chance for something to be tornadic. One of them is the one that we're looking at right now, which is the current tornado warning in southwestern Missouri. And that's the reason why we're obviously live. Which, is that still producing a tornado? It's trying. Yeah, if you're near Round Grove and Miller here in the northern portion of Lawrence County, Missouri, you need to still be in your safe space. But there's that. And then there's the second wave of storms that are moving through into Tulsa right now. That stuff is really interesting to me because you could get some weird storm interactions and maybe get a spin up. But it's hard to say. There's also a storm that's heading up into Miami in Veneta. That's a supercell, but I'm not sure it's going to do a whole lot. But yeah, I think, honestly, I gotta say you still have more of a shot. I've gotta say you still have a small tornado risk overnight. I gotta say you still have small tornado risk, and that's another tornado warning extension.
Tornado warning for northern Lawrence County in southwestern Missouri, southeastern Dade County in southwestern Missouri.
And based off of that trajectory, that's heading towards Springfield eventually. Like this general storm complex. Not this tornado. All right? The tornado is likely not going to be on the ground for that long. But the complex of thunderstorms will likely head off towards that area. So that's the reason why I say you still have a small tornado risk tonight. But one thing I will say is that if you turn on emergency alert notifications on your phone and you make it so that way you can actually hear it, you don't have it muted, or if you have a weather radio, like look at this. I'm streaming right now. I've got a NOAA weather radio right next to me. This thing, if I were to ever get hit by a tornado, this thing would let me know first. And that says a lot because me getting hit by a tornado is supposed to tell me first. So if you don't have one, get one. NOAA weather radios, especially Midlands. Midlands are very good. I love Midlands. Southwestern Indiana near Vincennes, I believe that's how it's pronounced. You guys will definitely be in the threat for severe weather tomorrow. Tonight, there's just going to be general severe weather, but it's not going to be that significant. Tomorrow, as I said, small chance for tornadoes. I'm going to try and speed round some of the stuff that you guys are saying because we have so many people in chat, and I'm going to consider. How's it when I watch the news to listen to the meteorologists that are like wrong 90% of the time and they went to school forever? Honestly, I think that may be because, and this is just my thing, broadcast meteorologists don't go through the same curriculum as research meteorologists. And I think broadcast meteorologists, though they know their stuff in meteorology, I think some of them do the bare minimum, and other times I think sometimes their translation of meteorology to people that are on watching it live can also be not the best. So there can be some people that are actually good, but their word and how they get it out is bad, and then there can be some people that are not bad, but they're just bad. So honestly, I don't know which ones you watch. And I've seen a few meteorologists that I've been like, wow, it said it, he said it was going to rain today, but it didn't rain at all. It was just sunny, or vice versa. Forecasting meteorology is very difficult, because just because the models say something doesn't mean that storms actually are going to do what the models say. So it's up to us to interpret based off of the knowledge of the past, as well as the knowledge of the current, present, to try and come up with what can happen in the future. And if you've ever seen fortune tellers, if you've ever seen fortune cookies, it's pretty vague. So it's pretty hard to be more than vague. But anyways, hit the gritty, please. No. Frankfort, Kentucky, you guys are definitely going to be watching out for severe weather tomorrow. Memphis, no. You guys are good. How's Tampa doing for Wednesday? Tampa's going to be fine. Northwestern Arkansas tonight. I think you guys could see some severe weather, but it would mainly be wind and hail. Vidalia, Missouri, please. Let me take a look. As I said, I'm going to speed run through this stuff. I'm going to try and get through this as quickly as possible so that way I get through as many people. Vidalia, Missouri. I think you guys could be all right. I think. Yeah, you guys are good. Vidalia, Missouri is good. I'll double check just one more time. Yeah, you're good. You're done for the night. You're done. You can go sleep. Let's see. Fortville, Indiana, and Red Key, Indiana. I'll do my best. Let's take a look. Fortville, Indiana. Oh, that's northeastern Indy. Yeah, you guys are probably gonna get some stuff. You said Red Key. Red Key, Indiana. A little bit further northeast. Yep, same thing. Believe it or not, it's about the same. About the same for tornadic activity. Usually that area in Indianapolis, as well as areas further east into western Ohio, that's probably going to be the main area for severe weather tomorrow, in my honest opinion. If I was chasing, I would chase there. Let's see. Southern Michigan should be good. Don't worry about Southern Michigan. Norbert on Beams with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, when do I think Bentonville might be impacted? Bentonville? That's a good question. I think it might be around midnight to maybe even a little after midnight. I'm going to say after midnight, sometime around 1 or 2. 1 or 2 is probably, based off of how these storms have been moving right now, 1 or 2. Anything for Illinois? Not really. A lot of wind. If you're from Springfield and south, that's really the activity. Otherwise, if you're north of Springfield, like Peoria, there's nothing really. But yeah, a lot of wind, maybe some spotty hail, and that's really the overnight threat tonight. Do I know if GR2 works on Mac? No, you'd need to get a what's its face? A converter of some sort. What do I think about the Dayton, Ohio area for tonight and possibly tomorrow? Dayton's fine tonight. They're just going to get maybe some winds, maybe some hail. Tomorrow, Dayton should watch out. Potential for tornado outbreak across the area is possible. Gonna definitely need to watch. South Central Kentucky. South Central Kentucky should still watch. They're not going to be in the main area tornado outbreak. If there is a tornado outbreak in that area. They are definitely going to see a lot more storms. And they could probably be a little bit more gusty. You can have strong damaging winds associated with that rather than it be tornadic. But that doesn't take away from the fact that significant tornadoes can still happen. Especially as you get from central Tennessee into Kentucky. The further north you go, the higher the chance for significant tornadoes. Before I mispronounce it, Bodark. Oh, that's how it's pronounced? That's pretty cool. That's a canceled tornado warning. Cool. Cookeville, Tennessee. Definitely going to want to watch tomorrow. Wind and or tornadoes. But it wouldn't be... let's put it this way. That's the risk. I'm not saying it's going to happen. That's the risk. Knoxville. I'm guessing based off of what I saw earlier. By the way, that might be a new tornado near Miller. Yeah, that probably could be a new tornado if it wasn't on the ground already. Yeah, near Miller could be a new tornado. If you're near Ash Grove and Everton, as well as areas north of Halltown, could potentially be something tornadic. Knoxville, I think because it's a little bit further towards the east, I think that could be a little bit more of a wind event. Storms would probably transition to more of a upscale mode. Stuff could probably be a little bit more, or stuff can grow upscale, be a little bit more gusty. Some supercells can gust out and be a little bit more of a wind threat. But I do think there's still a small chance for tornadoes. But I think it's primarily wind. Northern Alabama, I think there is the small chance for tornadoes, but it's probably going to be more wind. I think those tornadoes, once you start to get into northern Alabama and southern Tennessee, I think that's when, even if you do get tornadoes, they wouldn't be super strong. They'd be comparable to, like, strong wind gusts. That's what I would say. Central North Carolina looking for tomorrow and Wednesday. Wednesday is when you're really going to see the severe weather. Tomorrow's going to be fine. You might see some scattered thunderstorms tomorrow, but that really is going to be it. I don't know why my allergies are acting up. Sounds funny. Let's see. Looking through. Chief meteorologist is behind the scenes. One's on the TV, they are reading scripts. Oh, that makes sense. It's kind of like AccuWeather. AccuWeather, the forecasters, they make their forecasts, and then the lead meteorologists change them. A lot of bias. Lakeview, Ohio. Wow. Well, do you still live there, Aaron? And if you did, if you do, I hope you're all right. Unfortunately, the tornado risk doesn't exactly seem to be going away from your area. Don't live in Alabama. I like James Spann. James Spann is a legend in the weather community. Why do some storms sometimes form in one spot into many different ones? So it really depends upon the environment, and it can be separated into a couple of ways. And I'm not going to go into every single way into which storms can form in multiple ways. But if you think of it this way, okay? Convergence exists when air masses start to collide into one particular spot. So convergence basically meaning, this is just an example. If you were to take wind and collide it together into one spot, this line right here is convergence, okay? When that convergence occurs, depending upon how much of it you have and how much moisture you can have, that's when thunderstorms can start to form. But if you have an abundance of moisture that forms, you can have more than one storm that can form within an area. So that's one way that it can happen. That's the basic gist of it, actually. That's a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Wow. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, golf ball sized hail. That is hurricane force winds approaching Springfield, Missouri. If you're in Springfield, Missouri and areas around it, you are definitely going to want to watch out. The threat for severe weather is definitely localized within here. Where is my... I have no idea where my thing went. I'm going to try and pull up my live cameras here. I do have some cameras that are over here in Springfield. This camera's in Republic Ford. There it is. We're probably going to see some severe weather eventually on this camera. We'll wait. We'll wait for the storms to pass Springfield, and then we'll skedaddle. Can I go over Ohio? Basically, all of Ohio, besides the eastern portions, could probably see significant severe weather, some of which could include strong tornadoes. And I'll go over tomorrow with the models as well, here in a bit. I want to answer every single question on a broad scale here before I go specifically. Indianapolis, can you go to bed? Yeah, you can go to bed. Anyone that is over in the Ohio Valley right now can go to bed if they really want to. Republic, Missouri. Ha! That's where our live camera is right now. Look at this. This is that Ford. Where specifically? I don't know. But this is the Ford dealership that's in Republic. We're watching the storms approach Springfield. Yeah, damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Republic up into Springfield and up into Fairgrove, Walnut Grove, and Pleasant Hope. As well as the potential for, of course, a tornado or two within this line as well. I'm going to actually play the loop of radar. There we go. Let's continue to look through chat. Aurora, Missouri. I have no idea where Aurora, Missouri is. I'm going to look it up. As I said, if you guys know what part of the state you live in, tell me what part of state. Like southwestern Missouri, southeastern Missouri, northern Missouri, northern Oklahoma, stuff like that. It makes it easier for me to be able to tell you what exactly is going to happen. Because, believe it or not, Nothing really changes a whole lot when it comes to like towns that could live near that. Aurora, so Aurora, you're going to see some more severe weather later on tonight. It'll mainly be a wind and hail threat, though. Mainly. Carthage, you actually had a tornado earlier. Hopefully you guys are all right. You're going to see some more rain. Probably another thunderstorm, believe it or not. You should be done once you get to midnight. Once you get to midnight, it should be done. Should be. Somerset, Kentucky. Severe weather event tomorrow. Likely be a severe weather to tornado outbreak. West Virginia time frame. Late tomorrow night. Late tomorrow night. I used to live in West Virginia. Holy crap. Van Buren, Arkansas, good to go to sleep. You're going to be seeing a couple thunderstorms later on, but yeah, you can go to sleep. They're not really going to be super significant. Central North Carolina tomorrow and Wednesday. Wednesday is really going to be the threat for you guys. But even then, there's not really that much that's going to happen. Tomorrow, it's just scattered thunderstorms. You'll be okay. How bad do I think Wilmington, Ohio will be tomorrow? I don't think it'll be too bad. I mean, obviously they're in the threat for where a tornado outbreak can occur. But if you were to ask me if that was the worst area, the highest chance for tornadoes can occur right in that area, I would say no. It's in that general vicinity. But that area specifically, if it were to make you feel any better, I think there could be some areas that could have a better chance of producing stronger tornadoes. But you are in the threat. You definitely should watch. You definitely should pay attention to the weather tomorrow. Of course, I'm going to be live again tomorrow. If people want to come back and watch me talk about weather some more, hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications, join the activity, be a part of the community. We can try and get more information out to more and more people. That's what hitting that like button does down below, by the way. Hitting the like button tells YouTube that people like the content and that more people should watch it. So if you haven't hit the like button already and you want to help me spread information for more and more people, you definitely should. That's a new tornado warning, by the way.
Tornado warning for northeastern Lawrence County in southwestern Missouri, central Greene County in southwestern Missouri.
So they probably issued a new tornado warning for areas into Springfield. We'll see that here in a second. Yeah, there it is. Springfield tornado warning. See, whoever was in Springfield earlier, and I told you that the threat for tornadoes is not over, I didn't lie. I didn't lie. I was contemplating it. I was like, man, is this really going to maintain for a while? And I was like, yeah. I didn't want to actually like keep you up just to have anxiety. I'm dead serious. All right, let's continue with trying to talk to chat. Katie, hello, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Keep up with the weather for us. Hey, I'm trying. Tulsa, you're still seeing severe weather. We haven't checked in Tulsa in a while, actually. My apologies. Let's go. Tulsa's seeing severe weather right now. Wind gusts. A lot of wind. A lot of spotty hail, too. See all these little greens and blues? This is where hail can exist. At least when radar is looking at it. And the fact that there aren't really a whole lot of greens tells me that there aren't really a lot of severe hail in this area. But Tulsa, continue to stay indoors up until the storm passes. At most, quarter-sized hail. That's what I'm expecting. By the way, that storm that's heading towards Miami, if there's anyone that lives in Miami or anywhere near Ottawa County, like central to northern Ottawa County, so like Commerce, the dead city or town of Pitcher, God, I still find that super fascinating, by the way. Just Miami. If you live over in that area, and even in the Commerce, there's another strong thunderstorm that could probably produce golf ball-sized hail near your area. So don't be outside, and if you have any cars, bring them inside. Otherwise, you're going to have a few dents in your windshield. Looking through. Republic, Missouri, looking storms heading our way. So Republic, Missouri, there's a live camera right there. See that? That's a live camera at the Ford dealership in Republic. There's storms heading your way. There's just a new storm that just got tornado warned on it. It's actually not new. My apologies, but it's a new tornado warning that just got issued. And then you're in a damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for hurricane force winds or greater. That's up to 80 miles per hour. 80 miles per hour. That's a possible tornado that is going to be heading near Boydart. I think that's Boydart. I think that is. I can't remember. I know someone said dark. I can't remember if it was Boys Dark. I can't remember. You guys are gonna have to help me. Veneta, Oklahoma, done for the night. I gotta look that up. I apologize. That's a confirmed tornado. They just confirmed that. Yep, tornado in progress. 100%. My goodness, that is a spectrum width drop and a half. Yep, so if you're in Boydark, if you're in areas near Willard, I'm gonna actually see. I'm sorry, I have to catch up with chat so fast. Everything is so quick. Yeah, sheesh. If you're near I-44, west of Springfield, or if you're north of I-44, you are going to be potentially seeing a tornado that is going to move through your area. It actually was briefly on the ground. It was briefly. So here's the velocity signature. Greens are the winds moving towards the radar. Reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle, right here, where there's a localized area, and you can see normalized rotation picks this out perfectly. You can see there's a elevated amount of rotation that was localized within this area. That is where the tornadic rotation and actually tornado existed. And it looked like it was a brief spin up. Once again, I told this to people earlier that was in Springfield and in and around Springfield, like Pleasant Hope, Walnut Grove, Morrisville, stuff like that. I said you're going to see a lot of hurricane force winds, and then you might see a tornado or two that can just quickly spin up. A lot of these would be gusty. So, something to consider with that. Linda, with the 50, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the channel. It really does mean a lot to me. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for the generous super chat. From what I understand, the radars are looking right now, Logan County, Ohio, heavy part of the storm. It's Western Ohio is really the nastiest part. South Central / Southern Indiana, you're in the risk tomorrow. You're going to want to watch. Otherwise, later on tonight, you're pretty good. It's just going to be gusty winds, spotty hail, maybe some flooding if you're in a flood-prone area. Tomorrow is the area. Tomorrow is when you're going to want to watch. So, if you want to come back tomorrow, feel free. I'll be here tomorrow as well. Waiting here in Baltimore, Maryland until Wednesday. Wednesday's going to be crazy for areas that are south of D.C. I wish I could chase. I live in southern PA. No problem, Steve. I try to answer as many questions as I possibly can. Let's take a look at the live camera over here in Republic. This is pretty interesting here because if you look above me, you look up there, see that? Republic is in this area. And there's a little storm that passed on through. This is actually some storms that are out in front of the big one. The big one here, that's the one that's got the warnings for it. The little storm that just passed through Republic, not really doing too much. Okay? So, folks that are near Republic, folks that are near Brookline, and southern Springfield, you're probably going to want to watch still. All right? Because those storms are going to be moving off into your area. Now, I will say, there is some saving grace here. There is some saving grace. Folks that could be on the southern side of the warning, the areas that I just mentioned, could have the possibility of missing this storm. So we'll see. We will see. But all right, going to Tulsa. There's no longer a severe thunderstorm warning for Tulsa. You guys are good. There is an embedded supercell within that line, though, but you guys are good. Miami is getting absolutely clobbered by hail. If you're in Miami, please continue to seek a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Bodark. Got it. Bodark. Thank you. New TOA for 6. What? What do you mean? Few tornadoes, couple intense tornadoes possible. All right, prob game. Everyone in the chat, prob game. If you're new to this game, okay, Tornado Watch gets issued, and they have 2 different styles of probabilities, and you can only guess the probability with a if it can be multiplied by 10 or divided by 10, I should say. So 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50, 60, 70, 80, all the way up, and then 95 is actually the max, okay? So, first probability is the probability of seeing 2 or more tornadoes within the tornado watch. The second probability is 1 or more strong tornadoes within the tornado watch, okay? For reference, the previous tornado watches were 60-30, 60% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes, and a 30% chance of seeing a strong one. And then, the one that didn't just get issued, it was the one before it, was 50-40. So, survey says 50-40. New tornado watch just got issued for St. Louis, Springfield, all sorts of areas over here. 60-40 probability. So congratulations to those who guessed 50-40 correctly. I wish I could give you guys a cookie, but I can't. I wish. That's a lot of tornado watches, by the way. So yeah, new tornado watch that just got issued for St. Louis. And this tornado watch will continue until 3 in the morning Central. Which I'm going to be honest with you, I am not staying up for. Yeah, 3 a.m. Central. That's an ouch. Austin, Texas. Austin, you're pretty far south. You're fine. There's just some general thunderstorms over there. I don't see too much happening. Jefferson City, Missouri. You guys had a lot of severe weather over this duration, but for right now, I think you guys might actually finally be done. You got some thunderstorms that probably will move on through that area, but it won't be super bad at all. At least I don't think it will. I mean, I had to be careful, Evil One. I had to. How do I see the live cameras? I created a map where I got a bunch of links. I eventually am going to want to make a website. I'm going to want to make a website, a free website for everyone, although it's going to have ads on the side, so of course, because I got to be able to maintain the website somehow. I'm going to make a giant website full of live cameras. It's going to be an interactive map. It's going to be mainly for computer, for people to be able to see live cameras. All right, all over the United States. And so we can go back to this camera over here that's at the Republic Ford, and we'd be able to see what's happening over here. I can go over to another part of the United States. I can go over to, say, California. Boom, be able to see that. And all of that would be free, and everyone can just click through cameras, be able to try and find which ones they want. So yeah. But I definitely don't have enough money to hire anyone, nor do I have the time to really do anything. I will say you can get early access to the cameras if you go into my Discord server and you get the monthly subscription. It's like, I think it's $5 a month. Might even be cheaper than that. I can't remember. If not, it's $10 a month. I don't remember my own subscription because it's been a while since I put it up there. Okay, what else has people in chat said? How's Hazel Green, Alabama looking for tomorrow? That is a good question. Yeah, as I said, if I miss people's questions in chat, I apologize. There are so many people in chat that I'm trying to filter through as much as I can. Springfield, you're now starting to get the outer impacts of these storms. It'll start to get really gusty, especially if you're on the northern side of Springfield. You're going to want to watch. Hazel Green, north side of Alabama. I think you guys could see a lot of wind and maybe a spin-up tornado, but when I say spin-up, I mean like a relatively weak tornado. But I still think there is a chance for a tornado, so please watch out. Please watch out. I mean, we'll see, Elvis. Honestly, I think I don't know. I don't know. I've been live streaming for 9.5 hours. That's wonderful. What radar do I use? This is GR2 Analyst version 3. It is a pretty penny, but I love it. However, if you want a cheaper option, go to Radar Scope or Radar Omega. Either one of the two works. I have a feeling these storms are just going to cluster. Good chance. Chesterfield, Missouri. You guys could see probably another round of storms that can move on through, but it's hard to say. Oh my gosh. And the questions keep coming and they just keep coming and they just keep coming and they just keep coming. So much to do, so much to see. Something. Songs. Hey, now you're a rock star. Timing for Aurora, Missouri. After midnight. You're seeing some winds and stuff right now. But okay. As I said, for folks that might be in chat, if you are asking for your area, please say what part of your state instead of a town. So, like, if I wanted to ask what's happening in Cassville, Missouri, I would say southwestern Missouri. That way, I can be able to just do that because I've come to the conclusion that if I were to try and look up every single city name for every single person, I would not be able to go to sleep at all. I'd be waiting until tomorrow, and then I would get no sleep. So we're going to try and make it a little easier. And yes, Springfield was observed. Now it's not a tornado anymore. It's not. It was. It was. Now it's not. Okay. I want to go through this. If you are in central Missouri to western Missouri, if you're along I-70, or if you are along the areas near, which interstate is that connects Joplin to I-49, okay? If you are along I-49 from Carthage up to Kansas City, if you are near I-70 from St. Louis to Kansas City, you're good for the night. You can go to sleep, okay? If you're along I-44 from St. Louis to Tulsa, you are going to see some more severe weather. Now, it is likely that some of which are not going to be super significant, but you're still going to want to watch out regardless, all right? Make sure that if you are going to go to sleep, have your weather radio on, okay? So I have one right here in case if I ever get hit by a tornado if I'm live streaming. All right. This thing's going to warn me before, the tornado even hits me. All right. Make sure this is charged or plugged in or whatever, or have emergency alert notifications on your phone so that way it can wake you up, all sorts of stuff like that. But otherwise, not really too much. Okay. You also have more severe weather. There's stuff over near Miami. Over here. Some of these storms, yes, they do have hooks, but I think they're going to be a little more elevated. I don't think that could really be all too tornadic. Not those ones that are in extreme northeastern Oklahoma. This cluster right here that's currently near Tulsa, this is going to head over towards the Siloam Springs and the Bentonville areas, as well as Pineville and Neosho. This is the stuff that I'm watching as the potential for the second wave of potential tornadic activity. So over here, in this area, I would watch for the potential for something tornadic. All right. From US Highway 412 all the way over into Springdale and Bentonville, and then down into southwestern Missouri. So make sure you have ways to get warnings if you haven't already. If you are in southeastern Missouri, okay, I'm going to put this as sweetly as possible as I can. You're not really going to see a tornado risk. It's going to be a wind risk. And it's going to be an overnight wind risk. Not really going to be too much. If you are in Illinois or in Indiana or in Ohio or in Kentucky for tonight, you guys are good. You can go to sleep. You can worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow, there's going to be the threat for strong, severe weather, particularly strong, long track, violent tornadoes that are possible in some localized areas. There's more than likely going to be a tornado outbreak tomorrow, and it is more than likely going to be in the areas of Indiana and Ohio. If you are in Kentucky or in Tennessee, tomorrow there is the potential for tornadoes, some of which could be strong, but an outbreak in your localized area, it's possible. But it's not as likely as the areas to the north. So I would watch out. I would watch out for weather. But for tonight, you can go to sleep. If you are in Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia, your event is tomorrow. You're sure there's going to be some severe weather localized along the Ohio River tonight. That's going to be wind. Not really going to be too much. I'll be live tomorrow if you have any more questions about that. If you are in Arkansas, unless if you're in northwestern Arkansas or northern Arkansas, you're good. Little Rock, you're not really going to see a whole lot, if anything. What are some other areas? Central Oklahoma, you're good. Go to sleep, especially if you're in Oklahoma City. If you've already seen storms and you don't have storms anymore over in Oklahoma, especially if you're in central Oklahoma, you're good. Sleep. Don't subject yourself through any sort of sleepless night. Don't do it. What are the yellow boxes on the map? So up there, you see above the radar. See that? See where it says severe thunderstorm, considerable severe weather? Well, now it says flash flood warning, considerable flash flood warning. So those color boxes indicate what type of warnings that you are seeing on your screen right there. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Can Texarkana go to sleep? Texarkana can go to sleep. Go to sleep. Please. Sleepy time for you. Southwestern Missouri, you guys are still expected to see... Oh, Branson. You guys are still expected to see severe weather tonight. But by the time it gets to you, it may not be that bad. It'll probably be tonight into tomorrow. So you could probably go to sleep. Yeah, listen. Stuff in Indiana and Ohio and Illinois. Tonight, there is going to be severe weather. Like, look at this. See this line of storms? This is expected to be, all right, this is expected to be at 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. But this is going to be wind and hail. That's a new tornado warning, by the way. Listen in.
Tornado warning for northern Webster County in southwestern Missouri,
Really?
southern Dallas County in southwestern Missouri,
Really?
southwestern Lockleed County in southwestern Missouri, southeastern Polk County in southwestern Missouri, northeastern Greene County in southwestern Missouri.
That just popped up recently, too. If you're in Fairgrove, Elkland, Marshfield, Northview, Conway, Phillipsburg, Charity, and Pleasant Hope here in areas northeast of Springfield, you need to get in your safe space. Underground, if you have an underground facility, or lowest innermost part of your building. Lowest innermost part of your building works. Please stay away from windows. If you have a bathroom or a closet that's in the middle, please be sure to get into that. Do I think the severe risk for Ohio is going to drop tomorrow? Eastern Ohio, more than likely. If you're in Western Ohio, unfortunately, no. I think it'll stay the same. About 100 miles east of St. Louis, where I-55 and I-57 meets. Are those storms tracking this way? Eventually they will, more than likely, but they won't be super significant. Storm just hit Tulsa. Tulsa doesn't seem to be getting a whole lot of significant weather. It's sub-severe. Sub-severe. Yeah, here's a look at Springfield, Missouri right now. They're currently getting their fair share of severe weather. Now, remember how I said that southern portions of Springfield and Republic could potentially get missed by this storm? Look what happened. The thing curled. Actually, it may not have curled. It just may have went a little bit to the north and east. Changed its storm motion. So Springfield and southern portions of Springfield got barely little bit of stuff. But yeah. What's a good radio station to listen to online for iPhone users and such to get good updates tomorrow? Or is live on YouTube going to be the best bet? You can go to local news stations if you're in areas that could be impacted. If you, let's put it this way, I'm going to bring up this risk for significant tornadoes again. Okay. If you're in any of these areas, I guarantee you local news companies, local news stations are probably going to be covering this event throughout the entire duration. They are going to tune in. They're going to interrupt regularly scheduled programs, and they are going to do stuff on their own. So you can cover that. You can look at that. Or if you want to come back onto YouTube, you can watch me. I'm going to be live. We're going to be talking about all of these storms. It won't just be for Ohio. It'll be for areas over in Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia. All those areas. I'm going to be talking about all the severe weather. Kind of similar to what I did today. So if you like the idea of that, hit the subscribe button down below. It's free. You can hit that bell button. The bell button. Right next to it, that hits the notification bell. You'll be able to be notified by the time I go live tomorrow. So yeah, a lot of significant weather that is possible tomorrow. Everyone within this black circle with the hashed lines in the middle, that is where significant tornadoes can occur according to the Storm Prediction Center. Let's go back to our storms over here. Once again, northeast of... Oh, wow. Oh, that's probably going to be a tornado on the ground. And that's probably going to be a strong tornado on the ground. If you're near Fairgrove, Missouri, get in your safe space immediately. Pick up the pace just a little bit. If you're near Elkland, if you're near I-44 from Marshfield all the way up to Conway, get into your safe space immediately. That is a tornado vortex signature. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Velocity signature. You can see the two pixels touching right here, the greens and the pinks. And it just died out. Interesting. Oh, that was on the ground. It gusted out very much so. Notice the change. Notice how quickly it spun up. That was so quick. Yep. Likely have been a tornado. PDS. PDS. It spun up as quickly as it did. It may not be on the ground right now, but particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has just been issued. At 10:51 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Fairgrove, or I would say a little bit further towards the north and west of Fairgrove. We're 9 miles northwest of Stratford, moving east at 40 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Once again, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued. This is for Dallas, Polk, Laclede, and Greene, as well as Webster counties. Elvis Chuck with the Weather Watcher, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support to the channel. Thank you. If you haven't already, please be sure to help spread this information with as many people as possible. It looks like we're going to be live for still a little bit. A lot of tornadoes that are probably going to happen now because wind shear is starting to go mental. So we're going to be around. So make sure, if you haven't already, hit the thumbs up button down below. It helps us spread information to more and more people. As once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has just been issued by the National Weather Service. This is northeast of Springfield, Missouri. You know, unfortunately, has a terrible history with tornadoes. But folks that may know geographically where Joplin is, Springfield is just a little bit further to the east than that. And that just a little north of Springfield is where the PDS tornado warning is currently localized. As I said, the rotation, I personally believe, that is me echoing. That is terrible. As I said, the rotation, I believe, has temporarily, I would say, weakened. We'll see if this thing has got a chance at intensifying a little bit later on, maybe even trying to produce a tornado as well again. But as of right now, the Storm Prediction Center indicated that there could have potentially been an uptick in tornadic activity, especially into the overnight hours. And it seems this complex of severe weather over here, just to the north of Springfield, Missouri, seems to be trying to do so, as we've seen probably about 3 or 4 different tornadoes that have occurred right within this little area. So once again, the National Weather Service in Springfield, Missouri, has issued a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for a large and extremely dangerous tornado that was located near Fair Grove, or 9 miles northwest of Stratford, moving east at 40 miles per hour. The storm also will have tennis ball sized tail associated with it. So if you were to go outside and look for aforementioned tornado, number one, it's dark. If you've seen the outside right now, it's dark. You may have a lot of lightning in that area. Just don't try it. Don't try it. And it's likely going to be surrounded by rain. So even if you were to see lightning, it's going to be surrounded in rain. You won't be able to see it until it's legitimately on top of you. It's not a good idea. Not a good idea. And if for whatever reason you still thought it was a good idea to go outside, if you like the idea of tennis balls bonking you on the head, I mean, by all means. But it is not safe to be outside to have ice chunks the size of tennis balls to hit you in the head. It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. Southwestern Missouri, if you're south of 44, you're likely to still see some severe weather overnight tonight. It'll likely be around midnight or past midnight. South of Springfield, do I think the storms could be coming in, could be tornadic? Honestly, I would say no. And the reason why, and this is going to be some radar knowledge for you all. This is going to be pretty cool. You see this line right here that extends from these thunderstorms? I'm going to delete this here, and you can see this little blue line. This is an outflow boundary. This outflow boundary is going to create a lot of stable air behind it, a lot of air. That's still a PDS tornado warning. They just updated it, and they still say it's on the ground. So we're going to keep up with the National Weather Service. But anything that's behind this to the west, that is where the threat for tornadoes starts to plummet significantly. because a lot of stable air is present in the atmosphere, and tornadoes need a lot of instability, especially at night, because instability starts to decrease the further you go along. So, yeah. I would say southwestern portions of Missouri, unless if storms can get out in front of that boundary, it's looking pretty much like a wind and hail. Still a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning here. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Fair Grove, is what they said. Polk and Laclede counties have been canceled, so you guys are good. But Dallas, Webster, and Greene counties, you still have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued for your local area. So Fairgrove, Elkland, Charity, as well as Marshfield and areas near Conway and Niangua. If you live in those areas, please watch out. If you're in Pleasant Hope and Brighton, continue to stay in your safe space as the storm is currently passing through you, but the tornadic threat for you guys is now over. It looks like this is starting to gust out a lot more. You can see this is starting to bow out just a little bit. Just a little bit. Sunshine. I'm going to look up. There we go. Put that right there. You can see the storms are starting to kind of bow out a little bit more, and that tells me that the storm, when it's trying to wrap the rain around, is not wrapping back into itself. We're not really seeing a lot of spin. That's not exactly what we're seeing. We're instead seeing a lot of shear that's just pushing it all out equally and creating a lot of strong winds. So I-44 from Stratford all the way up to Conway could probably even see some 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It actually isn't entirely out of the question. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us spread the information with more and more people on YouTube. Thank you. Middle East Missouri on I-44 near St. Clair in Franklin County. Oh, you're all the way up there. Let me check. Once again, we had a tornado, and we're having a tornado right now, according to the National Weather Service. So I want to mention that. Franklin County, I see a lot of wind and hail. That's the main thing that I see. There is a small chance for tornadoes, small chance. But I think it's mainly wind and hail for right now. But if the National Weather Service issues a tornado warning, please take your current, take consideration getting the lowest innermost part of your building. If it's a bathroom or if it's a closet, you just want to put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. Hate to sound like a doomsday type person, Put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as you possibly can. There's multiple reasons you can, why it's recommended that you do that. But you do that, you should be fine. Stay away from windows, you should be fine. You'll be good. Mass cash. What? There is no chance. If that is, I'm going to be so sad. Ugh. Friend in Springfield says the tornado touchdown by the airport. It's over now. Yeah, so the first tornado touchdown just to the west of the airport. Just to the west of the airport. There's a new one that's formed off to the north and east of the city. That one currently has the large and extremely dangerous tornado. At least according to the National Weather Service. Springfield, Ohio. Ohio is tomorrow. You should definitely watch out. Folks that are, here, let's put it this way. We're going to be live again tomorrow. Okay, there's another threat for tornadoes tomorrow, including someone or something that could be a tornado outbreak. There could be large, long track, violent tornadoes possible tomorrow. It's possible. Of course, all tornadoes can be violent, but duh. If you are in Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, you guys can go to bed. Areas that are over here in Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio, and northern Kentucky, there's going to be severe weather tonight, but that's going to be wind and hail. That's not tornadic. No tornadoes, at least not in my opinion. Really, the event that you need to be preparing for is tomorrow. Okay. Have a plan of action. Make sure that those that could be living in these areas know what's going on. If you want, you could bring yourself and the other people that you may know back to this channel. We're going to be live tomorrow talking about all of that. All right, there's going to be all sorts of stuff that we're going to be trying to make sure everything is in order. But if you're in any of these areas, you're okay for the night. Go to sleep. You need to relax before tomorrow. Take some deep breaths. Listen to some YouTube. Watch something else that's not me, because weather's just going to build up some anxiety. I know it is. I know how some of my viewers can be, and I want to try and make this, as easing to the mind as it possibly can get, unless if there is actual activity. If there's, like for instance, earlier when there's the significant tornado, all right, the large and extremely dangerous tornado warning that got issued, when the strong tornado that we saw on radar happened, we were serious. We said, get to your safe space. We didn't go absolutely crazy. We just said, hey, you might want to hustle. But in other instances, when there isn't stuff that's happening, we want to make sure you guys are okay. Can you go to bed south of Springfield? You should be able to. You're going to see more severe weather after midnight tonight, but it's going to be wind and hail. Not really any tornadoes. You'll be good. Northeast Oklahoma clear. I think Northeast Oklahoma is going to see some more severe weather, so it really depends upon where in Northeast Oklahoma. So I'm going to look at the entirety of Northeast Oklahoma for you. Miami is okay. You guys are good. Anywhere that is west or north, let's put it this way. If you're north of I-44 on any stretch, you're good for tonight. You're good. If you are... That's a spin up. Lamau? That's going to be a little tornado that's near Maisie and Shodeo. But it's going to be like the weakest tornado I've ever seen. If you're like along the border of Oklahoma and Missouri as well as Arkansas, I think you guys could still see some decent severe weather, but I don't think it'll be too crazy. But the area that I'm watching for the potential for tornadic activity is this complex of storms that just came out of Tulsa. This one right here in particular. Once this starts to weaken, it'll be good. Same thing goes for northwestern Arkansas and southwestern Missouri. But yeah, if you're south of Springfield, I think you guys should be fine. You guys can go to bed. You're just going to see more severe weather tonight, but it's going to be hail and wind. No tornado. No tornado. It'll be these storms right here in Missouri that are already northeast of Springfield, and they are moving along 44. They're moving up northeast. Those ones are going to be the ones that are going to try and produce tornadoes. Yeah, if you're north of 44 on any stretch. Yeah, like Claremore, you guys are good. Yeah, you're behind the storms. You're okay. Is Springfield okay to go to bed? I would say so. If you're northeast of Springfield, not yet, though. Still got a tornado warning for that area. storm that could potentially produce a tornado. It's had a history of producing a large and extremely dangerous tornado. It's had a history. So I would watch. What time does the tornado threat start tomorrow? The main tornado threat would probably be around 4 to 5 Eastern. Sometime around then. I'll be live maybe a little bit sooner than that. We'll see. We'll see. For people who are going to bed tonight, please sleep well. I will talk to you guys hopefully tomorrow if you haven't already. Of course, hit the subscribe button down below and turn on notifications and stuff like that. It does help to stay updated with what all is happening in the weather. Trust me. We're over 49,100 subscribers, by the way. Tomorrow we could potentially get to 50,000 subscribers. That would be pretty crazy. If we got to 50,000 subscribers? Woof. I'd lose my mind. Tulsa can go to bed. You can go to sleep. Is there still a flow boundary? Can you explain that again? Yes. So, outflow. Outflow. O-U-T-F-L-O-W. All same word. Basically, what that is when a storm ends up becoming significant, it can create a remnant of itself when wind tries to surge as well. And this line right here that extends from the storm, if you see it on radar, that is that remnant. It's an outflow boundary. And you can see that outflow boundary, at least on radar. You can see that extend all the way down here into areas north of Cassville, right there. All right. That's right about where it's at, where I'm watching. So anywhere that is north of that, and I'll actually redo that so you guys can see. Anywhere that is north of that, you're not going to see anything really tornadic. The line kind of disappears right here because the radar can only see so far. So it's kind of a little difficult to see. If I had to guess where the line goes, I would say it goes through Pineville and then into Oklahoma. So areas that are in extreme southern, southwestern Missouri, like south of Pineville, like on the border, and then northwestern Arkansas, there is a small chance for something to be tornadic. If you're over here in like the border of Oklahoma and Arkansas and Missouri, there is a small chance for something to be tornadic. But anywhere that's like Aurora, Monette, Purdy, Republic, anywhere along I-44, from Springfield down into OKC, go to sleep. There's nothing that you need to do. Consider the following. West of Lebanon. Oh, like Phillipsburg. And let's see. It tried. Yeah, it definitely tried. Yeah, so there's the outflow boundary. You can see it a little better. From here all the way down. It actually goes south of Pineville. So Pineville, guys are not expected to see anything tornadic based off of that outflow boundary. Laced with Lacey with the 7 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So thanks for keeping me company for 10 hours. Stay safe, everyone. Much love from Mississippi. Well, thank you for staying around. It has been 10 hours, actually. Look at that. We've been live for 10 hours. Crazy. Yeah, no, tomorrow is the significant weather event in the Ohio Valley. Tomorrow. Does an outflow boundary contain rain? Just for a short bit, contains rain and wind. And then behind it, it has a lot cooler air. So you actually have a lot warmer air out in front. So believe it or not, all right, this is going to be something cool. It's going to be something cool that I get to show you all. You won't be able to actually see the numbers behind it. But there's a weather station right here that is just to the west of Branson. It has temperatures in the 70s and it has dew points in the mid 60s. Okay? Outflow boundary right here. And then there is a weather station right here near Monette. You would think that the temperature would be around the 70s and dews in the mid 60s, right? No. Temperatures in the upper 50s and dew points in the mid 50s. So you have lower temperature and lower dew point, but still around the same relative humidity. Cold, stable air. A lot of cooler air in that area. Which is pretty cool. Second times the stream went out. Wow. That's a new tornado warning. Quite convenient.
Tornado warning for southern Lockleed County in southwestern Missouri.
What? Oh, that's like Lebanon. Yeah, that'd be like Phillipsburg or Conway. That's my guess. Well, I know I'm looking on my side and I see the notifications that I have, and I see drop frames detected. So I've definitely been encountering some times into which my stream has disconnected, especially over the past 20 minutes. But we'll see. That's probably the reason why my viewer count has dropped so much. It's probably the reason. And there you go, another drop. Thanks, Internet. Told you. But yeah, another storm. This rotation honestly is not as strong. We'll see what it does. There's not really too much more. By the way, we are eventually heading towards the end of our coverage for the night. There really isn't much more for us to monitor, especially as we get into tomorrow. But I will say that St. Louis is going to be seeing another severe storm here very soon. This one's probably going to produce more golf ball sized hail. So if you know anyone that lives in St. Louis and they have anything valuable outside, like pets or cars or stuff like that, be careful. Please be careful. Kind of your average tornado season day? I would say so. I would say so. What can Central Mississippi expect tomorrow? I know it's been warm today and it'll be warm tomorrow, but everyone's saying it won't be bad here. You have the chance for a tornado or two. It's definitely not going to be as bad as Alabama, though. But you have a chance for a tornado or two. It'll mainly be wind and maybe some spotty hail. Is northern St. Louis still in danger? Listen, I wouldn't say that people are in danger right now in general, unless if you're in a tornado warning. Then that's possible. I think if you're outside in St. Louis right now at this very moment, you're in danger of potentially seeing some golf ball sized hail bonk you on the head. That's what I gotta say. So I wouldn't be outside. I would not be outside. I would be in a sturdy building and I'd be away from windows. That's another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Lockleed County in southwestern Missouri.
They're not going to let me go to sleep. They're not going to let me go to sleep, chat. It's not going to happen. Overland, Missouri. Are they going to encounter hail? Overland. Is Overland where I think it is? I have no idea. I'm going to look it up. My geography when it comes to Missouri is not great. Overland, Missouri. That's St. Louis. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of hail. Not really tornadoes. Not really tornadoes. That might be a tornado that forms on I-44 south of Lebanon, though. Maybe. Small little spin up. I love the storm that was over near Conway. It's now died as quickly as it formed. So that's nice. That's very good. Very good to see. Will Hutton with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Says, hey, Nate, what are those trails left behind strong storms on future radar? Tornado paths? I'd have to see specifically what you're talking about. Think I'll see our first PDS watch of the season tomorrow? I think it's possible, but it depends upon how models present themselves. Yeah, I think my internet is just not going to love life. I'm going to go over here and do an internet speed test. It's not going to give me an optimal server, I guess. Yeah, wow. I guess something is wrong with my internet, or something is wrong with the local servers. It's not just me, I guess. Yeah, I gotta say this here for everyone, okay? A lot of people are going to be asking about a bunch of areas, okay? If you're in Arkansas, unless if you're in northwestern Arkansas, you're not really going to see much. If you're in northwestern Arkansas, you could see some wind and maybe a spin up tornado that could act like a very strong gust of wind, but it won't really even be like that strong. That might be a spin up right there. Look at that. Maybe a little mini tornado that's trying to develop there near Cedar Crest. Yeah, little spin up. But a lot of these are just going to be a lot of gusty winds. A lot of gusty winds. So, if you are in the Bentonville, Springdale, Fayetteville area, Siloam Springs, yeah, you're probably going to want to stay indoors and stay away from windows. You do that, you're going to be fine. What about Illinois? Your threats tomorrow. Illinois tonight's just going to be a flood and wind risk. Other than that, you're pretty good. Can tornado watches expire early? It's here until 3 a.m., but you're a little nervous going to bed. So tornado watches, all right. I'm going to explain this the best I can to try and give you a little bit of, to lessen your anxiety a little bit. And this is for everyone else in the chat as well who also may be new. Let's say I want to bake a cake. But in order for me to bake a cake, I need to get the ingredients. I need to get the flour, I need to get the sugar, I need to get the eggs, yada yada, right? I need to get the icing. I need to get all sorts of stuff, Okay? Let's say I tell you guys I'm baking a cake, but I haven't started yet. I have the ingredients. I've got the flour, got the sugar, got the eggs, all that. That's basically the same way as the Storm Prediction Center tells everyone else that, hey, the weather is going to bake a tornado. A tornado is going to form. Okay? It's not going to form quite yet. And it may not even form at all, especially if I burn the cake. If I burn the cake, then no one can eat the cake. No one's going to want to eat that cake. All right? It's a bad cake. Okay? But I have the ingredients to where I could make a cake. A tornado warning basically tells you, hey, a tornado is likely to happen right now. Boom. You're in a risk for a tornado. Immediate danger, right? That's basically the same way as me saying, the cake's coming out of the oven. It's ready. We can eat it. I've already put the icing on it. I've already decorated it. I've signed my name with some icing and stuff like that, or I put someone else's name. Cake is done. We can eat it. Same thing. So, Tornado Watch says conditions are favorable, but it's not happening right now in your area. Warning says cake has been baked. So, yes, watches can expire early, but to give you a little bit, or to ease your anxiety just a little bit, and to maybe make you a little bit hungry in the middle of the night. Why did I do this? I don't know. I just wanted to make sure that you guys kind of understood that tornado watches, they kind of give you an idea that, hey, it could happen, but it's not together yet. Yeah, I don't blame you. I'm hungry too. After this stream, I might get some food and then go to sleep. Do something. I don't know. That make you guys feel a little bit better? I hope. I hope it did. I like me some cakes. These tornado warnings don't seem to be doing too much. Although that's a new area of rotation that just developed on both of these. So never mind. I guess there's just going to be more and more of these little spin-ups that are going to form. Realistically speaking, areas that are along 44 or south of 44, near Rolla, Waynesville, Edgar Springs, Plato, Licking, all the way over towards Farmington, Viburnum, Salem, Steelville, Potosi, I should say, all the way up towards Chester, Perryville, Fredericktown. You guys can potentially watch out for the threat of some strong damaging winds overnight, and maybe even a tornado or two. So I'd watch. I get that too. I was covering that earlier. We actually were extensively on that because we were pretty animated over the potential of a tornado in, western St. Louis metro. Fortunately, it didn't do too much. But it did produce a brief tornado. A little brief tornado. We were trying to catch it on camera, too. We saw a funnel cloud, and that was it. Also not going to sleep if there's potentially going to be a cake. Well, the good news is there hasn't been a lot of cakes today. So if that trend continues, then, you're not really expecting too much. But I get that. I get that. Name all the places that are getting okay to sleep in Missouri. Joplin, Carthage, Camdenton, Hermitage, areas from US Highway 54 and north or west. If you know where US Highway 54 is, or if you're north or west of that, you're good. You're fine. Go to sleep. St. Louis is getting a lot of severe weather right now. Look at all that hail. It's getting some hail. You're getting a couple storms too. St. Louis is going to get some more severe weather. But all of this, as I said, all this here is in St. Louis. Not tornadic. No tornadoes. Just hail. And some wind. So does that mean tomorrow's a cake outbreak? Yes, tomorrow's going to be a cake outbreak. That is true. Well, I shouldn't say true. Likely. Do I think, when do I think National Weather Service in Ohio would issue tornado watch? Storm Prediction Center would likely issue the tornado watch sometime in the afternoon. That's my guess. That's a mesoscale discussion that just got issued. Since severe threat continues across tornado watch 71, damaging wind gusts and a few QLCS tornadoes remain the concern over the next few hours, particularly with any circulations that can interact with a boundary draped across central Missouri. So basically they're saying that storms are likely to continue to be a hail and a wind risk. But if storms continue to spin out across this one band of storms, then they're going to be tornadic. Otherwise, not really too much. There's also the mesoscale discussion over here. Yeah, so small, weak tornado. So something to consider with that. 49,100 subscribers. Thank you. We're getting closer to 50,000 subscribers. Hopefully, as you guys continue to hit that subscribe button, hit that thumbs up button, we're able to reach out to more and more people. But I appreciate you guys. It means a lot. So yeah, if there's going to be tornadoes, it's going to be on these storms right here. These are the only ones. These ones moving into south central Missouri right now and eventually into eastern Missouri. Now, I will say, as this continues to move on through, as it gets closer and closer to eastern Missouri, it will get significantly weaker. Just sent Ryan home. That's pretty cool, Elvis. Thank you. Yeah, I've been doing this. I'm the longest tenured weather YouTuber. That has been doing live analysis. I've been doing this the longest. This channel has been live for quite some time. Even before I did weather, it's been live. So, yeah, we have a lot of experience on YouTube doing this. Would you know when Ohio had the last 4 out of 5 for severe weather? I believe it was May of 2019. I believe it was May of 2019. I think. Pretty sure it was. Yeah, we're kicking around, Stargazer. We're working on it. We're getting there. Make it to 50,000 subscribers tomorrow. Maybe, maybe. That's a severe thunderstorm that's near Mount Vernon. Doesn't look to be super tornadic at all, though. So, that's good. I appreciate that, Mr. Raider. How's Troy, Missouri looking? Where is Troy? Troy, Missouri. Oh, it's up there. Yeah, you guys are fine. Go to sleep. You're good. You can go to sleep. I feel that, Chad. I do that often whenever I get thunderstorms. Yeah. Xenia, Ohio. 50-year anniversary. It's pretty crazy. Oh, I feel that. Chasing at night is scary as all get out. Nope. Nope. Is Washington County, Missouri going to get hit? Yes. Just a lot later on tonight. It will likely be um hour and a half. Hour and a half, give or take 30 minutes. Hour and a half. It wouldn't really be super significant. It'll be oh, that's a huge new tornado warning that just got issued. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado. Severe thunderstorms, plural. So they just decided to warn the entire thing. Yep.
Tornado warning for eastern Lockleed County in southwestern Missouri, northwestern Texas County in south-central Missouri, Pulaski County in central Missouri, southwestern Phelps County in east-central Missouri.
Yep. Coolio. So Waynesville, Doolittle, Rolla, Edgar Springs, Licking, Roby, Plato, Falcon, Competition, and Dry Knob. If you're in these areas here in Missouri, you need to get in your safe space. Also, Fort Leonard Wood. If you're near Fort Leonard Wood, get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Someone also mentioned Muskogee. I believe Muskogee currently is seeing some severe storms that are moving through that area right now. Actually, it's not even severe. It's sub-severe. Continue to stay indoors. Continue to stay indoors, but it's not really going to be tornadic. It's not really going to be a tornadic storm at all. Rick Stanfield with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I appreciate that breaking. Yeah, once again, we're going to be live again. Technically, it's going to be today again because I live in the Eastern time zone. So we're going to be live later on tonight. But if you're in Central, we're going to be live again tomorrow because likely a tornado outbreak. Again, day 2. So day 1 of a tornado outbreaks today. Day 2 is tomorrow. Day 2, and it's supposed to be worse for the tornadoes than what happened today. And for reference, today didn't really do too much. So it's not really saying that much. But today was supposed to be crazy. It didn't, thank goodness. Tomorrow it's supposed to be very crazy. Talking a couple long track tornadoes, some of which could be violent. So we'll have to see. Been live for almost 10 and a half hours. Oh boy. I'm going to need sleep eventually. We're going to be live again tomorrow, so I don't want to be too dead. You know what I mean? I might sleep in. I might sleep in a little. I'm going to stay up until at least 2, even if I end the stream soon, which I'll probably end the stream here soon. I'm going to need to relax just a little bit. Obviously, since I've been doing this for 10 and a half hours, you know, I'm going to want to get into my own mental headspace and try to, you know, be somewhat sound if I can. That way I can try to go to sleep. But, I'll be staying up until like 2. And I'll probably be alive on the side. And I'm going to stay up until the new outlook for day 1. There's a new day 1 convective outlook that'll appear. It'll give a new graphic just like this. That's what the Storm Prediction Center gives. And I'll be really interested to see what they say. What radar do I use? This is GR2 Analyst. It's honestly my favorite radar to use, especially since it's, in my opinion, a lot more useful. But it does cost a bit. So, Radar Scope and Radar Omega are great substitutes. They cost around $10, and it's only a one-time purchase. However, if you need to do subscriptions and stuff like that, that's a monthly payment that you have to do on top of that. So, it's a little weird. What's going on in Warrenton and Innsbruck? Are we talking about Missouri here? I'm going to check. Warrenton, Missouri. Warrenton. Oh, and Innsbruck. Yeah, that's definitely Missouri. I don't really see too much. I see... I think you guys are outside of the risk. A lot of these storms are down here. They're moving up towards St. Louis. You're all the way up here. So I think you're good for the night. You can go to sleep. Yeah, tornado watches and tornado warnings, 2 separate things. So as soon as you're out of the tornado warning, you can go back about your business. Just because there's a tornado watch, by the way, that is issued for your area doesn't mean you have to stop everything and just, you know, not do anything. It just means you have to be weather aware. Springfield can go to sleep. Springfield, Missouri can go to sleep, in my opinion. That might be a tornado that can try and form near Waynesville and Fort Leonard Wood. Yeah, Springfield, I believe it's going to be a lot of elevated storms, storms that could produce large hail and damaging winds. Nothing tornadic. Nothing really tornadic. Nashville, that's tomorrow's risk. Everyone in Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, and Indiana should go to sleep and watch out for the severe threat tomorrow. I'm going to be live again tomorrow because there's the threat for a tornado outbreak, some of which could include strong tornadoes, long track, violent tornadoes. So, yeah. Just got back up. Is St. Louis clear? They're currently experiencing a thunderstorm right now that's produced large hail, and they're going to experience another one here in a short bit. But from tornadoes, you guys are clear for right now, at least. You guys could probably get away with going to sleep, honestly. You probably could get away with going to sleep. But make sure you have emergency alert notifications because it doesn't hurt to be Doesn't hurt to be cautious. It really doesn't. Central Illinois tonight, a lot of wind, a lot of rain, maybe a little bit of hail. Otherwise, no tornadoes. Should be okay. How bad do I think tomorrow will be for Gallatin area in Tennessee? Cool. Let me take a look. Gallatin, Tennessee. Northeast of Nashville. I think you can potentially see a tornado or two that could be around that area. Could be strong tornado. So I would definitely watch out. Most certainly watch out. Is the storm with a lot of tornado warnings heading over to St. Louis or beneath it? Beneath it. If anything, it'll head towards like Farmington. Yeah. St. Louis is the top right-hand part. Current trajectory takes it south of St. Louis. There's the ballpark. Find that kind of interesting. What about Tishomingo County, Mississippi? That's tomorrow's risk. You'll be fine if you go to sleep tonight. Tomorrow it'll be there's a chance for a tornado, but it'll be more of a wind and hail threat. Is Washington going to be tornadic? Are you talking about like Washington, Illinois? Washington County, Missouri? I need specifics, my guy. I can't. I live near a Washington, D.C. It's like an hour and a half away from me. What am I talking about, Diane? No, there's really just one storm that really is tornadic. It's got a bunch of little areas of rotation along it, and it's going to be moving on through into south central portions of Missouri and even into eastern Missouri. That's really the only area that's tornadic for the night, and honestly, probably will be heading off here at the top of the hour. I've been covering this event for 10 and a half hours. I've been on this event the longest out of mostly everyone. Been covering all the main tornadoes, if not all the tornadoes. So, it's just been, yeah. Washington, Missouri. I'm going to hope it's Washington County. If not, I'm going to look. Washington, Missouri. Oh, is west of St. Louis. I think you guys could probably see another batch of severe weather, but it won't be tornadic. At least it'll have a very low chance of being tornadic. Like very, very low. That's what I believe. What's going on in Waynesville? You're currently next to a storm that could potentially try to produce a tornado. So get in your safe space, please. Lowest innermost part of your building. It's not very strong at the moment, though. It was a bit stronger a few frames ago. But, yeah, please get into a sturdy structure. Sherry with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the super chat. I appreciate you. Washington County. That makes more sense. Probably wind and hail, especially if you're over near Potosi and stuff like that. Surely old mines. But there is the threat, a very real threat for a spin up or two. If there is a tornado warning that is issued for your area, do keep in mind that a lot of these tornadoes that move on through at this time of night, at least with this storm, is going to be very comparable to just a strong, sudden gust of wind. It's not really going to be anything super, super strong. So. Of course, breaking. That is 100% accurate. Yep. Once again, thank you, Sherry. I really do appreciate the 5. It's very generous of you. And Rick with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Y'all have been really generous to me today. Thank you so much for helping me fund the channel. Yeah, a lot of the contributions that go into this channel, donations and stuff like that, go straight back into it. Okay. Of course, I want to continue to talk about what all is happening here in Missouri. But as I said, this storm here, this current tornado warning storm is the only one that can really produce tornadoes. So if you're in an area that is not in central Missouri, you can go to sleep. It's going to be a lot of wind. It's going to be a lot of hail. However, tomorrow, the threat for significant weather is back. And we have a chance for some strong tornadoes, some of which could even be violent in nature, some of which could be long track. They could exist for quite a while. All right. This is going to be for portions of Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, and maybe even into portions of northern Alabama. Now, personally, I think this could go a little bit further west. I think it could go a little bit further west, so watch out for that. I do believe that this graphic can change. By sometime tomorrow morning, we could be talking about this, some of the colors being larger in size, some of the colors being smaller in size. We might even get a new color. We might not have red anymore, all right? But realistically speaking, I just want to inform you all that the threat for significant severe weather is likely tomorrow. We could probably see our day 2 of our tornado outbreak, and we will be live again tomorrow. So if you haven't already, subscribe, hit that thumbs up button, turn on channel notifications. If you turn on channel notifications and I go live, you'll be notified and you can just hop in on the stream. Stuff like that helps out a lot. So, yeah, significant weather tomorrow. Please be sure to watch out. Northeast Oklahoma is good. You can go to sleep. Cash App. Oh, that's my monthly statements. Yeah, we don't care. Do I think a moderate risk could shift, expand south in the Lexington area? I don't believe so. I think it'll be more just going to the west. I really do believe that Indiana, northern Kentucky, like Covington area, and Ohio, specifically western and central Ohio. I think eastern Ohio is actually going to get taken out of the moderate risk. And I'll be surprised if that isn't the case. But yeah. What time are we thinking on that? I would say the afternoon. Sometime around 2 to 3 o'clock. I'm going to have a stream that's set up so that people can wait. You know, it'd be like a waiting room here on YouTube. So if people wanted to do that, then they could. But the general idea of when people can expect the live stream to start, sometime around 3 in the afternoon. 3 or 4. It'll start to get pretty significant around 4 or 5. So, sometime around that. And notice how I said start, all right? It might be a little bit worse later on, but when we could start to see activity, probably be around 4 or 5. Twitter? What do you mean? What happened on Twitter? Oh, yeah. That's updraft helicity tracks. Yep. Yeah, that basically shows where the updraft went through. Barnstall did have a tornado. Wow. That's crazy. I'm blocked by Birding Peep for whatever reason, so I don't know. I don't know what I did to Birding Peep. I don't know what I did. But, oh well. Consider. Hey! Alright, that's gonna be, I think pretty much it. I think I'm gonna go to bed. I think I need sleep. I would hope I need sleep. But, excuse me. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope you guys did. 10 hours and 40 minutes of us covering it all. Might be another, few more tornado warnings tonight. If you're near Rolla, Doolittle, Newburgh, it's the short-term risk. Long-term, I mean, there could be another tornado warning in eastern Missouri, but we'll see. Tomorrow, obviously, is going to be the main threat for severe weather, and of course, the potential for a tornado outbreak, some of which you've heard it all already. Strong tornadoes. Some could be violent. Some could be long track. You guys know the drill. The plan to start the live stream is sometime in the afternoon. So if you guys want to come back, first off, please be sure to subscribe and turn on channel notifications. You hit that bell, you get notifications of the channel. That means you can come back whenever I post some form of content. And in that case, tomorrow will be a live stream. So feel free to do so. It would be greatly appreciated. If you haven't already, share this live stream or share my channel with as many people as possible, especially if you know people that are going to be living in the risk tomorrow. That way we can continue to just get information out to people who may need it. That's the only reason why we do it. Northwest Arkansas is going to be fine. There's just some severe weather, some strong winds. That's pretty much it. Although that is a little spin-up tornado, which is kind of funny. Some of these little spin-ups along this line here in Oklahoma and northwestern Arkansas, they're going to just be like strong, gusty winds. That's really it. Yeah. Share this live stream or share my channel with as many people as possible, especially if you know stuff's going to happen tomorrow. Hit the thumbs up button. I'm trying to think about what other stuff I want to say. I'm going to be honest. Yeah, I'm going to be waiting for day one, but I'm going to be going to sleep immediately afterwards. Yeah. I think that's it. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoy the content, of course, you know what to do. Social media is in the description down below. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm usually an open book. Especially when it comes to weather. When it comes to meteorology, I usually answer a lot of questions. I don't believe Dallas-Fort Worth is going to get school canceled. Yeah, you guys are pretty much, you're getting some scattered showers and thunderstorms overnight tonight, but that's it. There's nothing really going to be happening. It'll be maybe spotty hail at best. Did I eat all my Cracker Barrel food? Yes, I did. I did eat all my Cracker Barrel food. It's pretty good, too. I liked it. Macaroni and cheese is typically a good way to do things. All right. Once again, if you're in a tornado warning tonight, please be sure to get into the lowest innermost part of your building and stay away from windows. Other than that, go to sleep, y'all. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. I'll see you all then. So, good night, everyone. Goodbye. Stay safe, please. Please. Please.